the audience. Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. So good morning again, everybody. I'm going to call this meeting to order. It's the third day. This is a special meeting of council being held to consider the proposed 2022 budget. It's day 3 of deliberations. Council will continue to consider the remaining recommendations contained within the Chief Financial Officer's report, CSR-2022-8. And once all the recommendations within the report have been considered and formally approved by council, this will conclude the 2022 budget deliberation process. I believe everybody will be happy to see the end of this process today. Again, I would request that when matters are brought forward, that council speak to the budget items in front of us and keep the commentary to a minimum. Otherwise, we are not going to get through today, and we'll be back again very shortly. So with that, we are gone through the schedule to the point where we finished off with the Huronia Museum. And first off today, this is under agency boards and commissions. The library's budget is located on page 183 and 184 of your document.
Your worship, if I could interrupt for a moment.
Please.
I believe Councillor Gordon may have his camera covered. He's not showing on the video. And I just wasn't sure if, no.
I can see myself. That's weird. I see the rest of you. Let me turn it off and turn it on again. How's that?
Nope.
Do you have a slider at the top of the laptop?
Yeah, the light's on. I can see myself. I'm part of the grid here. Maybe I'm suffering the same fate Councillor Prost was. I'll log out and log back in.
With Councillor Gordon to sign back in.
Now we can see you.
I'm back. I'm muting again.
So as I was saying, the library budget is contained on pages 183, I beg your pardon, through 184. I don't know why that would be a tongue-tied today, but there we are. So any comments with respect to the budget, base budget changes report from the library? Don't see any. So with
I got my card up. Your worship, does my camera go off again?
I can see you grimacing with bucket loads of that bag full of money behind her.
I think you're frozen, Councillor Gordon.
Holy mackerel.
I don't believe anybody would be able to hold that face for that amount of time.
Oh, no. No? All right, this is so weird. I can see all you guys. Everything's great. I see myself. Okay, but the rule is, I mean, if you can't see me, then I'm not here, right?
Try again. We'll
Okay,
wait.
well, I'll just join with my phone then. It's going to be one of those. This is so odd. 1 second.
Okay, so maybe mine was a Zoom issue because I had to update Zoom and then it wanted to do like multiple fixes and updates. And I tried doing that on a hotspot on my phone and it just took forever.
Joys of electronic meetings, it seems.
Yeah.
Okay, this is my last chance with my computer, then I'll go to my phone. How can you guys see me and see my
Yes,
lips moving?
You're good now.
We're hearing words.
Okay.
Here we go.
All right. Like, you're right, I can't hold a grimace that long. So I had my card up, Your Worship. This is something we talked about when the library did their presentation. Although I'm under no fantasy that I can pull something out of their budget and direct them not to spend it on an item, because we simply give them money. We don't direct how they spend their money. I think that's my understanding. And things like their staff expenses are tied to wage increases with the town. So, you know, they don't have any control over that. When we give our folks raises, the library staff get raises. However, in my quest here to try and reduce our spend this year, I am looking for any place I can cut where I don't think it's going to cripple the organization. You saw me suggest that with EDC&S, for example. So I'm going to be suggesting that we withhold about $100,000 from the library budget this year, not punitive. And it certainly says it can't tell them they can't hire security, which I think a lot of people are wondering, why do they need that expense when they can call 911 like the rest of us schmucks in town? But the long and the short of it is that $100,000 is earmarked towards security. And if they choose to still engage security with a lessened budget, then it just means something else doesn't happen. And I'm cognizant of that, and I'm not picking on the library. I've been an ardent supporter, but $100,000 goes a long way in this budget this year. So there's my preamble. I don't know that I have much more to say about it, but I would like to table a motion that we reduce their budget request by $100,000 and seek a seconder in support of council.
Mayor Ross, you're seconding.
I'll second it. Yeah.
So you have a question, Councillor Prost? No, okay. So we have a motion on the floor to remove $100,000 from the library budget. It's moved by Councillor Gordon and seconded by Deputy Mayor Ross. Madam Clerk, so comments or questions on the amendment on the motion? Councillor Mann.
Thank you. We're talking to the library and we go back to them. Instead of saying, we'll give you what you've asked for, 100,000 less, is there one particular item that we can kind of point to? So to make it easier, either way you do it, I mean, if you don't want to give them the full amount, you're going to want to give them the flexibility and discretion to be able to find savings within their own budget, as opposed to us directing specific items. What would be the turnaround time if we didn't give them the full amount? How long would it take for them to adjust their budget and then come back to us? Thank you.
Who's that directed to? That question.
Well, I guess the library board, but they're not here. Could staff kind of give us a rundown? Because if we don't approve this budget now, it's going to delay finalizing our budget this afternoon, which is all right. It's just going to complicate matters. Thank you.
Jeremy, are you going to tackle that question?
Take a shot at it. So, Councillor Main, through your worship, you're correct. It would be with the library board to determine how they would want to recast their budget. Back to the original idea of providing the library with less funding. If you are looking at a particular item in their budget that is cause for concern, in this case, the conversation seems to be around security, you may want to take a look at those individual lines when you're trying to assess at how much less you want to give the library for a grant this year. And again, allow the library board to determine how they will spend their funds. I don't know that having them recast their budget is going to add any value to this conversation. Ultimately, it's coming down to how much are you willing to fund the library. If you see something in there where you're suggesting that that's not something we really want to give you money for, that's you can use that as your basis for why a particular amount has been selected.
Mr. Jeremy. So I think that Councillor Olszewski, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I won't support the reduction in fees to the library. It's a brand new CEO at the library, and I want her to feel safe in her job. I want her to know that we respect her wishes, that her employees feel safe at the library. I understand they have some unique challenges. I do understand the thought that we should have security on the main street instead of the library, but I do see this as a unique spot for security, and I think it's been well used so far. So I won't be supporting the reduction. I support the library and giving them the new CEO a fighting chance with with a reasonable budget.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McGinn, I'm sorry, I failed to acknowledge you, please.
Okay. I do support a reduction. I don't support us saying where the reduction should be. I think, and I agree with you, Councillor Olszewski, that that the new CAO needs to be viewed as trustworthy, and that we value the words and the work that was put in. Oh, it's a really tough year, so I think it would be best if we gave the board and the library itself an opportunity to say, okay, there's some slight constraints here, and be creative. And they have been in the past. They've been extremely creative, and I have faith in them that they'll be able to say, all right, we're a part of this whole community, and we're trying to save money everywhere, and we're being asked to have another year of savings. But I don't want us to say where it comes from. I'd like to see them come back and say, I'd like to say, this is what we're reducing it by. Do your best.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions with respect to the library? Councillor Cunningham and Councillor Downer.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I would not support a reduction in their expenses. I do agree with Councillor Olszewski. We have some unique challenges in our downtown, and specifically in what happens in the parking lot behind the library. The fact that our library has stepped up to build itself into a community hub, bringing in social services, offices, and resources, means that we need proactive and preventive security in there, not reactive policing, in order for that to fulfill their mandate of being that community hub, which they have been doing so well. So I do not support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Downer.
Thank you, Your Worship. I support Councillor Olszewski and Councillor Cunningham's comments. I think the money is needed. They have unique circumstances there, and I will not support cutting the budget by $100,000.
Thank you very much, Councillor Downer. I have, sorry, Mr. Jadot.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just in terms of information, I want to make sure that we provide an update from the library that was provided to the public during the Q&A process, and it was around the issue of security. So if I may, can I provide that in that context? So the CEO mentioned 4 significant incidents that occurred over 6 months with security present, and the library open for only very restricted use. There were more incidents during the period, including multiple instances of intoxication, persons passing out in locked washrooms, verbal aggression, etc. Before security, we were seeing approximately 30 incidents a month. This number was almost immediately cut in half when security arrived and has continued to decrease slowly. Security does call the police for any incidents that are criminal in nature, and the library board has a legal obligation to provide a safe workplace for employees and a moral obligation to provide a safe environment for patrons, especially children and seniors. So I just wanted to provide that context that was provided by the library.
Thank you, Mr. Jadot. I have Deputy Mayor Ross.
Thank you, Worship. Through you. I don't think by cutting a budget by $100,000, and it's 1.3 million plus, that we're telling them they have to get rid of security. No one's say that. It's coming up with a model. Maybe you have to reduce hours by 1 hour a day for the 6 days they're open. It could be that simple, or close on Monday. I don't think, we're not telling them not to get rid of security. My company, I work in the sales. My budget is sent to me. I got a 25% decrease in my budget. No, I asked my boss, "Oh, how do you like me to do?" Know what he told me? Figure it out. And I have more than confident that the board can figure it out. They're very smart people, and $100,000. I would suggest, if we're going to do 100, let's decrease everybody by 10%. And the museum, the library, the airport, everybody. I don't have a problem with that. But the library is the one we're picking today, and I think it's more than fair. It's a tough time, and I have no, if we have to adjust the service level, then I support that, and I appreciate it for coming forward.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I now have Councillor Gordon and Councillor Sheffield.
Thanks. I just want to speak to the duty to keep employees safe.
I can't hear you, Councillor.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to speak to the duty to keep employees safe in the workplace. I think that's a bit of a red herring. It's absolutely true. However, you can't just play this card when you want to talk about the library. We have the same duty for Ascanonia and for the Sports and Rec Center, where fans can get riled up, and I know parents can be turned into little Nazis. It's insane at some of the hockey games, just the level of animosity. We don't have security guards patrolling the stands there, dealing with parents having temper tantrums that their kid got another whistle blown. So there are opportunities for private security all over our municipality if we chose to enact that. But I don't think that it's fair to say, I'm not telling the library don't have security. I'm just saying live within the new reality this year. We need to reduce our spend, and the entire community doesn't need to subsidize an extra 100K if we can avoid it. So that's my only point here. It's not picking on security per se, but when Mr. Deneau makes mention of their responsibility and duty to their employees, it's no different than what we have at Town Hall or any other municipally operated facility. And if you take us outside of our circle of influence, every business operator has that duty. We all do. We know that. So I don't think that's enough rationale to try and, push the fear of this is why they need to have security. That's their decision operationally. The fact that we choose not to in our municipally run buildings, that's our decision operationally, and we would pivot if we had to, or if we felt we wanted to, or we could afford it. So bottom line here is I'm not picking on how they spend their money. I'm just saying we need to cut it by 100 grand. I'm picking that number because that's going to help all of our taxpayers and bring our tax rate down this year. It's not going to cause them to shutter. It's not going to cause them to close down Makerspace or all the other neat stuff that they offer, or stop offering the free internet to people. It just means they're going to tighten their belt a bit in a year where we have an unprecedented, absolutely revolting to me tax increase during a pandemic. And I'm looking for any opportunity that's reasonable and responsible to save some money for this municipality. That's the whole rationale behind this. I'm usually like an ardent supporter and still am of the library. This just happens to be one place that I think there's enough extra that we could pull this. And that's why you didn't hear me argue it for the museum, for example, or a couple other ones that we've approved with very little debate. So that's my rationale for it. It looks like it's not going to pass. I don't want the library fans to be hating me for this. I just wanted to be very, very clear as to why I'm presenting this and why I think it's the right time to do it this year.
Councillor Shefsky.
Thank you, Worship. This is one of those times where it's clear that having a council rep on board gives you an advantage, because there's no one here defending the library, and I have sat on the library board. I think having a council rep at the table certainly helps. Be the other side of this conversation, because right now we're on the council side and we're trying to restrain costs, and there's nobody to defend the library in this conversation. So I understand that they may not eliminate security. I would think that they wouldn't eliminate security, and I think that to me is I don't want to say as bad, but if they don't eliminate security, they're eliminating programming for children. They're eliminating the internet hubs for some of the underprivileged and people with accessibility issues in our community. So I don't want to see any of those programs cut. As a taxpayer, I would take, it's less than 0.5% you're proposing here. I will take that increase on my taxes, and if we have to draw from a rainy day fund or the MPUC legacy fund, it's raining in Midland. We can all agree that, but I don't think taking from the library is the right place to take from, personally.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd like to just comment on this if I may. The library has been exemplar in holding its budget, more so than most departments within the municipality. This over a period from 2014 to today. So we're talking 8 years of holding below every other, inflation and so on. And despite wage increases dictated by the collective agreement and the, I can't remember what it's called now, but equal pay legislation. I think you have to recognize too that they've done a risk assessment. Councillor Gordon talked about a risk assessment. Yes, you can sit there and say, well, we're not really asking them to deal with security, but it's interesting that security has dominated this conversation and has been a sticking point with members of council, some members of council for some time. And in fact, there is a risk assessment done, whether you like it or not. If somebody in the situation in the library turns around and files a complaint, you're in for a world of hurt. And that's a fact. So with respect to safety in the workplace. I would point out too that there are little kids running around that place. That you get something happens there. You want somebody to be able to intervene almost instantly. And if your closest police officer is over here at the municipal hall, it's going to take them a moment to get there. And I personally don't want that on my conscience if something goes horribly amiss in that respect. You're right, they could turn around and change, reduce their programming. But there's a lot of thoughts gone into this budget. Now, you may recall that last year they were looking for a marketing person. That wasn't, that didn't happen. And now they haven't come back for it. They're learning they're living within their means as the best they can. I'm not going to support this either. I think the library is a community hub. There are a lot of people who rely on that institution for access to what are becoming basic services, e.g. internet, for example. I can't think of something more drastic to impose on a family with young kids is this lack of access to internet, or just the safety of their kids in the library. So as far as street safety, we have bylaw enforcement that's coming up on the service level change request. We also can ask for additional enforcement through the police service board on the street and enforce the community safety aspects of the provincial legislation. So I personally think that it's a folly. There are other places, definitely, it's been suggested we could have cut and didn't. Maybe we should have, but I would suggest to you that this draconian tax increase that everybody's lamenting is not a fact yet. And yes, we can pick here, but I would suggest to you that when we get past this, the agency boards and commissions will be into some cutting. I can guarantee it. I just know that's going to happen, and it will be significant. So I don't personally. I'll just stop there and say I don't agree with cutting this. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you. And so if there's no further commentary, Councillor Prost, I see your hand up.
Yeah. Not that I don't risk cuts. We have to make cuts everywhere we can. We're not going to be able to bring this budget down. I don't think we're given a choice, and it is a small amount. I'm sure that they can manage. We all have to manage. So I will support this.
Thank you, Councillor. So without further ado, we'll call the vote. Those in favor of the motion, please raise your card. 4. Those against. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The motion fails. Thank you. Next, we have the SSEA, it's on budget. The pages are 185 through 193. The actual change request, I believe, is on 193. Any comments with respect to the SSEA budget as presented? Councillor Gordon.
And this is another tough one because it's supported by so many other municipalities. And this is our pledge, and it's been shown time again that it's far cheaper and more effective to have them operate this than for us to try and replicate this on our own. So although it's a significant spend, their increase is not exorbitant by any measure, and it's just one of those things we need to keep funding. So I don't see any opportunity to arbitrarily go in here and make any changes because it is multi-municipality supported. And I do thank them for their hard work.
Councillor McGinn.
Thank you for what you said. I sit on that committee. I wanted to take this opportunity to say that they're a very creative bunch, and really for quite a period of time have been on a shoestring budget, and then came, you know, as my first term on council, and I remember sitting in the office with I believe it was John and Mr. Mayor, and the goal was to start becoming self-sustaining. So I wanted to right now say that, you know, they've just, it's impressive. It is impressive, the strides and the growth that has happened in this committee, and the work and the group as a group and what they do, and how Springwater is now involved and included, and the way that they share with each other. And so thank you very much for what you said, Councillor Gordon. Because they're fantastic, and the work that they do is paramount, and it is across the region. It's our whole watershed. Thank
you, Councillor. Any other comments directly related to today's budget? Seeing none, can we have a show of cards, please, to support SSCA? That's unanimous. Thank you. Next, we have Midland Bay Landing Development Corporation, and that is on page 193. Which I just went right past. Where is it? There we go. Any comments? And I would remind council that in addition to what you see, count on Mr. Jeremy to correct me if I'm wrong. In addition to what you see on page 193, there is in a motion, item B, Midland Bay Landing Development Corp. Net increase of $961 and a $105,000 draw from the Midland Bay Landing Reserve. So that's what we're considering here at the moment. I'll throw it open to the floor for comments on the budget. Councillor Gordon.
Thanks. Has that draw from the reserve already started to happen? Like, is it kind of just symbolic that we're going to even vote on it and discuss it? Have they already spent that or engaged it?
I have no idea. Mr. Jeremy, can you speak to
that? Councillor Gordon, through your worship, the $105,000, I believe this is in relation to the works that they're doing around the real estate through the AGM that was done back on December 8th. There was a pre-approval of $130,000 for consulting fees that were requested to keep the project moving. And that was approved at that council meeting. The notion with this is that the Midland Bay Landing has had some operating surpluses over the last number of years, which would be transferred to the Midland Bay Landing Reserve. This is intended to essentially continue the use of those funds that were earmarked in previous years. One of the comments that I'd had previously on this was, if this were in our capital fund, we wouldn't be having that conversation because the project would be approved and it would stay there until it was completed. But because it's in the operating budget, it resets each year, so that introduces this additional complexity of pulling on funds that are based on surpluses from prior years.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy. Councillor Gordon.
Just some quick follow-up then. So the Midland Bay Landing Reserve, is this the same one that is in the hole for, the cost of us buying the land, that we kind of keep digging into that negative reserve? Or is this a separate reserve that actually is in the black right now and they're drawing funds out of that?
Mr. Jeremy.
Councillor Gordon, through your worship, it is all from the only Midland Bay Landing Reserve, which is the same reserve that was used to fund the acquisition of the land and any betterments that they're making to it and the works that go along with that. Yes, it's coming from that reserve.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy.
Okay, so just to be clear, when we say we're drawing money from the reserve, we're going deeper in debt, right? We're clawing, at some point we'll repay this if the plan remains the same and we sell this property. And, I think everyone knows where I stand on this. At least I'm supporting a revisit of it next term if there is one for me. If the plan remains the same and the property's sold, then eventually that reserve will be paid off, and then if there's any extra, that's good for us. And if there isn't, then it'll be the taxes that come in from whatever's developed there.
Mr. Jeremy, sorry.
Yes, Councillor Gordon, through your worship. Yes, the intention is that when this project reaches its completion, that when the property is disposed of in whatever manner it is that is ultimately decided, that that we would be paying back that reserve to the extent possible. If there's net proceeds on it, then council would decide how they want to dispose of that. At this stage, I honestly don't know where the project lands, but certainly the idea is that that the town would see a positive return on the project.
Thanks. I just needed that clarity about the negative status of the reserve that we're drawing down, but it's clear to me. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Main, did I see your hand? No. Any other comments with Mr. Deneau?
Yeah, just for clarity on the negative reserve and the aspects of the project, I think as we all appreciate, the Midland Bay Landing Group has done a significant amount of work on that public realm, the demonstration platform down there to give our public some perspective on the potential of that site from a public realm standpoint. They're going ahead with the request for information from potential developers, at which point I think people will really start to get an appreciation for what that site will look like. And that is certainly going to be at the discretion of council to see and accept, if this is in fact in line with what can be done, and if we can find a partner that will do that. Certainly the intent, and I think this is a very significant project, and the benefits to the town of Midland can't be explained far enough. To retire that debt will open up reserve capacity for this town, which we all understand is extremely important. The other benefit, and a very significant benefit, is the annuity of taxes that will come in as you develop that property. And as we all know, we are trying, and we're doing it through this budget process, trying very hard to make some headway on reducing the tax levy. Growing Midland is part of that, but also bringing in a substantial development with public realm that we've protected. You've protected that with the Midland Bay Landing. Bringing that into just accelerates that even more. So there is impacts to the tax levy. It will, I think we're very confident, 40 acres on one of the best harbors in the world will help retire that debt. And it increases reserve capacity. So it is a project that is absolutely critical to this town.
Thank you, Mr. Deneau. Any other comments? Councillor Prost.
This is for the CAO. Can you share with us how close we are to selling that property? People are asking how long, how it's taking so many years, and how close are we?
Through you, your worship, it will depend on the process. The process has started to invite people to apply, but again, this will be at the discretion of council. The board will bring forward recommendations on developers that they think might be appropriate to use, but it will be at the discretion of council to determine if this is the appropriate one that we want to partner with. And again, that amounts to, certainly their reputation, their credibility, their capability to develop the site in accordance with what you would like as a council based on what you've heard from the public. So how long will that take? It's a bit of an open question, but the process has started.
If I may,
okay, so you mean
can I answer your question?
The process has started no, because I realize it's not overnight. Once things start to happen, I guess that's what I'm asking. Do we have potential developers approaching us, or that we're going after?
Yes.
Okay.
So if I may, there's a board meeting coming up next week. You may recall that we pre-approved funds in order to retain a specialist real estate consulting group to go out to the market, and they have prepared a request for qualification that will go out sometime in the next week or so. Next week, I would say. Actually, it starts February 1st, right? And then what happens, that's the request for qualifications. If they come back, there's a set of criteria. There's a fairness commissioner to make sure that everything, it's an open and transparent process and it's beyond reproach. We then get to a recommendation, or we'll send out to qualified developers a request for proposal. And that is those proposals would then be assessed and brought to council somewhere around in June for council to, it'll probably take a bit of a while, so it'll be a special media council to look at and understand the nature of the proposals. And the criteria that are being advanced are basically the plan as it exists, preservation of the public realm, which is a significant portion of that site. So that's a timeline. Once we decide, as council, then we will be looking at a period of due diligence, which means we'll continue to examine in depth who the proponent is, and they will examine what the documentation that we provided, so the MOE reports, geotechnical, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's the timeline. And the money that we pre-approved is taking us to the finish line in a sense.
Okay,
So,
that's what I wanted
I figured
to know.
that.
The wheels are moving.
Absolutely.
And we're going forward with it this
Absolutely.
year.
Yes, this year. And frankly, the foresight that we showed, like you showed in that pre-approval, is allowing us to do that. So thank you for that.
Okay.
If I may, your Mayor, the timeline as well, though, it depends on what interest you get from the development community and whether that interest aligns with your values. So, the values that council will ultimately determine. So when does that finish? It depends, is the answer, unfortunately. We think there's a tremendous amount of interest. We're certainly hearing there's a tremendous amount of interest, but again, we're not developing at anything. There are standards and there are requirements that this council and the public expects us to fulfill when you develop that. So can you find the right match is the question.
That's correct. I mean, my belief is that as we go through, there was a soft trial to gauge interest, and there were, I think, 8 potential developers. Yes, we're interested. Yes, we'd like to participate. It's our understanding that we may in fact have more. Some of them are at an international scale. Some of them are regional, but they all have to meet the master plan and the criteria laid down in these, and then those are public documents, so you'll be able to understand what is being asked of them. There'll be some commercially confidential material within the actual proposals. I don't know that, but certainly it's been made abundantly clear that master plan is a key component of any bid. So, and while there's some uncertainty, as Mr. Deneau said, we'll stick the pin in around the process, and it invariably we believe there is interest and from decent proponents and qualified proponents, and that we'll see some proposals before council in June. That's our belief at the moment. Things happen, as Mr. Deneau suggests. So
That's good to hear. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other matters with respect to the SSCA? Sorry, the Middle Main Landing budget. Okay, so we'll move on then to OPP, and that's on page 194. Figure out where my mouse has got to. There it is. Or it's police, really. Comments with respect to the change report on police. See, Councilor Main.
Thank you. Now that we've exited the transition period where we had the 3-year contract, are we just going to be given an annual budget from the OPP, or will there be a multi-year presentation presented to us? Thank you.
Mr. Deneau, I guess you would be the one to answer that.
Thank you, Your Worship, to Councillor Main. There's a contract that we sign with the OPP under the standard billing model, so we will be billed accordingly according to that standard billing model. It's the same billing model that's employed by all of our neighbors. We've come off a transitional model, and in the budget you can see the savings relative to that transitional model. Now we are on the standard billing model, so $454,000 of savings.
Jeremy, I see you wish to respond to Councilor Payne's point.
Yeah, I might be able to add a little bit more to this. So on an annual basis, the OPP does provide us with a detailed an invoice explanation that goes along with the agreement. So we see that every single year, and that's what the budget's based on this year under the new standard billing model. They also have a meeting with all member municipalities who are participating in this billing model to explain exactly what it is that's going on with the OPP, what is driving changes in their service costs, whether it be up or down. So it's something that they are revisiting on an annual basis. So I think you might have been asking / suggesting, is this something where we're locked into one number for a certain number of years? And I know we would be billed based on the model and agreement that Mr. Deneau had described.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy. Councilor Main, you had a follow-on?
Well, just along those lines of like around timing and around the budget, but it sounds like that it was answered by Mr. Jeremy, is that we get the full sum breakdown of what that is, but it's an annual thing. So we just hope that the formula isn't tweaked with too much. So thank you.
I doubt they'll tweak that formula. It was almost an act of God to get that formula in place in the first at all. So I don't think anybody's going to tinker with the formula. The changes in the variables in the formula, well, that's just, whether it's calls for service or a number of residences within the community, which forms a base, and then the calls for service on top of that. So there are other factors in there, but those are the two big ones, I would say. Any further comments with respect to the policing? No? Okay, thank you. Then we'll move on to the Police Service Board, which is page 196. And I would ask if there are any changes to this particular item or comments. This is the Police Service Board based budget. Councilor Main.
So this is after is this still under the old code? I think it's section 40 or something like that, and how the board has evolved into a new type of board now that we don't have a direct police contract with
this is a section 10 board at the moment.
Section 10, that's the one.
Yeah.
So that's the same. The costs are basically the same as the old board as the new board. They're just a little bit different.
They're actually down the responsibilities of a section 10 versus what was a section 31, which is the municipal service, municipality providing its own service. Some of the responsibilities are no longer, the board's no longer charged with. So negotiating with an association, that's at the provincial level. So that's a big one. What I would say to you, though, is that under the new legislation, which I'm not sure when it will actually come into effect, I think it might be in 23, we will likely go to a detachment board. And I think we had this conversation in council. So what we have coming before us eventually will be 5 municipalities. I think it's 2 reps per municipality, or sitting on a board that handles issues with the detachment. That's what's coming down from the province. So it will change yet again. So that's where, you'll see here that our costs with respect have come down approximately 8% for the board itself. I see Deputy Mayor Ross must speak to this.
No, I'm good. You covered it. I was just going to add that at some point there will be a detachment board, but you covered all that information. So thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councilor Gordon.
Thanks. I think we've seen this question asked before in the past about remuneration for board members. And just to clear the air that, even though we don't have to, it's not legislated that we pay the chair or potentially yourself and the deputy mayor. I don't know if you guys are still getting paid for being on the board. Even though we don't have to pay you, a decision was made by council, not this council, but a few councils ago, to pay those people that aren't legislatively required to be paid. And we continue to choose to do that. And I know it's a subject of emails and stuff I get looped into and tagged on social media, and that we choose to make those payments collectively to people that otherwise wouldn't get paid for their participation. Is that an accurate statement?
We do compensate board members, and no, the deputy mayor and I do not receive compensation. And it is legislated that these board members receive remuneration. And that the provincial representatives get paid the same remuneration as the municipal. So yes, they receive remuneration, but it's not a lot of money. It's like $100 a meeting, and there's 4 meetings in the year. So
okay, just to follow up,
people just understand that it's people giving up their time and taking training under the scrutiny of the Solicitor General's office, and there's audits that go on, and as I say, training and so on. Sorry, Councilor Downer. There's training and there's supervision by the Solicitor General's office. It's not a trivial matter to sit on the police service board.
Okay, and I understand that this board is going to remain intact and incurring expenses for some indeterminate amount of time until the legal issues with former Chief Osborne are finally put to bed.
This board will dissolve with this term of council, and then it's reconstituted under the direction of the next council.
Didn't it say in there that there's an exception made to the dissolution of this board when the new detachment board comes into effect, that this one will still stay in existence to finish up all their unfinished business?
It will be the responsibility of the board. And that doesn't mean the composition of the board is the same, but the responsibility of the board as an entity, not necessarily the same members, but they have an obligation to finish up unfinished business of the previous board, if any.
Okay, just wondering how long we're going to continue to see these board expenses until the new, even in tandem with the expenses that come from the new detachment board. I guess it's hard to say.
Thank you. Just in terms of lots of discussion on there, and if I can try and summarize some of it. The Police Services Act, which came forward in 2019, is not in effect yet. When that comes into effect, we will move to the detachment board, as has been indicated. What that detachment board looks like, we've provided input to that to the Solicitor General. Solicitor General will provide guidance on what exactly that looks like. Solicitor General has also told us, and by the way, our current police board, remuneration for police boards, fairly consistent. They're paid, the members of police boards are paid remuneration. There's nothing, egregious in what's happening with Midland relative to other communities. They pay their police boards to participate in it. Will the Section 10 police board continue when the detachment board comes into place? There are certain elements that they will, in all communities, if there are certain things going on, and in some cases, if there are legal matters that need to be further further work needs to be done by that Section 10 board, that will continue. And again, that's not unique to Midland. It's unique to any Section 10 board that has those types of things that continue. So that is something the Solicitor General had to consider as they make that transition to the detachment board.
Thank you, Mr. Zanot. The revisions to the police service board budget. Don't see any. So the last item is agency boards and commissions is the Cultural Alliance. I don't know where to find this particular item. I don't see it listed in my index. So maybe Mr. Jeremy can help me with that, please.
Yes, Your Worship. The budget for Cultural Alliance is essentially embedded in our culture and tourism budget, as it really is it's basically functions as a bit of a grant, I think. It's the best way to describe it.
The contribution from all 5 participating entities.
That's right. Yes.
Thank you. I would like to, since we're speaking of it, acknowledge the good work of the Cultural Alliance. In particular, I'd like to acknowledge Ms. Karen Mealing for her contribution, yeoman service, if you like, to all 5 communities and to the Alliance. I'd like to thank Chair Hastings for her efforts and ably assisted by Councillor Cunningham in driving a lot of the things that are going on there. You may recall that Midland had a cultural plan. And then within that plan, it recognized that really the political boundaries were not recognized by culture. Indeed, people were moving in and out of the communities. And culture really doesn't have a geopolitical boundary. So the alliance was formed with Tiny Tape and a Tang Machine, Midland, and mostly First Nation. And I think they've done a stellar job. They've secured grants from Ontario Trillium Foundation, and I believe they will continue to do so and become more and more self-sustaining and adding value to the community. So thank you to the Alliance, Councillor Cunningham, Councillor Hastings, or Chair Hastings, and of course to Ms. Mealing. So that concludes agency boards and commissions. Now, let me just see here. Mr. Jeremy, or Madam Clerk, I have motion 1 here. And then motion 1 contains an amount for gross expenditures and then a tax levy requirement, and then the amendments, which are A, B, C, D, and E, the last being the creation of that reserve for police costs. But we're going to go into now a conversation about service level change requests. Does that impact these numbers? I believe it would.
It will, but it's treated as a separate section. So it's kind of a building blocks approach to coming up with our tax levy. The motion 1 is really dealing with our base budget. Then we layer onto that our service level changes, and then we layer onto that specific council and committee requests, and each step along the way kind of dealing with the amendments to those particular components.
So the motions I have in front of me are for the amounts proposed in each of the 2 sections we're going to consider, and those items would then be added to or are part of what we see in motion 1.
They would be added to motion 1, but they're distinct motions. So motion 2 is for the service level changes, and motion 3 is for council and committees. But when we determine what the final tax levy is in aggregate, we would add up all 3 motions and the amendments thereto.
Okay. So at this juncture, I'm going to put on the floor, I'm going to call the question with respect to, and I'll reread it since it's been a while since we've actually heard this in total. Motion 1 at this point. So it's moved by Councillor Gordon, seconded by Councillor Main, that council approves 2022 tax supported base operating budget with total gross expenditures of $33,335,801 and a net property tax levy requirement of $25,083,032. I beg your pardon. With the following amendments to reflect changes since the 2022 draft budget was prepared. Insurance at $39,968 increase. B, Midland Bay Landing Development Corporation net increase of $961 and a $105,000 draw from the MBL reserve. And C, North Shore Family Health Team $3,000 increase for virtual care clinic. And D, that the human resources software maintenance and grant revenue budgets be increased by $45,200 and $57,975 respectively, for a net tax levy reduction of $12,775. E, that the plan currently in place for the recovery of projected savings advanced on a declining basis, transition costs and disbandment costs associated with moving to the OPP community policing agreement be discontinued, resulting in the elimination of the $450,000 draw from the police transition reserve and $857,840 contribution to the police transition reserve included in the draft 22 budget, resulting in a net reduction of $407,840 to the 2022 tax levy. That the current police transition reserve balance estimated at deficit of $3,600,000 be recovered through the general tax levy in equal installments over the next 20 years, resulting in a $180,000 increase to the 2022 tax levy. That there shall be no further draws from the police transition reserve, and any subsequent transition and or disbandment costs associated with the transition to the OPP community policing agreement be funded through the annual operating budget or another suitable reserve. So council, there's the motion. We've spoken to all of these items previously. So I will just call the question. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, that carries. Councilor Downer, that's unanimous then. Thank you. I will call for those against. And now for the section, I think everybody's been participating. We'll move to service level change requests, operating and capital component, which is motion 2, which I have before me. I'll read the motion in, and then we'll get to the meat of the matter. So moved by Councillor Cunningham, second by Councillor Downer, that the service level change request is outlined on page 18 of the 2022 draft budget with a net tax levy reduction of $205,015 and capital costs totaling $13,500 funded as shown in the analysis section of staff report 2022-8 be approved. So the motion's on the floor, and back to page 18 of the draft budget. Forgive me while I just go back there. 18, here's 18. Service level change reform. Okay. So I think what I'd like to do is tackle each one of these in its own right. There is an addition, as you'll recall, yesterday we pulled student positions from bylaw. Councillor Cunningham showed us that opined that those positions were a service level change. Council agreed. So on there, and I'll have to get Mr. Jeremy to provide the figures. And you can do that as leisure. But we'll go through each one individually and discuss the relative merits. So the first is Sesquicentennial Reserve. Midland will have its sesquicentennial celebrations in 2028, I believe. So this particular item is to plan for that, setting aside $20,000 per year until 2028, when the celebrations will occur. So that's on the table. Comments or questions with respect to that item from council? Councilor Gordon.
Thanks. Well, I totally get the concept of putting money in a reserve for a birthday party effectively, and quite an important one. Again, this is not the year, not with this increase. So I'm suggesting that we don't approve this $20,000 transfer, and really encourage, as we know they're going to go after grants and other funding sources. And next year, for a little different financial situation, then we can maybe double up, or come up with a budget that says they don't need 140, maybe they only need 100. But my gut reaction for this after reading their submission is that it's justified and it's well intentioned, but I just can't support it because the goal is to remove, not add this year.
Thank you, Councilor Gordon. I saw Mr. Campbell there. Did you wish to speak to this, Mr. Campbell?
Your worship, I was just going to point everybody to page 200 of the document to read the description. But as Councilor Gordon mentioned, this is a discretionary item that council can choose to do or not do.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. I see on the chat that Councilor Cunningham's Zoom link is frozen, and under the new procedural bylaw, if I can't see you, you don't exist. So if you can, you might want to either get in touch with IT here, or you might just want to log out and then try and log back in to see if that corrects the issue. But until I can actually see you, I can't count you in the quorum. So she's going to try logging back in. See what happens. So I'll give her a moment, since we did so for Councilor Gordon, and see what happens. Mr. Deneau, you want to make a comment while we're waiting for Councilor Cunningham?
No, that's fine, Your Worship. I'll address the next item in the service level change request.
Thank you.
Worship, once everyone's had a chance to go around there while we're waiting for her, I don't know if I need to make a motion on this, or are these deemed to be not accepted unless we do accept them?
I'll ask the clerk. Pardon me, Madam Clerk.
I believe if all of council were to agree to remove one, then we wouldn't need a formal motion, but
All of council or a majority of council?
2/3, I believe. Hold on one second. I just need to check on that. I may ask Mr. Campbell to help me out with this.
Your worship, these are individual requests, and I think council basically with each of these should make a recommendation to accept or to amend, and then they can be voted on, so that the record, because what we need to do is if it's not accepted, as an example, it changes the dollar number that affects it. So if in Councilor Gordon case, I would recommend that you put the question be called, or Mayor just call the question if there's no amendments, and then see if it passes or fails.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jeremy, you got a comment?
Yes, basically just confirming what Mr. Campbell said. The way the motion is currently written, it is accept the service level changes as presented, except for, and this is where you start tacking on the amendments, except for these changes. And if you decide as a council that the Sesquicentennial Reserve is out, then ideally the way we would want to see this is with the amendment of remove the Sesquicentennial request at a value of $20,000.
Okay, so I'm going to then ask for a motion and a seconder on each of these items, just to make sure the record's clear. And the motion doesn't provide, as written currently, doesn't provide for the amended, except as amended, but that's just a wording change. Deputy Mayor Rawson. Excuse me.
So, Your Worship, So we're gonna vote, just maybe clarify that we're gonna keep it or to remove it. I'm a little confused.
Well, I'll put it on the table that we keep it.
Okay,
That's in the spirit of the original motion. And then if there's an amending motion, which I believe, or if a counselor gets, can get a seconder on a motion to remove, then we'll consider that first. And if that passes, then it'll amend the motion. The primary motion. Are you okay with that, Deputy Mayor? If I'm not being, oh, there we are, Councillor Cunningham. Councillor Gordon's basically suggested that this is not the time to be doing, basically he suggested that this is not the time to be adding discretionary amounts such as, and we're talking about the Sesquicentennial Reserve, $20,000. So we were just having a conversation about process while you were away. We'll go through each of the items, and the motion is that we accept. That's the motion on the table. If there's a motion put on the floor to deny by a councillor with a seconder, then that'll be a formal motion. We'll do it up, with show of cards and so on. And then we will move on to the next item. So if it's denied, then we move on. If it's that motion fails, then it's accepted. So I'm going to, Councillor Gordon, you have, I believe, are going to put a motion. You are putting a motion to remove Sesquicentennial Reserve. Can I have a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor Ross. So I would ask that I'll put the question. Any comments with respect to that before I put the question to the floor? Seeing none. Pardon me. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That carries. Against, sorry, let me just be clear. So yes, that carries. So the Sesquicentennial Reserve item is will be the first amendment, Madam Clerk. Amendment A, removal of the Sesquicentennial Reserve in the amount of $20,000. Next, we have a talent and development coordinator position at $99,149, and I believe Mr. Deneau will let Mr. Deneau pitch the position, and then we'll go to council. Mr. Deneau.
Thank you, Your Worship, and the members of council. You can see the the details in the service level change request. There's a number of pages that were put there by a previous HR manager. I'll speak to the request in general, and I think everyone will certainly appreciate the volatile market for talent, and finding talent, keeping talent, and developing talent is absolutely critical to any organization, as we know, to be sustainable. And certainly in the public sector, where you're seeing a retirement surge and highly competitive area for a number of our positions, having someone who can focus on finding talent and doing it in an efficient manner without involving, a large part of the organization. Having someone focus on keeping that talent, so making sure we've got the right policies in place. That is an HR function, is no question. But in terms of the talent aspect of it, reinforcing them to make sure we've got the policies that develop them is something that we're doing off the sides of our desk, and quite frankly, I think we need to do a much better job at making sure we can develop our people. This is not only to support our people today, but also it's an attraction element to Midland. When you've got a good development capability within an organization, that's important for people where they want to choose to work. We've got an abundance of.
Excuse me, Mr. Deneau. Councillor McGinn, please focus on the matter at hand. I don't know what you're doing there, but it looks like you're participating in your workplace. Well, it sure looks like it. So you're not giving it your full attention. I can tell just by watching what's going on there. So please focus on what's going on. Thank you, Mr. Deneau. I'm sorry for the interruption.
Continue on Midland and certainly what is going on at Midland is quite exciting to a lot of people in the public service, and they want to participate in a lot of the projects and issues that we're dealing with. That's what attracts certainly people to working here. The culture is certainly something that I think they're starting to embrace, and is another element. But again, the talent development and encouragement aspect is something we'd like to do. We've got fantastic contract people that have helped us in this regard. But again, that itself is a very highly prized commodity. So we've seen some turnover in the people that have helped us recruit. So this is a request to try and make this a full-time position, and support that sustainable aspect that we're trying to build in that area. Certainly welcome to any questions council would have, and I certainly appreciate the pressure of the budget and any considerations that have to be made on this.
Thank you, Mr. Deneau. I see Councilor Boyd, and I see Councilor Cunningham.
Thanks. I'll just throw it out there up front here. My motion will be to deny this staffing increase this year. Again, not the time. It's not. I'd like to congratulate the folks that are writing these submissions. They've done a good job justifying their requests. I'm not trivializing any of that. Again, this is just about getting our spend down. If we had nobody in HR, then I wouldn't be having this conversation right now. But we have 3 people in our HR department and 118 staff. So, and I know we deal with unions and collective agreements, but I can only use my personal experience. I work for a company with 220 staff. We have 1 HR person. You know what? She does our payroll too. Now she's busy, and arguably there could be a business case to supplement, because we used to have 3 back when we had way more people in our organization. And I get it, we're a public company. It's a different animal. But the reality is we have 3 people in HR right now. If it means they got to work a little harder for a year and cinch the belt a bit more, then so be it. We got to try and get our tax rate down, and patting more people into town hall right now. Not only the optics are terrible, but I think we could still accomplish our mission and attract and retain talent without adding another body this year and save that $100,000. So that's my position. And I'm putting that forward, that we effectively don't approve it this year, and we revisit it next year if times are better. Or if there's, a desperate need, because we lost all of our HR department. Now we have nobody, and it's back to Mr. Deneau or Mr. Campbell putting on the Superman cape and trying to be that too. But that isn't the case right now. One of the suggestions is that we promote a current person to a manager. So effectively we have a manager and then 3 new people under them, when right now we have no manager per se, I guess, and 3 people already doing the job. So subject to other input, my motion, if I'm looking for a seconder, is that we deny this request, in the sense that it's basically just a deferral till let's discuss it next year, much like we did to the 2nd firefighter last year.
So you're putting a motion on the floor and you're looking for a seconder.
Yeah, I need a secondary. Yes.
Deputy Mayor Ross is seconding.
Thank you.
With a debate now is about the motion to deny talent development coordinator until some point in the future. Comments or questions on the amended motion? Mr. Deneau.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. No, certainly we will absolutely accept any direction that council provides, and we'll ensure that we manage it to the best aspect that we do. I just want to ensure, and I come from the private sector as well, so I've got certainly perspective on how HR management is done in the private versus the public sector, and I can assure you, the scope of what this HR team and the 3 people doing it is immense. It is very complex to manage this environment. It is one of the reasons why there is probably very, very little opportunity for a North Simcoe solution in the HR front, because the Midland HR environment is much more complex than any of the other ones. That's just the reality of it, and that's just what we have to manage. We have very good relationships with all of our unions, but it does take time. And it does take time to get the right policies in place. So, I just want to make sure that we understand this team is driving full out. What this request was to try and create, again, a sustainable organization in a very volatile environment in terms of attracting talent. I wish more people would come and apply for our jobs in the public service. That would certainly make things easier, but that's not the case. So we have to go and find them. We will manage whatever whatever council directs us to do. I just wanted to correct that perspective from my seat.
Mr. Cunningham, I apologize for the delay.
It's hard to hear you, but I believe I heard my name in. Thank you. So I will concur with Councillor Gordon on this, that there is a future opportunity to look at this role. I think we've learned a great deal over the last few years, even during the pandemic, of how our roles in HR need to evolve. And there's been some real desire of our council to do more internal development, do more work around being very proactive about how we're hiring, what those job descriptions look like, what those performance reviews look like. And that our previous manager of HR certainly had ADP put on her, recruitment put on her, union negotiations put on her. She was luckily a multi-function, full facets person, and we were incredibly grateful that she was able to do that. And that if we are going to be attracting a new team in there, having some more distinction between them will be important. And what I'm hoping is that what we'll do with our manager of HR will be someone who can and has some experience in talent development and attraction, while recognizing that in coming years we may need to add this position.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments with respect to this item? Councillor Gordon.
Thanks.
All right.
You faded. We're all fading out here a little bit. I was just going to suggest, and I think I made the suggestion, we were talking about this maybe yesterday, is that let's look at, see if we can do any shared services with Penetanguishene when it comes to HR, because they do have some unions obviously to deal with, and we may be able to find some synergies and savings, and you may be able to sort of buttress that vacancy with some collaboration with Penetanguishene. So I mean, I'm not telling you anything new. I'm sure you already thought of this, but I would definitely encourage that for this year and see what more shared services we can explore.
I would suggest that the CAOs have an ongoing weekly conversation about this. I can tell you that Penetanguishene currently partners, I believe, is with Georgian Bay Township, who provides, I believe, the service for Penetanguishene, or vice versa. I think it's Georgian Bay to Penetang, and that we've had two formal service level, well, one, I guess, really for North Simcoe, where a lot of these services were looked at, and there are recommendations. CEOs are looking at how they can move the yardstick on all of these things. The other thing I would say is that we have, still working under contract, or not still, but now another individual working under contract because of moving a staff position from one department to another. So there is that to consider as well, but I don't see any other people wishing to speak to this. Can people hear me? Yeah, okay. I'll just lean into the microphone a bit. So I guess what I'm going to do here at this point, seeing no other comment, is call the question on Councillor Gordon's motion, seconded by Deputy Mayor Ross, that the Talent Development Coordinator with a value of $99,149 be denied. Now, all those in favor of that motion? That carries. Thank you. Against, sorry, I should ask for against so we can see the cards. Thank you very much, councillors. So moving on to a buyer purchasing agent. The position, there's a request for one buyer purchasing agent to support Ms. Cruson in the work that she's doing for the organization. And I believe that request is coming through. Mr. Deneau, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, I'll handle this one. I think Kim is available to answer any specific questions if they do come forward, and to continue with the discussion about North Simcoe possibilities of cost sharing. This is one area that I think there is the potential for some potential cost savings, and the reason I say that, and Kim is certainly the expert in this, is as we expend you know, we're all buying very similar things across North Simcoe, and if we can expand our buying power, then you can potentially, you know, decrease your costs. And that's certainly something that's not lost on the CAOs, and it is something that we're going to examine. The procurement area, if there's one area that is certainly requires some tension, and by tension I mean there needs to be rigorous processes in place to ensure transparency, it is the procurement area. Now, with that comes time. And when you're trying to get to a market that is very volatile, you know, taking that time, you can miss on opportunities of getting there and getting either the supply that's available or getting the best cost. So that is really why we've brought forward this request, because Kim, as you know, is extremely good at her job, but she's very limited on the time that she can do it. She does a tremendous and a fabulous job at getting us stuff when most people can't get it. But it is very challenging, certainly in this environment. We'd like to have somebody there to assist her so we can get to market quicker. We can get better prices. We can get supply that is limited. And if possible, have that discussion with North Simcoe to see if we can actually save some of the costs for them, but also our own costs by hopefully buying things at a lower cost rate because our volumes are higher. So that is really what we're looking for there again. And again, for us, it's about building sustainability in that area, hopefully lowering our costs and increasing our efficiency, as we said. But again, we do understand the pressure on the budget. So again, we will certainly manage within whatever council direction gives us. I don't know if Kim is there. Kim, you wanted to add anything to what I said? Through you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Deneau. I think you have covered everything in detail. This market is very volatile. We do potentially have the opportunity to achieve several cost savings and create efficiencies. Unfortunately, with the pandemic, time is very, very limited. Doing several things off the side of my desk, but we do have some big projects to implement across the organization, which would definitely achieve cost savings, not only of staff time, but of product management and service level prices as we go across the board. Moving forward, this isn't going to be a one-time cost savings with the pandemic and the disruption it's caused in the supply chain. The supply chain is likely going to be a 3 to 5 year before it rebounds. So we are going to be in scramble mode, for lack of better terms, for the next 3 to 5 years, trying to get things within our budget. So especially things like engineering projects, constructions projects, if we can get those out on the market before our competitors do, we have the ability to save 5 to 10% specifically just on those projects. But once there is a delay, even if it's a few days and the market is flooded with that type of tendering, we lose that ability to achieve cost and come in under budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Krusen. I see Councillor Gordon's card. I'm going to open it up to the floor, so I'll acknowledge Councillor Gordon. And anybody else wish to speak to this?
Great, thanks, Kim, for that update. I certainly recognize the hard work involved in the procurement department. Again, in my professional life, we decentralize procurement and put that onus on our cost center owners, and it is a lot of work. So I know how hard it is to be a department of one and manage procurement like that. Only, it's an economy of scale for you. For the same rationale that I've been arguing against these other increases, I'm going to put a request or a motion that we defer this position this year. I know we're putting more weight on your shoulders, and I apologize for that, but I have faith, because Mr. Deneau has faith in you, that you are going to, hopefully not get crushed under the weight of what we're asking you to do, but you can pull it off for 2022. And I promise you, just as I did with Chief Ryan last year, and as I've given a commitment to HR this year, that if I'm around next year, I won't forget the fact that I've asked you to take one for the team and work a little harder this year. And we'll revisit this position next year, because as we grow, keeping a single person procurement doesn't seem sustainable to me. But I believe in you this year, and I hope you believe in yourself. And if the rest of council concurs, we'll just forego this extra expense this year, and I will commit to this, and you can hold me to it, that I think this is a good idea and something we needed to talk about in our next budget if I'm here. And hopefully if I'm not, or I mean not, if I'm not, then hopefully my people that are sitting at the table take into account what we've talked about this year and the tough decisions we're asking our staff to make to help us control this budget. Thank you. I need a seconder if this is going to go anywhere.
You're putting a motion on the floor. Thank you, Mayor. Sorry, Councillor Prost to a second. And so the motion is that the buyer purchasing agent in position in the amount of $72,692 be denied. That's the motion on the floor, as moved by Councillor Gordon, second by Councillor Prost. I see Councillor Cunningham had her hand up. Councillor Cunningham.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I wonder when Ms. Cruzen has expressed 5 to 10% savings on some of these larger projects, it might be valuable for us to hear an approximate dollar amount for that. So that's my first question.
Through Your Worship, to Councillor Cunningham, it's going to depend on what is approved for capital projects, these type of projects through, and it's going to vary what we are getting. Unfortunately, with this market, 2021 was very, very challenging for us, not only to manage COVID and ensure we had the supplies to keep our staff safe and our community safe, as we really struggled with getting bids because there is such a shortage of staff in construction and various other industries. So number one, obtaining bids was very challenging. We saw a significant decrease in that, as well as when we did receive bids due to the supply chain, we have seen significant cost increases. And as we get further into construction season and stuff that needs to be done when the weather is better, even with the standard cost increase due to COVID and supply chain issues and staffing shortages, what the bidders do at that point, if we are lucky enough to receive a proposal from them, they are increasing their prices because they are already overloaded with work. So it could vary depending if we have significant projects. We've seen them in the past, and maybe Mr. Campbell can extend on this. If we went back and looked at some of our older procurements, since I have been with the town, I would say it's easy for us to achieve maybe a couple $100,000 in cost savings, not only through procurements, but we also have a vendor management inventory system we would like to implement at operations. That will save approximately 600 hours of staff time at operations and give us a bulk buying discount, as well as reduce wear and tear on our vehicles, staff time running out, reduce the number of invoices. So there is also a few other things we want to do to reduce costs. Unfortunately, my time is limited right now, especially with COVID, just to get the projects we do have out and through the day-to-day stuff. So with bringing somebody on board, their wage would quickly be recouped and it wouldn't be a deficit to the town.
I think that's important for us to be aware of, because in good conscience, saving on one line item while inflating another is my concern over this. While I wholeheartedly agree with Councillor Gordon's approach to savings, this looks up front like a savings, but when we actually dig in, I think that we would actually be costing the taxpayer more should we deny this. My second question, though, was, I know AMO through LAS provides some services to municipalities on a contract basis. Is that something that's useful? It's not sounding that way just because of the desire to implement that software and a more holistic approach to it. But that was the other question I had in mind as I was listening.
Ms. Cruzen.
Through Your Worship, to Councillor Cunningham, we do use AMO, LAS, and other various buying groups we are permitted to use. So if we do have the ability and it is beneficial to the town, that is kind of our go-to. For construction projects and that we cannot. For service level stuff and some other, I'm going to say maintenance, repair, day-to-day items, when we can use them, we do, because what that does, it's a cost savings to us because somebody's already done the front end of the procurement. So we just have to finish it up. So we do take advantage of those as much as we can.
Thank you. Councilor May.
Thank you. I know it's being suggested for a full deferment for next year. Is it possible to do a partial deferment like we've done with others where we'll approve the position, but maybe we won't start recruiting till July and August? I know it kind of puts us 6 months behind, but I think falling 6 months behind is better than falling 12 months behind. I see this as a real critical role, especially if we centralize procurement. And especially, as you said, supply chain issues are going to last another 3 to 5 years, which is surprising because all I've been hearing this week is hundreds of trucks driving across the country. I'm not sure why, but sorry. Is that a suggestion that's amenable to the mover and seconder? Thank you.
I see Deputy Mayor Ross in the affirmative. Councillor
I'm fine with the seconder, but it's the mover, I guess, that's the question.
Yeah, that's a compromise. And, you know, I'm a big fan of those, as long as it doesn't involve integrity plays, and this doesn't. So absolutely, that would mean we've approved this position, but we're effectively going to spend half of it if we defer it for half the year. And that gets us a little closer to what I was committing to anyway, revisiting it at the next budget, you know, which I don't have control over, but I would hope that people did. So I would be fine with that, as long as Ms. Cruzen, is this, I mean, is waiting 6 months going to cause you to go off on stress leave and you're going to leave us and then we're euchred with nobody, or is this, are you okay with this? But I want you to have some input as like the 10th counselor in this conversation.
Through your worship to Councillor Gordon, I am fine with that. We've been very creative over the past 2 years with COVID managing the workload. Priorities, honestly, the team that I deal with on a daily basis at Midland is very understanding. When those who have some time can jump in and help, we try our very best. I will continue to do that. If we could even get a partial year out of this, it would be fantastic. It will also help going into the next budget year, because it then gives us the ability that, especially for capital items along the lines of equipment, and that we can get actual more detailed budgetary quotes for when they're bringing it back to council for approval. So when you guys look at the numbers, sometimes they're not overinflated or maybe underinflated, and it will give us the potential to actually build a stronger budget process as well.
Thanks. Worship, do we even need this motion?
I think what I just heard there, Councillor Gordon, is that it would, something's better than nothing. I think I also heard prior to this particular conversation that the peak of purchasing is going to occur within the next 5 months or so. So I'm not sure what impact, if we follow Councillor Cunningham's argument, there's probably more savings to be had here than the actual cost. So you're willing to amend your motion to 50% of the position to implement the position, but not to fill it till 6 months into the year. Is that correct, Councillor?
I could, or, you know, this is I try to play this as a team sport as much as I can with you guys. If the consensus in this room is that this motion is going to be defeated and we're just going to allow it anyway, then I don't need a symbolic defeat. I think between all of us, if they need to hire somebody now, and then 6 months later,
it's about you putting a motion on the floor with an amendment from Councillor Main.
I'd be happy to pull it. If this is gonna go through now anyway, and by deferring it 6 months, is gonna cost the town of Midland money because of missed opportunities, then to me, that's a bad business decision. And I'd be just as content to pull this motion and let this go through.
Okay, so I have Deputy Mayor Ross rather wants to speak to this. Deputy Mayor.
I personally would like to see the motion stay on the floor and compromise for the 6 months. But if the mover pulling it, then I will just go ahead and vote when the time comes.
Okay, so
we'll leave it. Let's leave it as it is then. We'll leave it for the 6 months amended.
Council's this will be the council's decision, but so you're pulling the motion. Okay, so then I will call the question as to what regarding support for the buying position. And I will say this, I think this is a message to the CAOs to move this up to the priority that it deserves when it comes to purchasing across North Simcoe, and get a resolution on this so that we can perhaps even become more efficient. They may want to contribute to the buying side of things as well. Ms. Cruz has done a wonderful job, I will say, in centralizing purchasing. I can remember the service delivery review pointing out that there, for example, was approximately $1.5 million worth of software still sitting in the cellophane on the shelf. And that's a function of uncontrolled distributed purchasing. And so between the efforts of the IT department and Ms. Cruson, we're seeing things pulled together, and where she can see things being distributed back to the divisional heads, so be it. And she's done that. So thank you for your yeoman services in this crazy, crazy time of escalating prices and people not wanting to work because they're afraid of COVID and so on. Ms. Cruson. So with that, I'll put it on the floor.
Your worship, if I may, I just as support of all the comments that were made, I can assure you, whatever direction council gives us, we will continue to work with the other CAOs, again, trying to extend the buying power of North Simcoe and doing that at the lowest cost, and trying to see if maybe we can cover some additional staff for all of us to participate in that process. I think there is potential opportunity there, and it is very high on the list. So we will certainly continue to do that. And the other thing I'd like to say about Kim is a tremendous, not only is she a fabulous procurement person and probably one of the best in her field, she is also a very ardent champion of health and wellness at this town. And she is always very supportive of all of our staff. And I can assure you that, with the help of her 3 dogs, whatever we have to deal with, we'll do that.
Thank you. Councillor Cunningham. Sorry, just before I go to you, Councillor. Madam Clerk, I see the clerk's up on the screen. Madam Clerk.
I was just going to suggest that I do have some wording for an amendment. So if we want to keep the process so that it can be reflected in the minutes, I can read the amending motion, and then that will be included into the main motion. Once you're done your discussion, just let me know.
Thank you.
I can't hear. Thank you. So I was just, if we're keeping that amending motion in, I had a question about 50% being defined as 6 months versus 50% being open to being managed as, is it 6 months or is it a shared expense with perhaps the town of Penetanguishene, so that we're not hamstringing our staff in how do they manage that 50% job. So if that's something that we're open to, that maybe our CAO could then say, okay, I've got 50% of the year, which either means a half-time employee that we share or 6 months. I think that would be great.
Pressure being applied to the CAO discussion. I say, is that subtle? Oh, never mind. It's okay. Thank you, Councillor. Where are we? I know there. So, Madam Clerk, you had a suggestion.
Yes, the original amending motion was moved by Councillor Gordon and seconded by Councillor Prost. And it will read, reduce the buyer purchasing agent service level change request by $35,000, representing deferring the hiring of the position for 6 months.
I believe that motion was pulled by the mover.
No, sorry, I said that I was content to let it stay, and then because Deputy Ross wanted to have the vote on it. So I'm content with the amendment. And of course, if the amendment fails, then we're voting on the main motion, which is to do it now.
Makes sense. Thank you. So since we are back to the amending motion, I'll call the question. All those in favor of the amending motion? 1, 2, 3, 4. Against? That fails. So we're back to the main motion.
Yeah.
So the main motion is that no change with respect to approval. So it would approve the buyer purchasing agent position at $72,692,000 with a $400,000 saving in the first year. Just kidding. I was hoping for a reaction from Ms. Cruson, but her screen's frozen. Deputy Mayor, I'm going to call for a bio break.
Perfect. That's great. After, we'll have the vote. Are we going to, this is the vote to put the position in?
Yes.
Okay.
So all those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5. Against, please. 1. That makes 6. What did I miss here? Okay, it's approved. So I'm going to call a 10-minute bio break, and we'll be back here at 11, 6, 2 minutes to say, make it noon. We'll be back here at noon. Thank you. Meeting. Welcome back, everybody, to this special meeting in progress. It's dealing with the 2022 municipal budget for the town of Midland. We are in the midst of looking at what are called service level change requests. These are additions to services already provided, additions to the budget. I'm going to proceed. I understand that there are still some issues with Councillor McGinn. Her link, if she needs to find an alternate, better signal strength, I guess, or for her connection, then please do so. I would. So any external distractions, this applies to everybody. Please refrain unless it's an emergency. I think deserves our full attention, and so there we have it. So we are at Discontinue Floaty Fest on this particular service level change. So the motion would be to discontinue Floaty Fest. And I see Mr. Campbell. Do you wish to speak to that, or?
Your worship, it's just on page 209, and Karen Mealing is here to assist with any questions.
Thank you. So council, any commentary around this particular element? Councilor Gordon.
Well, I know this was an event very near and dear to Councilor Olszewski's heart. He actually has one under his belt, I think. He pulled one off. And I'm pretty sure I put the motion up that he seconded, and we got support to get this formalized in our budget to run the events. And then the plague hits us. And then insurance goes bananas. And this is an unfortunate collateral damage to the world, the way it is right now, the Floaty Fest. And I'd love to see it come back at some point, but clearly this is not likely to be the year. And it is, to my mind, it's not even just about the money. It's just not a reality based on the way things are going right now. So sad to see it go, but hope to see it back again, because those kind of events in Little Lake Park, on the water, in the water, there's clearly a demand for them. And we don't provide a whole lot of recreational style services like that or events. We provide some, clearly, some big ones, but something like that was unique, and I'd like to see it back again, but I'm not going to argue to try and reverse the recommendation on this.
Thank you, Councillor. Any other comments from council? I think actually had 2 or maybe even 3 Floaty Fests under his belt. A lot of work went into that, and the liabilities and so on just seem to be, and of course COVID, which I hope the experts are right, and we're seeing the tail end, the back end of that, but still. So I guess the motion then would be that the Floaty Fest be discontinued as per the recommendation of the service level change review. I will put the question to council then. All those in favor? Deputy Mayor keeps confusing me. He puts his yellow card up. The yellow is caution. Yeah, there we go. 2 cards. Thank you. That seems to be unanimous. Unfortunately, I would just like to walk down there and see it, and I never did get down there to see it. I would have loved to have done that, and who knows, in the future we may be able to do that. Oh, we're then on to fire suppression staff. There's a request for one complement. Impact to tax is $26,241. Comments or commentary from council? You seem to be the sole inhabitant of the floor, Councillor Gordon.
All right, well, I'm just letting people know I'm true to my word. Last year, we debated the request for 2 additional fire suppression staff. The need was as clear then as it is now, that in the absence, and the chief could speak to this better, but I read his comprehensive report, we are paying in overtime by not hiring these staff. Clearly, the full cost of a firefighter is not 26 grand a year. So there's other funding involved in this. And this is going to save us not only our expenses on overtime, but also the mental health and general fatigue of the duty staff, that whether the bell rings and the sirens go off or not, they are on duty waiting for the next call. So whether we send them to only fires or to defibrillator calls and medical assist, they're on duty anyway. All we're doing is making them hit pause on Netflix more often, or maybe leaving the chili in the simmer pot a bit longer. So we're working them, we're paying them, and the ask that we split in half last year, committed to revisiting this year to give him his other half of his request. I'm supporting that as a result, because I committed to doing so, and it just makes sense in my mind.
Thank you. Before I go to other councillors, Chief Ryan, do you want to speak to this?
Again, I mean, certainly, I think council will remember, and even from the other day when I got out my my little perch and did my spiel, certainly, Councillor Gordon is correct. There is the mental impact and that on our staff trying to fill these shifts. This would now bring us up, if it's approved by council, to a full-time equivalent of 15. That is still one less than our 2014 staffing levels in the department. But it gets us closer to where we are. This would allow us to have 3 on a shift on each platoon, which allows us that flexibility if somebody's sick or vacation, or we want to do some career development. We're hearing that in other positions about, talent and recruitment and things like that. With our current roster, it's tough to get people into those courses and that, because we don't have that flexibility with the staff. As an example, in the last quarter of 2021, we had 291 hours in the last quarter that had to be filled by overtime because of some leaves. Already in 2022, we've had some self-isolations that needed to occur. We were lucky because 2 of them affected platoons that had 3, and 1 affected the platoon that had only 2 on it. So, there's already 4 shifts there. So we still see those pressures and those impacts. And that then brings us up to that complement of 12 in suppression, 3 on a shift, and it gives us that flexibility. But when you talk about the mental anguish of the firefighters and that, you have to take into consideration when we talk about the overall structure of the municipality. There's a mental anguish on myself trying to balance and play, and it's really like a checkers chess game, the moving parts of that. And the deputy chief's on here, and he's the newest employee. So if you don't believe the words from me, he'll tell you one of his first jobs here was to find firefighters to work 25 shifts for somebody who had to have surgery. So within like 2 weeks, his task was going out to look for those shifts. So there's a tremendous impact. If we had had that extra body, then it would have balanced and we would have had that person to slide into that rotation. So we're just asking council to give us that. The overtime savings will be there because we're not filling those shifts with as much overtime. I could go on for hours, but I think that sums it up, I hope, for council.
Thank you, Chief. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. And you want to talk about mental anguish when we pass a budget that is high in percentage over last year. We get the calls and get the mental anguish ourselves. So we need to do everything we can to make sure. Now, I still believe, I don't know how we fix it, and I know we can't, but it's unfortunate that when we're in this situation where you need to fill the 25 shifts, that we can't ask a volunteer to come in and fill. There's probably lots of people that would love the experience, and they are qualified. They can go to fight a fire. They should be able to come and fill a shift in my head, but it's unfortunate that the unions won't allow. I always thought the first, you know, was the safety of our community, but when push comes to shove, we can't work together, unfortunately. But I would like to put this off. We're all under hardship. I get that, the mental health and the rest of it, but we have to start, you know, save some money. So I would like to propose that we put this off till 2023.
Is that a motion you'd like to put on the floor? Thanks, Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor, you wish to put a motion on the floor?
Oh, the chief had a comment.
So I understand the pressures, trust me. I mean, I'm a taxpayer in a municipality as well, and I understand, but there are obligations we have under our collective agreement. And we can only keep going to the well so many times and asking for overtime. And eventually, if we can't fill those shifts, then we're going to be in contravention of our collective agreement. And then that opens us up to a whole different realm of issues. I understand your position, Deputy Mayor, and I'm not saying by any means that our association is not willing to sit down and work with us in future negotiations to come up with something that works both for the municipality. They're not anti-municipality pro them. They see the pressures as well. They're taxpayers as well. But my concern is if we keep going to the well with overtime and some of the new COVID restrictions now and family self-isolation and things like that, we're going to get to the point where we just burn them out and we can't fill those requirements under the collective agreement, which is a legal binding document that opens the municipality up to other issues. So I'll just end it on that and we'll go from there.
Thank you, Chief.
There's no motion. If somebody else wants to,
you want to put a motion?
Not at this point. If somebody else wants to echo my sentiment, then I'll be sure to. But I think I'm by myself on this one. So I appreciate the chief, and I'm not here anti-fire or anti anything. I just, you know, when my job is to try to save as much money as we can for our community, and I appreciate what you're saying, and thank you very much for all your hard work and
certainly, yeah. I mean,
appreciate it. I know we've had this conversation many times.
We have these conversations, and don't take it. We understand that council isn't anti-fire or any department. We understand the predicament, you guys. I mean, I've been doing this for 30 some years. There's only so much pieces of the pie that can go around. But my job, obviously, is to tell you we have an issue, you know, and you guys have those tough decisions.
You guys take this mutual collaboration piece offline. This is not a conversation. This is supposed to be emotions and so on. Welcome back, Councillor, again. I
was here, but it took a while to be promoted to panelist.
I guess they had some difficulty doing that. I know Miss Monsieur was trying to do that. So I would say this. So you're not putting a motion on the floor. I have a couple. Is there any other commentary for the chief? Read this item. I just have a few questions. And is it such, Chief, that the collective agreement does not allow for the bringing in of a full-time contract to augment your staffing? Is there that little flexibility in that collective agreement?
The way I would read it would be that the individual would have to be a member of the Midland Professional Firefighters under the collective in order to be there. So that would require that position to be a full-time position, not a contract.
So the collective agreement basically prescribes that.
Correct.
Thank you. So there's inflexibility in the collective agreement to allow the town to manage its situation. Thank you. So what about, I understand that these folks, some of them may in fact be off on short-term disability or long-term disability. And that's what's causing some of the problems with your overtime. Is that correct?
So certainly in the past, there's nobody off currently right now related to a short-term leave, but we have had some members who have been off for short-term for surgery and things like that. Yes, that certainly has an impact on a shift that only has, say, 2 on it. And then certainly if that person goes off, then those shifts need to be covered solely by overtime.
Right. I guess the last point question I would have is Will we not be more prudent to await the outcome of the fire master plan and the final recommendations out of the county master plan for fire, or not master plan, I beg your pardon, service delivery?
So my recommendation to council would be no. We've waited and waited and waited to get to the 12 in suppression since 2016. There was going to be a North Simcoe review that we petitioned the county through the warden of the day for money. That didn't happen. And then there was a provincial announcement and that didn't happen. I think we have to get to 12 now in order to reduce our liability if we can't fill those shifts and the human toll it takes on our firefighters. I think the master plan then will guide you. If the master plan and fire service and negotiations in the province are looking at staffing issues down the road, that will allow council time with the right allotment now to deal with your issues today, how to solve future growth and future that I wouldn't suggest waiting for the master fire plan. I think that just doesn't do anything for us right now. I think the master plan, after, if this position is approved, that's our base going forward. The master plan then will speak to what can happen and a layout of how we can possibly get there if that's what council chooses to do. And I think that's the opportunity then to do that. I don't believe that the county review is going to say that there should be a blending or amalgamation. It's just going to tell us we need to look at doing more together and things like that. We traditionally tried to do procurement and things like that in the North Simcoe level to reduce those costs. But these are like, that's position that if you approve in this budget is an immediate impact on saving overtime and the toll it takes on the firefighters.
I appreciate that. And the value here is $26,241. I'm assuming that the assumption behind that number is that the rest of the salary is
saved through overtime.
Through overtime savings.
Correct.
And what is the cost of a full-time firefighter at top of their scale?
The top of the scale in a first-class firefighter, I think it's say around 100,000 plus benefits. This would be a fourth-class firefighter coming in at around the 70,000, and it would take 4 years for it to become to that top end of the scale.
So, okay, so in 4 years, that the number I'm seeing here would actually be 56,000 then.
Roughly, yes.
Okay, thank you. So the motion would read, well, it reads that we would accept the proposition of bringing on a full-time fire suppression staff, $26,241 added to the levy. So I'll put that question to the floor. All those in the who agree with the position being approved. That carries. Any against? Thank you, Chief. Congratulations. You now have an extra person on your platoon, and looking forward to further dialogue on the master plan. Congratulations.
Thank
you.
Everybody. Take care.
So that's Madam Clerk, for your records is fire suppression staff 1 at $26,241 is approved. We now go to Sustainable Capital Reserve 5-year plan. Sorry, I beg your pardon. That's not true. I'm way ahead of myself. I'm going to the next item would be operations convert FT contracts to full-time permanent. I think the order here is wrong. I think we should deal with the single winter maintenance shift reduction, which is a reduction of $225,000. Would Mr. Campbell or somebody wish to speak to this before we get into it? Mr. Campbell?
Your worship, you skipped over the Cultural Alliance student.
There's nothing there.
There's no money, but it's still a student. So, but I guess if it's not for debate, we'll move on.
It doesn't look like it impacts the budget. So, Madam Clerk, I mean, we can discuss it, but I don't see it impacting the budget. Am I incorrect on that? So for a matter of process, it's on the list. I take your point. So we'll go back to the Cultural Alliance students. There's no monetary element to this. Is there any objection? And I'll ask for to the allocation of a student to the Cultural Alliance. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. Through you, there's no line, like there's no cost to it. There's no tax. There's no tax impact to hiring this Cultural Alliance student, or maybe someone could update us, because on my sheet, or unless I have the wrong information, that it just comes up as blank.
That's correct. I don't see a dollar amount. I see Councillor Cunningham. Perhaps you can provide some clarity.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. This line item would actually be paid for out of the Cultural Alliance budget, but because the student needs to be applied for through the Town of Midland, we don't have the ability through Cultural Alliance to do that. It's a committee and it's a shared committee, but one municipality needs to take that responsibility and house that student. So the expenses would be paid for through the Cultural Alliance budget, but we want to have it apparent that that is something that is being applied for and happening.
So to follow up, if I could, Your Worship, so there's no tax input to the Town of Midland. I really don't, if the Cultural Alliance, we've already passed their budget. If there's not a problem, then I don't see a reason why we wouldn't support it. So thank you, Councillor Cunningham, for the update.
Councillor Gordon.
Thanks. I mean, in reality, there's always some expense with bringing another person on. There's supervisory roles, and we're doing the kind of accounting we've now done, or that we do. Technically, there's expense in it. However, you got to look at this holistically, that here's youth in our community, probably from our community. I don't know if we can wrap a stipulation around that. They're learning something new. It's skills that are, they're going to carry with them the rest of their lives. We benefit from their toils. And with any luck, we can attract and keep them, and maybe, elevate them into a paid position, with the municipality in some capacity, or they move on and, carry on with their lives. So giving kids a break and a start, I think that's our duty, really, as municipal employers. And I wholeheartedly support them, especially when they don't directly impact the tax rate, as this one appears to not.
Thank you. Any other commentary? No, I'll call the question. I don't see any. So sorry, Councillor Sesquicentennial. Oh, you're voting. Let me just put it on the floor then. So, Council, you would, in this instance, be approving a Cultural Alliance student, no cost to the municipality, and so we'll put that on the floor for a vote. That carries unanimously. So, Mr. Campbell, you have the student. Madam Clerk, would you let the record show that the Cultural Alliance students was approved by unanimous vote?
Yes, Your Worship, I just wanted to mention I was just booted out of Zoom for about 5 minutes, so I just came back on as well. I'm not sure what's happening.
Join the club.
We're being zoomed, bombed.
Yeah, that's the first time that's ever happened, but I'm back. Thanks.
So next item then would be to approve a reduction of a single winter maintenance shift. It would be a savings of $225,000. So I'll put that on the floor as the motion, or as embodied in the original motion. So would anybody else like to speak this besides Councillor Gordon? Councillor Main, and I see Councillor McGinn as well. Thank you. Councillor Main.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate the staff's suggestion and the little write-up or whatever. On paper, and theoretically, that this may work and this may return in some savings. Can we talk about, worst case scenario, equipment issues or whatever? Like, I kind of like what we have going on right now, and so I don't really kind of mess with success, mess with what's working, but perhaps the staff feel strongly justified to move in this direction. I'd very much like to hear some further justification on this one. Thank you.
Through your worship to Councillor Main. This municipality has 2 shifts of winter maintenance. Most municipalities have a single shift. So we start our 1 shift at midnight and it goes to 8:30 in the morning. Then we have a second shift that right now is coming in because of COVID at 9 o'clock and going to 5:30. And we don't have any staff scheduled on the weekends. So if a weekday snow event, we have good coverage except for the afternoon shift. And an afternoon shift is either the day shift stays late or the night shift comes in early if we have, a snowfall between 6 o'clock and midnight. Weekends is all on overtime. And right now, under our collective agreement, it's time and a half on Saturday and double time on Sunday. Going to a single shift, which is the recommendation, would have a day shift start at 6 o'clock on a normal basis. And if there's a big snow event, you'd call them in early to be able to clear the streets and get their first pass done for the morning rush hour in town. Afternoons, again, would still be on overtime. So that's the way most municipalities run. They basically, because of traffic levels, don't worry about clearing the streets between 11 o'clock at night and 5 or 6 in the morning. We do have a lot of snow here in our municipality. And one of the main things we do on nights is lift snow. Lifting snow means, we have the windrows of snow, the snow piled up at the corners, and we have the big snow blower loading up dump trucks to haul snow away. Other municipalities do that during day. And yes, there are some traffic disruptions and detours as they do that work. But, once the snow event is done, the work do it on day shift and to clear that snow out. We have minimum maintenance standards that we have to meet. Other municipalities meet that with 1 shift. The recommendation from staff is we believe we can get there. It does mean having fewer staff. And that's where the savings come from. We wouldn't have as many staff in the wintertime. And also it would mean, we'd be, blocking some traffic on King Street during the day as we remove the Percy's Peaks to do that sort of thing. So that it is some inconvenience. So we believe, you can meet the minimum maintenance standards because other municipalities in North Simcoe and in Simcoe County and elsewhere, north of Highway 9 run a single shift. So we do have a lot of staff. We do have a very good snow removal program. But council has asked where might we be able to identify a service cut? And yes, this is a service cut. There will be more snow on the street, but it has to still meet that standard put forward by the province. I did mention yesterday or the day before that Supreme Court case, and I sent a copy of that to each of you. We haven't seen all the details yet. Will that impact how we need to change our procedures, record keeping, snow removal? I'm sure it will. What that impact will be, that court ruling came out in the last week. So, it'll take time for other municipalities and ourselves to actually see the wording, see what and talking to our insurance company as to what that might mean. So and then just the reason the mayor switched the order here is if council does not, approves the reduction in snow clearing, then the request to convert part-time to full-time staff is not needed at all. It's an automatic reduction, but if council does not agree with staff and wishes us to continue with our 2 snow shifts, then our recommendation is that we convert some part-time to full-time for efficiency purposes, which we can talk about later.
Councilor McGinn, please.
Thank you for the question I already asked. It clarified a lot of the ones that I was going to ask. One further question would be, the position, I guess, is lead hand, and they, the lead hands have a call-in list. Is that still going to be something that would be maintained in the event that, you know, during the day you find, wow, we have another squall coming in, where they go through the rotation and call people in?
Yeah.
Were you able to hear me?
Your question is, if we go to a single shift, will we have a call-in? Well, most of the individuals will be working Monday to Friday. Some of the individuals will be, we haven't worked out our full schedule. If this happens, we would have people scheduled on Saturday and Sunday shifts as regular time instead of overtime. So the only people to call in would be the weekend staff if you had to call them in for an extra shift. But our collective agreement, requires us to use seniority in our call-ins. But if everybody's at work, there will be nobody else to call in.
Okay, that makes sense. I just wanted clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Gordon now, please.
Thanks. So, I mean, the reality of reducing our costs to run the municipality can be a service level change to the detriment of our community. You don't pay as much, you don't get as much. I don't think the consensus amongst anyone living or paying taxes here is that they're underpaying right now. I think a lot of people feel they're overpaying, and that's been our challenge, and will remain that way, I think, for quite a few years. But the key for me here is, are we able to accept this change this year? Perhaps find out that it's a ill-advised, when more details of this court case and other municipalities start to get sued as a result. Are we able to bring the service levels back? So this is short-lived savings, and hire the people next year if it turns out we have to. So that's kind of part one. And the second part is, are we able to maybe fill in the blanks with the reduction in service that comes with this savings by partnering with Penetanguishene, for example, or maybe even Tiny. If once they've done their roads, if they could send a couple of trucks in to help us out, and we could do the same. If we've got our place tidied up and they're in a bad way, like, could we look at doing any sharing of the works and operations between Tiny, Tay, and Penetanguishene?
Mr. Campbell.
Through your worship, when it comes to shared service, we're using snow plowing and snow removal as an example. Our municipality and other municipalities, we have you got your routes for your trucks divided up to, a truck can do so many kilometers a day plowing snow, and therefore we only have 5 trucks and 5 employees. Every municipality does that. So if each municipality, if our neighbors get the same amount of snow as Midland would get, there is no ability to share, because they're busy doing their work and we're busy doing ours. So on that snow event, which is when everybody wants every plow on the road, there is no sharing opportunity, because we don't have extra trucks and extra staff just sitting in the lunchroom to hit the road. They're all already on the road. So that's a challenge for that. If it came to sharing opportunities once a snow event is done, yes, there may be some opportunities there. We could send our trucks over to help lift snow in another municipality, but that would delay us lifting snow, or vice versa. So it's one of those operations where really you only have as many. We've right-sized all our crews, and we just don't have crew sitting in the sideline that could go help somebody else. Although we do help each other sharing equipment. We rent the vac truck from other municipalities. We rent some of their street sweepers and things like that. But typically we don't get with some of those, we get it with an operator, but other times we just get the piece of equipment and we run it ourselves. So sharing snow plowing, when it's snowing out, everybody's busy. And I forget your second question, sir.
It was about if we decide to make this change this year, and it turns out that, based on the lawsuits and stuff coming from this Supreme Court decision, that it's ill-advised, what are the impacts? Are we looking at basically twice the dough to put this current program back in place because we threw it away this year? The cheaper to keep her, I guess, is what I'm asking.
Through your worship, the good thing is in this change, we're not reducing the amount of equipment we have, because right now we use 2 drivers to drive 1 vehicle on the separate shift, which would make it very hard because in some service levels, you actually downsize your fleet. And now if you want to increase your service, you have to go buy all the capital rolling stock again, which is very difficult, time consuming. If council was to add it back in, it would, it's about hiring staff and training them. Just one other thing I would mention, the dollar number noted here is an annual basis. If council was to take this, the question would be, do they wish to implement this change for the balance of this winter, or wait till next winter to implement, which again affects the comment you just made. Are we really making a change this year or not? And if council chooses to try and say, well, we'll wait till next winter to implement this, we won't get the $300,000 savings this year. But I'm sure with Michael Jeremy, we'll manage that transition in financing.
Jeremy, I think I'm hearing that winter doesn't respect fiscal year for the municipality. Mr. Jeremy?
Yes, Your Worship. Just building on Mr. Campbell's response. So the way we have built this particular service change request, the annualized savings is to be 225,000, and he's correct that we're already into 2022 and it is winter. That being said, the change request was built around trying to realize the annual savings for the 2022 budget, and achieves that through a draw from the tax rate stabilization reserve. Now, the only reason it's doing that is because to annualize it to benefit 2022, we need to have that one-time injection of non-tax funding to make it work. When 2023 comes along, we would not be taking money from the tax rate stabilization reserve. The entire benefit of making this decision would then, I guess, accrue to the tax levy would be the way to say it. So it's made a bit complicated, but in an effort to give the full value of the service change, we've included a draw from the reserve for 2022 only.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy. Before I go back to Councillor Gordon, any questions from the rest of council? Deputy Mayor, and then Councillor Sesquicentennial. We'll come back to you, Councillor Gordon.
Thank you very much. This is a tough one for me. The fiscal responsible Mike Ross wants to say, yes, let's give it a try and see where we go. But I just think with the amount of snow, Midland is almost like a unicorn that I travel all over Simcoe County and Ontario, and there's not many spots I've ever been to that gets more snow than Midland. And for us to cut out a shift and burden our residents with, this one thing, there's a few things that you really can't touch. It's your garbage pickup, your busing for your children, and snow removal. So as much as I really want to vote and say this will be something I'd love to try, I can't bring myself to do it, unfortunately.
Deputy Mayor, Councillor.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. This is a tricky one for me too. It's something that comes up in conversation quite often, is the snow clearing in Midland and the Percy's Peaks and all that stuff. And a lot of it is just, I probably shouldn't even say it, but a lot of it's griping and a lot of it's, just getting the frustrations out. But it's an ongoing conversation. I certainly don't support pushing this off till next year, given our residents Cadillac service for the rest of the year, and then given a new council, this new experimental program would kind of be irresponsible in my opinion. So I support doing it this year. If it's not going to work out, I'd like to be the council that knows that, and might hurt us at election time, but at the same time, I think it's our decision to make. If we think we can save some money doing it, I trust staff. If you think you can do it, I support you wholeheartedly, especially if it's going to save money. So I support going this way, and it's a tricky one for me, but I'll take my lumps if it doesn't work out.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I won't support changing it. As far as I'm concerned, snow plowing is as important as land ambulance, fire, and police. Without snow plowing, you don't have any of the other components, and it's not worth the risk. I say leave it alone. It's working good. I too look at the savings. It would be terrific, but I don't think that's one area that we should mess around with. I say leave it alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Prost, then I have Councillor again. Councillor Prost.
I really want to save money, but I think when it comes to this, having the plows out there and the snow being removed equals a little more safety on our roads, safety for our pedestrians. I can't do this time. I'll have to support keeping them on the road.
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah.
Rethinking, one of the comments made is that, you know, during the day, doing the Percy's Peaks, I just pictured it. I pictured the banks being cut down during the day. I pictured it being done downtown during the day. Can't support that. I can't support for our downtown core having that sort of interruption. And I do like the fact that at night, you know, that sometimes there's operators out there. That is an actual added safety, in my opinion, to know that people are out there. And the timeline, I don't leave at the same time as everybody else. We don't all have the same sorts of jobs. I understand, traffic patterns. I don't understand it, but I understand they exist. So the rationale as presented, but I can't, I really want to save the money. I really do. But I don't think I can't. This is not the one where I can.
Thank you, Councillor. We now have Councillor Gordon.
Okay, so just in response to Councillor Downer's concern, I mean, no one's suggesting here that we're going to stop plowing snow in Midland. That's ridiculous. It just means we're gonna deliver a level of service that we're legally required to deliver in the minimum maintenance standards. So there's no suggestion that we're just going to abandon streets and everyone has to buy a 4x4 instead of tires to get around town. We're just not going to be as timely as we have been, which means saving some money. And I'm looking at the chart here. There's not a lot more things we can do to carve this budget down, and we're certainly not ready to throw the victory parade for reductions. So if we, unless everyone's planning on voting yes for the user fees at the rec center, this is real money. This is real money. We're talking about savings and trying out for a year. There's no capital involved. I mean, it's not a mistake we would make, meaning next year we got to buy all new trucks. I'm hearing that from Mr. Campbell. This is just saving some money this year and trying it out for what's left of the year, no less. Right? Even we're going to draw a bit from reserve. My question to Mr. Campbell is, is doing this a reduction in headcount? Are we losing and parting ways with any staff as a result? And of course, I know it seems silly to say this, but I would like you to articulate it, that with this cut, we will still meet, and you will ensure that we'll meet all of our minimum maintenance regulatory standards. And that's the only benchmark that at the end of the day, the ratepayers should expect us to meet, is what we're required to do. And so that's why in this particular case, I support this reduction in service on a trial basis. I'm fully prepared to revisit it in future years if I have any say.
Through your worship, on the staffing levels, under our collective agreements, we have a 2-week notice period for our part-timers. We have 48 hours notice period, and we have 48 hours for shift change notice. If council was to approve this today, it could be implemented the week after next, and we would be laying off staff, the part-time staff. No full-time staff would be laid off. is my understanding, and Mr. Flannery can correct me on that. As far as minimum maintenance standards, I think, I just have to caution, we do plow up with a higher standard than minimum maintenance standard. So minimum maintenance standards, will just meeting minimum maintenance standards, there will be more snow on the road before we start plowing. So everybody needs to be clear. This is not, it won't look like it looks today. It will look different, but we will be, looking different, still can meet the legal requirement under law. So, there's no, I'm not giving any suggestion here. This is a equal to equal service level. People will see more snow on the road. They will see more snow on the sidewalk. We have 8 hours to plow sidewalks. We'll get there. Some municipalities do get to their 3 days before they get to a residential street. Right now we try and do it within 4 hours, 5 hours or less. Sometimes we clear everything in town here in half a shift. That sort of thing won't happen in this reduction, but the minimum maintenance standards isn't clear it in 4 hours. It's get to the road in 4 hours. Just start snow removal. So anyways, I just want to make sure, that we will meet minimum maintenance standards, but it is a lower standard than what we do today.
Thank you, sir. I don't have anybody else. I don't see any other hands up. So I would just like to say that 2 weeks ago, we had a rather serious snow event. Sorry, 2 weeks ago, we had a serious snow event. And the complaints that came in were people could not get up the street. We've got smaller cars, lower clearance. And with that snow event, there were people who could not move around. We had an incident not long ago where we had an emergency vehicle with the tires weren't quite up to snuff and they couldn't get down our street because it hadn't been plowed. That's a private road, mind you. We're not talking about municipal, but it just emphasized the fact that getting around is going to be more difficult. I think, when I quite unsolicited, my office door is open. And when I'm in here and we're actually open, fully open, I had professional drivers coming in here and saying that this was one of the best cleared municipalities that they encountered, that at that service level, we were getting champagne results, but I don't think I would call it a champagne budget either. So I think that given the complaints that we heard during that snow event and just by observation, given the fact that we have 35 incidents up for litigation, all of them trip and fall or slip and fall. And given that we are bringing on people to manage risk, I think this is ill-advised, and particularly given the court ruling, Supreme Court ruling, that your best isn't necessarily enough. We'd be well advised to maintain the standard that I think that we have now. So I won't support the reduction. I think this is an ill-advised move. There are other places where we can, despite what Councilor Gordon's saying, that we can make changes. So we'll see. So I'm going to call the question since I don't see a motion on the floor. Otherwise, I'll call the main motion, the question of the main motion, which is to reduce single winter maintenance shift in the amount of $225,000 and by inference going to minimum winter maintenance standard. All those in favor of doing that? I see two. All against? That motion fails. So, Mr. Campbell, I'll go back then to the conversion of operation full-time contracts to full-time permanent. That would affect 5 positions and the amount of $24,635 annually. So can you just speak to that before council engages?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. we've just talked about, winter maintenance, and we have a number of part-time, full-time staff, and as we do in the summer. Those staff are filling in second shift in the wintertime, and in the summertime, they're doing additional gardening, additional maintenance, and filling in for vacation that our full-time staff have. Right now, those part-time members are covered under our collective agreement. They do pay OMERS, but they can only work 35 hours before we have to lay them off. So in general, we lay the part-timers off at the end of the winter. We give them 2 weeks off. We hire them back. We hire them till October. We lay them off again for 2 weeks, and we hire them back. So the part-time staff that we have a number that have worked for us for years, both summer and winter. And essentially, we lay them off twice a year, and we don't pay them any benefits, and we don't give them uniforms, but they're essentially full-time staff. This recommendation is to recognize that they really are full-time staff, because we do utilize them 11 months out of the 12 months every year, but we have, I'll say, shortchanged them by not giving them the same benefits as their other brothers in the union have. Basically, it's roughly $5,000 per each position, which is they're providing them with benefits and uniforms. So it's not a lot of money, but the other savings is we have a lot of turnover in these positions. So if twice a year, one, we go through the cost of recruiting, which takes time, both in human resources. We heard some of our pressures in HR earlier today. And we also have to go through layoff processes and paperwork to go through. We've had grievances that have come out of layoffs and rehiring. That takes time, effort to go through. And then if we don't get the same staff back, which in some cases happens, we spend a lot of money retraining them. So if we're only hiring staff for half the year, we wouldn't be here today, but we really do hire a number of part-time staff in the winter. We hire the same amount or more in the summertime. And this isn't all dealing with all of that transition. If we have 10 people in general, winter and summer, where we're hiring part-timers, this is looking at 5, which I think is recognizing, trying to get some stability in that group. And also for the individuals, some of you who may have been contract employees or no contract employees, when you're a contract employee, I'm not saying you don't try as hard, but full-time employee, I personally believe we get better results of long-term because of their dedication, and we can train them, continue their training, keep their training, and hopefully reduce the accidents. And some of the accidents you've seen and commented on lately around King Street are brand new drivers that we've had last year and this year and in previous years. The more senior drivers we have fewer incidents and accidents, but the new guys, as we train them, we do have more challenges as they learn, understandably.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. I see Councillor Gordon, but I'm going to see if anybody else wants to lead off here. Give Councillor Gordon a bit of a break here. Anybody else wants to speak to this? Councillor Gordon.
Thanks. I was just going to comment that our new King Street redesign is the equivalent of trying to operate those sidewalk machines on a pinball table, right, with all the things to bonk into, and we've seen that. So unintended, I'm sure, in the design process, but we'll have to come up with some way to make that a bit safer. Maybe we just need great big rubber bumpers on the back of those sidewalk machines.
That would look like a pinball machine.
Big springs or something. Anyway, back to seriousness. These people have been working for us they're like FTEs. We're employing them 11 months a year. There's a lot of time and effort in training them and, of course, retaining them. And the best employee, the best effort is to retain your current people, not have to keep going to market and find new ones. So I'm going to break from my normal form this budget cycle and say that I don't have a problem with effectively doing the right thing here, which is, wanding these part-time positions into full-time positions. I guess my only question is, because you brought up the collective agreement caveats, I imagine it's not a direct entry for the people that are associated with those positions. This is going to have to be advertised internally first for the union folks to maybe want to laterally move or whatever. I assume that this is not, for those people, it's not instantly getting wanted into a full-time gig. They're going to have to compete for it like anybody else.
Through your worship, yes, we'll have to follow the collective agreement and hiring, but the part-timers do gain some seniority rights, so they do have some advantage. But again, we'll follow the collective agreement and our hiring practices so that we are in full compliance.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. I would suggest that despite that, the continuity, cost to train, cost, property damage cost, presumably, because you've got somebody running a rather significant piece of equipment around a curve corner and somebody's lawn suddenly ends up on the yellow line, those sorts of things will. And I think the big thing too is just the attrition of losing people to neighboring communities because there's more certainty for them. So and frankly, having been on management board of cabinet contracts for a period of time with the provincial civil service or public service, I can appreciate what that does to people, that where they don't have certainty in their lives. And they've been doing this for so long. I'm glad to hear that they are able to pay into OMERS. So I think that the wisest thing here is, and the right thing is to make the conversion for the little cost that is there. Councillor Cunningham, you have your hand up, please.
Yes, thank you. I'm not speaking against this, nor was I speaking for the previous one. But it has certainly, being out in Ward 3, I am far likely to get complaints from people of getting too much winter maintenance service and too much sanding. So I think that needs to be mentioned, that we have definitely a Cadillac level of service, and without removing a shift, is there some flexibility in, I know it has been brought up about having an operations manual of standardizing operations procedures around types of roads and what level we perform maintenance on them. And I'm just wondering if there's an in-between removing a full shift and keeping exactly as it were, and whether that has any impact on the number of full-time employees we do need, were we to look at that.
Through your worship, Councillor Cunningham, I don't think I can speak off the fly on that, but if, and again, if given council's previous decision, if council wishes us to do that analysis over the summertime or in the springtime and bring a report to council, we can certainly do that with that consideration, but I can't on the fly here for today put a different staffing recommendation forward.
I think it's an important question, and I don't want to say, boom, yes, try to figure that out today. I just wondered if that was something that could be considered as something that I think our council could be aware of, that we do get complaints that our service is too good when it comes to winter maintenance, and that that I'm not sure what stage that manual is at. I know there's a constituent in Ward 3 who tends to follow up with me every 6 months or so to say, is it done yet? And certainly questions have come up around that. Are we training people at a specific level of service? So yeah, that would be something that I will maybe bring back to a future meeting as a motion to pursue and see if council has an appetite to have staff do that type of report.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other comments before I call the question and declare lunch break? Seeing none, then the motion is to, where are we here, is to convert in the operations area, convert full-time contracts to full-time permanent. The number of people involved or positions involved is 5. And the monetary amount is $24,635. All those in favor of converting those positions to full-time, please put your card up. Thank you. Those against? A little slow on the card. Thanks. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We're at 1 o'clock. I see a lot of straining of necks, and so maybe we should get an ergonomics person in to have a look at some of the chairs people are sitting in. I wouldn't mind that for myself at home, but anyway, yeah, and the neck, yeah. So thank you, Council. Let's take a break and reconvene here at 1:30 and see if we can't get through this entire agenda today. In fact, I would propose we stay and actually get it done, if at all possible. So see you back here at 1:30 for thank you, Madam Clerk. Welcome back, Council. We'll reconvene the special meeting of Council to consider Midland's 2022 budget. And I believe our next item on the agenda is the Sustainable Capital Reserve 5-year plan in the amount of, $180,000. Mr. Jeremy, do you wish to speak to this? Sorry, Councilor Gordon, you have a question?
Just before we get into this, I was wondering, where does the 0.75% levy conversation about affordable housing, where's that on this?
Also, that's on Council and Committee request, which is the next major subject.
Very good. Okay, I just thought it might have been on this one. Very good, thank you.
Mr. Jeremy, with respect to the Sustainable Capital Reserve 5-year plan.
Certainly, Your Worship, give an overview on this one. So a number of options were laid out on page 38 to 40 of the budget document, but this is a service level request that you would find on page 237 of the budget document. This request is really about catching up on the reserve contribution plan that was implemented in 2019 to fund the town's tax-supported replacement, renewal, and rehabilitation needs. The 10-year capital plan identifies more than $160 million in capital needs, obviously, over the next 10 years. A lot of that is growth related and will be funded from DCs, but a significant portion of it is relation to replacement, renewal, and rehab of existing infrastructure. In fact, the proposed 2022 capital budget alone has a total of approximately $39 million of infrastructure needs. So that's kind of identifying what the need is, what we're looking ahead to in terms of our capital spending on infrastructure. The way we pay for that, we really have three things that we can look at. We can use our reserves, which is paying out of pocket. We can incur debt, which is borrowing, or we can get grants, which is finding somebody else to pay for it. With respect to debt, we do have capacity, but we do need to use caution to avoid over-leveraging the town. There are risks associated with issuing debt. Too much tied to growth, for example, exposes us to the risk that if growth slows down and we may not have the DCs coming in order to service that debt. So it would fall to our rates and taxes on at least a temporary basis to ensure that we continue to make those payments. We also have the risk of interest rates increasing. We have achieved historically low rates on projects like King Street, but that won't always be the case. As we've noted in the town's budget, the town does lack the internal financial resources to just fund everything out of pocket, and as a result, we have had to turn to debt financing for a number of our significant infrastructure projects. Grants, that's the other lever we can pull. We have had a lot of recent success on several grant applications, and you will have seen that through the amendments that you're seeing in the staff report. And in fact, we've recently heard that we get a near benefit from a near doubling of our OCIF grant. Absolutely will help us with our replacement and renewal and rehab needs. However, grants can be an unreliable source of funding. That leaves us with reserves. which is paying out of pocket. The town's primary source of funding is for replacement and renewal and rehab is the tax capital reserves that we're looking at here today, which is regarding the acceleration of our reserve contributions. The 1% sustainable capital levy, as noted, is introduced back in 2019. However, we haven't been able to keep pace with that plan, and that has resulted in a nearly $450,000 deficiency in our annual reserve contribution relative to that plan. If we don't take actions to increase our reserve contributions, such as ramping up our reserve contribution, directing proceeds from the sale of disposition of unproductive assets, if we don't do that, we're going to find ourselves in a very difficult situation when it comes to how are we going to pay for the capital infrastructure needs that, make no mistake, are coming. You can defer work in the short term. However, that doesn't mean that the problem goes away, and it actually potentially makes it worse or more expensive down the line. You can look at doing things like removing non-essential additions from the capital plan. But again, that doesn't really represent a significant portion of the overall capital plan. And the last point I'll make is that reserves are really an important method or an important source for the town to manage its risk. It's not just about the unexpected bad things like broken pipes, leaky roofs, and broken machinery. It also puts the town in a position to be able to take advantage of opportunities, such as leveraging those funds to access larger grants for strategic projects, and potentially even fund incentive programs for things that council may wish to do, such as having a source to fund DC discounts and exemptions. So that's an overview of what we're talking about here. Again, the acceleration that we're looking at here is intended to bring us back up to where we would have been over a 5-year period through an additional $180,000 on the tax levy for the next 5 years before going back to the standard 1% levy that we're looking at here. Just as one thing you're going to see coming up in the conversation today, we have another $250,000 that we're looking at on a tender that just came in today, over and above what the initial plan was. Again, that's just an indicator of where pricing is going. So that's the service level change. If anyone has any questions.
Jeremy, questions or comments from council with respect to the service level change? Really? Councillor Prost.
I just want to say that's a lot of money to put in reserves, but I know that we have to. If we had been doing that all along for years, we probably wouldn't be in the trouble that we're in today. So I do support that.
Thanks. I really echo Councillor Prost's observations. These are necessary evils, and one of the reasons we find ourselves, flatlining in our reserves is because we've failed to stash that money away. Is this the year that I want to, start making up for all the lost years in any large capacity? No, I think given this is something where we need to take a little bit slower and steady approach. However, I'm not an economist, clearly, and I have to rely on the judgment that Mr. Jeremy is suggesting that this is the number that we should start squirreling away for the capital reserves. And I'm not going to try and tinker with that specific one here. So I'm content that we need to start doing this, and we need to keep doing this, and hopefully other councils don't take vacations from it, because it's going to hurt us in the long run. So as painful as it is, I support this.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions with respect to this item? Councillor Cunningham.
Also not an economist, and just curious for some deeper understanding. So on page 238, it talks about putting the 1% back. It mentions 3.9 million in net proceeds on disposition of various excess lands will be directed to the capital reserves in 2022. It just feels like with 3.9 million on the one hand and the 180,000 on the other, not a drop in the bucket by any stretch of the imagination, but why, if we have that sale of excess lands of such a high number, do we have to increase this sustainable capital levy?
So in some respects, sorry, Councillor Cunningham, through your worship, in some respects, it goes back to what Councillor Prost had mentioned, that if this type of a plan had been initiated years ago, you wouldn't be in a position where you need to put more in now, because you would have built up that war chest over the years. But we are where we find ourselves. The capital plan is what it currently is. So when we talk about the $3.9 million of proceeds on disposition and how that relates to the chart, if we were to take the 3.9 out, you essentially shift that curve down by $3.9 million because it's no longer available. Why are we looking at both? We're looking at both because, as you would see on the charts on page, I think it's 39 and 40 of the binder, where you're looking at option 2 versus option 3, you can see where the curve goes if we have the $180,000 added in versus if we do not. It takes considerably longer to get us back up to where we would like to be relative to our initial plan and relative to our intention to have our minimum balances in our reserves. So really what I'm getting down to here is, to get us back on track, you need both. And if we don't have both, it will take a lot longer to get there.
Just to follow up with that, when we do dispose of Midland Bay Landing, are we able, and again, not sure about how reserves work, but are we able to direct that resulting money to whatever reserves and whatever location we want, or are there restrictions on how that is used?
Councillor Cunningham, through your worship, upon the disposal of Midland Bay Landing, that is potentially a game changer for your reserve contributions. And within the service level change request, it was suggested that when Midland Bay Landing is completed, whatever that outcome may be, it could be a very highly disruptive to the proposed plan. And I would suggest that at that stage, you really take the opportunity to reevaluate what your reserve contribution plans need to be. And it will all come down to what is the outcome of that Midland Bay Landing initiative. So it could make a significant difference to what you put in. And my apologies, I missed one piece of it, which was, do you get to decide where it goes? Yes, council does get to decide where they want to attribute those proceeds.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy. I understand that the CAO wishes to speak, but he too is having video issues. Good to know.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me, Your Worship? Yeah, I'll restart my Zoom video. I think Councillor Olszewski may have had some video challenges as well, but I'll do that and restart the video. But I did want to make the comment in response to some of the questions. And if you look at page 39 and page 40 of the budget document, there's some graph illustrations which really show the difference between if we call this 180,000 the accelerator for sustainable capital levy. It's really what happens to our reserve balance if you look at scenario 3. Scenario 2 is without that accelerator and is with the 1% capital sustainable capital levy that is in the base budget plus asset disposition. Scenario 1 is doing the status quo where we didn't have those sustainable cap levy introductions. So there are kind of 3 levels of contribution that we can make here. What the 180,000 that you're considering now is kind of going to the maximum. So it's again what we call the accelerator to try and catch up with where we've been on sustainable cap levy. But certainly there is a contribution being made in the base budget to the capital levy. And as Councillor Cunningham pointed out, Midland Bay Landing, as example, could be another accelerator to our sustainable reserves. Any surpluses that we, intend to bring forward as we manage the budget could be another method where we can reinforce our reserves. But the point that I think we've made through, transparency and a 10-year capital plan is there are reserves needs for the town, and we need to anticipate those. So at some level, we certainly recommend reinforcing those reserves. To what degree you do that is really up to council, and I hope that provides some clarity.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn. I have Deputy Mayor Ross.
Thank you, Your Worship. I had my questions answered. Thank you. Councillor Cunningham actually asked a similar question where I was interested in.
Thank you. Councillor Gordon.
Thanks. So it sounds like we're all in agreement that we got to put some money away for the rainy day, which is, you can see the clouds on the horizon. The question is, which one of these options and how much do we do? And if I may, perhaps we could defer deciding this until we see what the tax rate impact is of the remaining things we're about to discuss, and then come back and set a number to this, rather than picking one now and then, maybe we regret that we didn't choose a different figure after we've seen what our net impact is after we finished the rest of our deliberations. Would that be an unreasonable ask?
I don't think it's unreasonable, but I think we need to understand that we are already committing $240,000 in the base budget to rebuilding of the reserves. Last year, and the year prior, this council reduced the contribution to reserves by half. And so the fact that we're being asked to do a catch-up starting this year is, to me, a bit of a stretch, given that we're also about to enter into an agreement, we hope, with Midland Bay Landing. So I just want to throw that out there, and that we do have that base load of $240,000. I understand, and we are looking at disposition of assets, assuming we get the zoning done, and then surplus particular properties for formally, and then put them on the open market. So I'm not so sure that, while I agree with the accelerator, we do have the base contribution, and for myself, throw my 2 cents worth in. I'm not sure that it's prudent to, given the work that we're trying to do to reduce the actual levy, that we do this. But what's the sense? What's, by show of hands, please indicate whether you want to move this particular item or defer dealing with this particular item until we go through the rest of the budget. Show of hands, please. I see 3, 4. So basically the majority of council would like to just deal with this matter now. Call a vote. If anybody else wishes to speak to that, I would invite them to do so now. Otherwise, I'll just call the question. Councilor Gordon.
All right. So, I mean, if there's an appetite leaning towards saying no, let's just take a wait and see approach because we have lots of other sticks in the fire. What if we were to change this number to something that could get everyone in agreement? Instead of this number, we find a different number. So we're putting something a little bit more into the budget. Or is the general consensus among us that, yeah, we're already doing enough right now, let's not put any more away? I'm content to just, let's have the conversation, and we don't have to change it if nobody really wants to.
So, well, why don't I'll just call the question then as to the deputy mayor.
I would propose that we not put anything away this year. I greatly appreciate what Mr. Jeremy's saying, that we need to start planning for our future, and I completely understand that, but we are in trying times. It's the town's just been through, and I would like to see one more year to wait and save a bit of more money this year for the tax base, and the new council want to come up with a plan to, I would encourage that to be the big plan moving forward, but that's just my 2 cents worth.
Thank you. So I'm going to call the question, and we'll see where the dust goes. We can always, if we have a 2/3 vote, come back and do a reconsideration. Sorry, apparently I can't be heard. I said we can come back and do a reconsideration, but I will call the question on it now. So all those in favor of adding an additional, the accelerator, $110,000 to the community grant program?
I'm sorry, were we talking about this or the Sustainable Capital Reserve?
Oh, sorry, Sustainable Capital Reserve. I beg your pardon. Thank you, Councillor. Getting ahead of myself. So all those in favor of adding the $180,000 to the Sustainable Capital Reserve. 1, 2, 3. Against? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, Madam Clerk, would you show that the Sustainable Capital Reserve 5-year plan accelerator of $180,000 is removed from the is defeated? Removed.
Yes, I will.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Jeremy. We've done the winter maintenance shift, reevaluate community grant program in the sum of $110,000. Again, Mr. Jeremy, would you please guide us through this? I think Mr. Deneau may have something to say about this too. I don't know.
Certainly, I can start things off with a little bit of an overview on the service level change request. And then, yes, Mr. Deneau or Mr. Campbell, I believe, has some additional pertinent information that you would probably like to hear in relation to the community benefits that are out there that the town provides. Okay, so I'll get things started. The service level change request is proposing that we remove the community grant program. That would result in a $110,000 reduction to the tax levy for 2022. The community grant program was started back in 2019 with the objective of providing financial assistance to local nonprofit organizations. It is split into 2 streams. There's a $60,000 general stream, which is targeted at arts, culture, heritage, recreation, sports, environment, health, education, social and human services. So it's very broad. And then there's a $50,000 stream for what's referred to as the community safety stream, which is for community safety related initiatives. There is a community grant committee that reviews all applications and makes recommendations regarding the approval of any grant funding. As you'll see in the service change request, we've identified that we've had mixed results on utilization of this program over the years. The general stream has seen a consistent 98% or so uptake with nearly 30% repeat on applications annually, which is to be expected given the breadth of the services that can be tapped into there. Contrast that with the community safety stream, which has only achieved an overall utilization rate of about 42%, with little or no utilization in the last 2 years. And there's a chart within the change request that identifies that. There are some other considerations that I believe council should take account of when they're debating this, and that comes down to whether a program such as this and property taxes are really the best mechanism for collecting and directing funds destined for local charities. There's 2 points that are raised in the form. The first pertains to providing donors with the opportunity to decide how their charitable dollars are spent. In other comparable programs that are out there, donors can usually pick the program that they want to direct their donations to and benefit from it in that way. The other item that we have here is that a number of the benefactors here are Canadian registered charities. And if our residents were to have provided their donations directly to those charities, they would have an income tax benefit associated with that. However, through the mechanism that we currently have, which is property taxes, they're denied that opportunity to have a benefit on their tax return because we are collecting it through property taxes, and then in turn turning it over to a registered charity. Just some considerations. That's the form that I have. But again, I know that Mr. Deneau and Mr. Campbell wanted to highlight that we have there are significant community supports that you will find sprinkled throughout the town's annual budget. So I'll turn it over to those gentlemen so that they can explain a little bit more of what else is in the budget in this regard.
With your permission, Your Worship, I'll get Andy to share information on the details of that. But yes, as Mr. Jeremy has explained, we want to ensure that certainly council and the public understand the full context of the community support that's provided in the base budget. And this has been happening for some time. And again, this is entirely a decision that's up to council. So we want to provide that context of community support for a number of things that we provide. And certainly what Mr. Jeremy has indicated, we're not suggesting that the community shouldn't support these organizations. There's an opportunity for them to do that directly. And if perhaps another council wants to bring back a program that does this, they can consider that. But given where we are with the pressure on us financially this year, we certainly are recommending that there be some consideration to this program. So I'll ask Andy to provide some context with your permission, Your Worship, in terms of the support that we provide to the community.
Thanks, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you. Catherine, can you bring up that slide that was prepared?
Yes, I'm just getting it ready.
So what's coming up here? We took a look at what's in our base budget and our leases that we give to a lot of the community groups in town here. And when we look at facility leases, today we have about 18 leases with Chigamak, the rowing club, the gymnastics club, the lawn bowling club, MCC, Midland Bay Sailing Club, YMCA. Those are just some of the 18 groups that are out there. We charge them and collect, just over $250,000 each year right now. But they're using office space and in our facilities, or taking over entire buildings in some cases. And we charge below market rate rent. And some we charge, extremely nominal rates, but others we do charge market rate, and there's not a lot of consistency. What I took a look at is the floor space that each of those leases have, and said, well, what if we moved everybody to a market rate? The potential rent that you could arrive at a market rate would be about $680,000. But what that's saying, and I'm not saying we'd move to that. What we're trying to demonstrate is the fact that we already give sub-market rate leases to these groups that's around $400,000 of benefit that is in kind that we're giving our community. So that's the facility leases. When you look at land leases, we have 13 leases out there, and those land leases, again, the bridge club, the gymnastics club, the lawn bowling club. I had the land leases were the ones I mentioned before. Let me just correct the facility leases are Air Cadets, Ascanonia, Girls and Boys Club, Civitan, the museum, Kennard, the Lake Park Store, Legion are some of those. The land leases were the ones I had mentioned before. I just had my slides backwards here, my notes. And those land leases also were not as bad around market rate. Land leases are more complicated to determine their value. But again, we've got 13 land leases we collect $56,000 a year. And if I was to do a quick analysis and say, well, land is worth maybe $150 an acre. What might that value be on a long-term lease? Potentially, the market value might be 80,000. So our land leases, are still less than what market rate might be considered. And so that again is an in-kind of another 25, 26,000. And then in our base budget that you've already looked at, we have 8 grants that are built into our base budget. And those are, again, for Ascanonia, Boys and Girls Club, Cultural Alliance, Cultural Center, Horticulture Society, Midland Culture, Sports Hall of Fame. And that is $148,000 of real money that we've been giving out. So the first 2 are in kind community support. The last one is real cash from the tax base. Well, that's representing almost $600,000. Some might say, well, we have some other things that we do for community support. We'll have some more discussion this afternoon around the rec center. Its deficit of 1.3 million that is going to support community groups, and we heard a lot from at the public meeting on the budget that those groups expect the community to pay for their members to participate in things at 1.3 million, and then accessible transit. So in this list, if you were to say these are what's in our budget and our in-kind support of community groups, there's around $2 million. Some of this is real cash and taxpayer dollars, and some of it is in kind. But this is just to put some context around. We're talking about, do we put another $110,000 as you see at the last item in here into this $2 million? So I'll turn it back to Mr. Deneau, and Catherine, you can stop sharing the screen.
Thank you, Annie. With your permission, Your Worship, again, this was hopefully intended to give you some context to the extent of community support that's provided in the base budget. We think it's certainly important support that's provided to all of these groups. And again, completely at the discretion of council to the extent that you want to do that. But as we consider this very specific program that provides additional support to the community, we didn't get lost on what is provided in that base budget. So whenever you look at the budget of Midland, there is over $2 million of support provided for the community for programs that can be above and beyond what would normally be termed municipal services.
Thank you, Mr. Deneau. So I have Councillor Main, Councillor Cunningham, Councillor Gordon. Councillor Main.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I personally believe I don't agree with that one bit whatsoever. I feel actually the analysis is quite flawed. And I was very disappointed to see the mixed utilization of a program that has 98% utilization. That to me isn't mixed. I think there's very legitimate reason that the community safety program didn't get up off the ground. We've only had 2 applicants over 2 years. That's very easily justifiably to be removed. But it's so disappointing and disheartening that we're considering removing the community grant program. It's been very successful the last 2 years with countless community groups and organizations receiving just a little bit of funds just to keep them going in a time when people do not have the additional capacity to give to these community groups. So if the notion is, well, let them sink or swim, they're going to sink. And we're hearing that across the board, across the country, that these charities and community groups are struggling, very much so. And so is this a good time to not give $10,000 to our hospital? I wouldn't agree with that. So anyways, this won't get my support, but I certainly would put forward a motion to remove the community safety grant and perhaps even decrease the amount of the community grant program a little bit. I think cancellation is a very bad move.
Thank you, Councillor. Do you want to put that motion on the floor now, or do you want to hear what other people have to say? Sorry.
Just clarification, if I could, Your Worship.
Yes, please, Deputy Mayor.
What page would I can't seem to find it. I know I've seen it in the past, but what page would the list of the community groups that benefit from the 110,000? Does anyone have the page number for me?
That varies from year to year.
Deputy Mayor Ross, through your worship, we did not include the list of grant recipients in the budget document anywhere. We do have it, but we did not disclose it in the binder.
I apologize. I swear I saw it somewhere. My mistake. Okay. Could you update us with regards to the groups that would benefit?
Deputy Mayor, you were sort of breaking up there. I don't know what was going on in the background, but your stomach was rumbling or something.
Sorry, yeah, sorry. I'm just looking for a list of the groups that are received this 110,000.
I have it in front of me. If you'd like me to recite it, certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy.
So we have Georgian Bay Cancer Support Center, Sistema Huronia Music Academy, Midland Rotary, Big Brothers Big Sisters of North Simcoe, Brookside Music Association, Quest Art School and Gallery, Royal Canadian Legion, Southern Georgian Bay Family Physician Recruitment, Midland Pipes and Drums, Pan American Cyclocross, Hospice Huronia, Tiny Youth Symposium, Waypoint Chicamac, Georgian Bay General Hospital Foundation, Serenata Choir, Midland Curling Club, CLH Foundation, Habitat for Humanity, Huronia Community Foundation, Downtown Midland BIA, Fox Huronia Community Choir, Midland Sports Hall of Fame, and Bay Light Orchestra. That is not all from 1 year. That is over the last 3 years.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy. So Councillor Cunningham, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I imagine there's some people here who don't really have the history on how this even came about. There was an exodus from our budget line items of many things that we had supported in the past that kind of collected some of this money, trying to separate from our budget process and streamline our budget process so that we could support the community in various ways without adding another day or two to our budget process. Whether that has succeeded or not in its entirety, it's certainly a new program. So taking this away, this opportunity for other groups to have budget requests, I would argue would need us to put in a way for them to bring that either back to the budget process again, or to look at other groups. Certainly Cultural Alliance could be given some money for allocating some of the cultural enhancement requests, and I think that would be appropriate. I think we could add back in line items for physician recruitment, for HCF, if that was the desire, for the hospital. And I think perhaps some of our challenges have come from an excessive cleanup of our budget line items in the past. So I would not be up for removing this program unless we are proposing a way to open that channel back to council. I can see the reasoning behind official charities or even double giving to certain groups, which in the time of the pandemic, with the uncertainty and the challenges that were happening, there may have been a slight bending in the rules due to trying to support and shore up those groups that were so challenged with things that were going wrong during the shutdowns. So a simple removal of this is not something that I would support for all the reasons of what it is trying to achieve, and that our attempts to achieve that have been happening during very, very challenging times. It did not necessarily meet the mandate of trying to encourage new initiatives, which was one of the mandates of this grant program. Certainly we supported some existing and expanding initiatives that enhanced those organizations' ability to function in the town. So this is one I've really struggled with. I go back and forth, but it is one of the few places where anybody outside of our ABCs are allowed to come to council and say, we have a need. Can you support us?
Councillor? Councillor Gordon.
thanks to Councillor Cunningham's point, that's still going to happen. No,
Beg your
so
pardon?
to Councillor Cunningham's point, that hat in hand deputation is going to resume, which means instead of us having any budget certainty by setting aside a bag of money for the year, we are going to be faced with the sort of emotional on-the-spot requests at council meetings, which was one of the reasons why this committee was formed to start with, to take some of that sort of emotionality out of it, to actually have a grid, a matrix, an application process, a finite amount of funds to distribute, and everybody knew that. Without something like this, I guess we amend our procedure policy and we add yet another reason why the clerk shall deny a deputation request, and that will be to ask funds of council. So my goal here is to reduce our spend. I already believe I did last year put a motion on the floor that didn't get support to eliminate the community grant stream or eliminate the safety stream. I'd be more than happy to see that eliminated this year to achieve some funding, but still leave some money in the bag to run the community grants program, which does provide so much needed cash to support some of these small organizations. I'd also be very willing to review the terms of reference and really tighten down the application criteria. And as much as things like the hospital and Norsimco Family Health and whatever come to us with additional need, anybody that has their core funding provided by the province, for example, would be disqualified in my mind. Let's put the onus of the deficits where it lives, which is with the primary funding provider. But that's not for today's conversation, but that's where I'm at with this. I'd like to see this, rather than gassing this program entirely, let's carve out that unnecessary amount that no one seems to apply for anyway. Perhaps even reduce it a bit to a nice little round number, like, I don't know, 40 or 50K, and keep this alive and really refine the scope for its continuation. So again, I guess I'm asking for compromise rather than status quo or put it out of its misery.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Prost.
I would support a compromise, if not put it on hold for this year.
By put it on hold, I'm sorry, what do you mean?
Pardon?
What do you mean by put it on hold this year?
Well, just take it out of this year's budget and relook at it next year. But I would compromise with something, because, I mean, I don't want to see these guys suffer, more than they have to, but our residents are suffering too. So unfortunately, we're tasked with making cuts.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other comments from Council?
I'd be willing to put the motion on the floor then, Your Worship.
Do you mind if I just speak to it? Okay, you put the motion on the floor and I'll speak to it when the motion's on the floor.
Thank you. I would put forward a motion that we reduce the community grant program from, is it $60,000 right now? Is that what the number is?
On 10 in this the service bill change.
All right, so I would put forth a motion that we discontinue the community safety grant program and reduce the community grant program for 2022 from whatever it is, I think it's 60 down to $40,000.
Basically, you're suggesting that the community grant program in total would be $40,000.
That's right.
Thank you. I need a seconder, please. Councillor Shevsky. So the motion on the floor is to reduce the community safety. Sorry. To reduce the, I can't even find the line here, what's going on. Sorry, reduce the community grant program from $110,000 to $40,000. Am I correct in that, Councillor Bain? Thank you. So that's the motion on the floor, Council. Any comments with respect to this? Any new commentary? Councillor Cunningham.
I feel like that missed out on the removal of the community safety grant program. I think that wording needs to be included in there for clarity.
Okay, so the understanding then is, so the motion would be that and I apologize, Madam Clerk, that the community safety support grant element be removed, and that the remaining, what do we call it? So just a second, Mr. Jeremy.
The general community grant stream.
Thank you. General community grant stream portion be sustained, that the overall reduction, or the overall amount contributed would be $40,000. Does that, Madam Clerk, does that work for you?
Yeah, I'm just working on the wording.
Thank you.
Your worship, would it be reasonable to also kind of tie into this the tightening of criteria?
I think we can do that. I think we can do that afterwards. It's a good idea, but I think that thing will follow through.
Okay,
I
that's fine.
agree with that. We can change the terms of reference.
Thank you.
Through
I think that's coming up anyway. Terms of reference for committees that's coming up in February anyway, so perfect timing.
I think so. I'm still stuck here in the budget at the moment. So, any further commentary, new commentary with respect to the motion that's on the floor? I don't see any. So I'd just like to say that we polled heads of council meeting. There was a poll of what communities actually do grants out of the general levy, and there were virtually none. So, and when I looked at, okay, so what do you do? Because I know they support the community. So typically there were events like the golf tournament that Tiny does. And they raise funds outside of the levy and perform this function that way, so that anybody who wishes to participate, they name the organizations which are likely going to be supported, so that everybody knows going in what they're buying into. Councilor Cunningham is correct that we pulled a lot of applications that were every year came in and got approved and put them into a different category, put them into base budget in division. And they basically, the understanding was that they would support their ask would come through various departments that were relevant to them. Their budget would have to be justified to a department head, and it was basically a department budget. We then came back to so that didn't work in some instances, and so we ended up actually in some cases approving in multiple years applicants. So we were starting to migrate back towards. I guess my point is the whole exercise of doing this year is to find savings in the budget. We're not saying you kill the program, although certain aspects of the program it seems that there's an appetite to kill. But I will say that I'm not sure I support continuing in this year this particular item. Councillor, either amended or otherwise. Councillor Ross, Deputy Mayor Ross.
That's fine. Thank you, Worship. And yeah, this was always a tough one for me. It just we're picking and choosing what groups we're going to help and what groups we don't. And every group wants help. I'm sure. I'm sure the local golf course would love some money, and the dancing studio and the gyms and everybody. But the fact is, the things you want to support, people could reach in their pocket and support those things. To force every resident in the town of Midland to now give money to the groups, to me, is a tough call. And I really think we need to do two things moving forward. We really need to examine these lease agreements that we have on the table. That and I'm not going to pick on anybody today, but some people are getting a deal beyond great, and we really need to get them in line. And I think it's as simple as I have a few ideas I'd love to be involved with, but simple, take the percentage of the land and you charge 5% of what the land's worth or the property, and that's their lease, and you do it across the board for everybody, and there's no discrimination or vice versa. But anyway, that's a whole other day for other subject. But I I have a hard time supporting this, as I said, so I'm going to agree with your worship.
Deputy Mayor, are there any other comments with respect to the amended motion? I see both Mr. Deneau and Mr. Jeremy there. Do you want to make a comment before I call a question? No? Okay. So I'll call the Councillor Prost.
I was just going to make sure you called the whole question. I'm not sure where we're at. We're amending it to $40,000 this year.
The motion is that we strike the community safety portion of the program. That the remainder in the general community support grant program be reduced to $40,000. So in effect, the amount you would be approving is $40,000 going into the community grant program. So that's the amended motion on the floor as presented by Councillor Main and seconded by, I'm trying to remember, Councillor Shevsky. Thank you. Okay, last question to
Just
you.
real quick, I'm just volunteering to give up my seat on this committee to Deputy Mayor Ross. I think really, because I know this bothers him, he doesn't understand the criteria because he's not at the committee. And, you know, we don't really talk about what decisions we make at committees with the rest of council, so they're left in the dark. So
we can do that.
Short, yeah, let's swap seats. As much as I enjoy that, I think he would benefit from being on it and seeing the criteria and how we have to, you know, go over these decisions, and they're not easy.
So I appreciate that. You can have that offer offline and any others that might come to mind. We are running out of time, so let's just keep to the issues at hand. Madam Clerk. Please.
I have the wording, Your Worship, if you'd like me to read it.
Yes, please.
Okay, it's moved by Councillor Main, seconded by Councillor Olszewski, that the community safety grant component of the general community grant program be removed and the overall budget for the general program be reduced by $70,000 to a total of $40,000 of funding available for 2022.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. That is the motion. Councillor Shevsky, you wanted to say something before I actually call it, or are you okay?
Thank you, Worship. I was just going to ask what the plan is to finish the budget. If we did plan on running into tomorrow or after 4 o'clock, I need to know what I'm doing with my baby. And if we're not going to finish this today, I got football on Sunday. I don't see an end in near sight. So
I think we're going to continue right over top of the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it's looking that way so far. So
I'm afraid that may be the case. So anyway, I'll call the question then. All those in favor? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, and against? Deputy Mayor? It carries. So there we go. We're now at the boat launch paid parking and ramp fee, which is $90,000 in revenue upon implementation rather of that aspect of the parking program. Mr. Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. If I could direct everyone to page 250 of the budget book. This is really the gist of the discussion. Our boat launch right now, there's free parking available for residents. They get a sticker. Last year, we handed out over 800 stickers to our residents so that they could park at the boat launch free. And anyone else, we've directed them to go over to Bayport and park their vehicle over there. So we basically don't collect any revenue. When we look at some of our neighbors, and this chart on page 250 points directly to Penetanguishene, you can see that for years they have been charging their boaters significant amounts of money to use their ramp. Annual passes for residents have been $130. Ours is free. They've provided annual passes to non-residents for $180 a year. We charge nothing. And then daily parking rates is noted there for resident and non-resident. What this service level change is proposing is that we also, should take the opportunity to raise some cash, some needed revenue, and not gouging, just doing what our neighbors do. And to the fact, so on the right-hand page, right-hand columns, staff are proposing a resident and non-resident fee for our boat launch. I might, given the comments from the deputy mayor yesterday, I've even given a discount over Penetanguishene for our resident fee. Someone might say, why aren't we recommending the same as Midland, or sorry, as Penetanguishene? It was just a softening of a new program, but certainly there's headroom there if council wishes to run this service. So there's two components. How are we going to collect this money if council approves it? And our parking machines can be configured to have these rates on them. So we would have to purchase a ticket machine to put over at the parking area by the boat launch. And then, of course, we would need some bylaw enforcement to ensure people are paying their fees accordingly. And that bylaw primarily be on weekends. And again, in a minute, at the end of this, we're going to be talking about the summer bylaw students who we started to talk about yesterday, and Councillor Cunningham asked that be put into this afternoon's discussion. So one component here is the fees. The second component is enforcement, and that's in conjunction with the student bylaw officers that would also be dealing with our safety on the trails. But this ask here isn't dealing with the bylaw officers, other than mentioning that bylaw enforcement would be needed for enforcement if council chooses to take this revenue. And you can see, given the estimates that we've put forward, this isn't small dollars. We do have a boat launch that people from the GTA come up and use. We have, and some of you councillors also use this boat launch and know how busy it is. So there is an opportunity. We believe we could raise upwards of $100,000 a year at this facility. I'll turn it over for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Questions for Mr. Campbell? Councilor Gordon. You're on mute.
I've only done that once, at least this time. I want to take some heat off Mr. Campbell and even the rest of council and say that this was my submission. And because I firmly believe we're leaving money on the table. We're looking for ways to cut things that doesn't have a wholesale impact to the entire community while operating a boat launch ramp on the backs of every ratepayer in this municipality doesn't sit right with me. So it's not a punitive amount. I'm perfectly fine with it. I think it's long overdue. A resident pass for $100 to be able to launch all you want and park your truck and trailer down there, rather than, as much as I like giving money to Bayport, because I do give money to them, the fact that the town sends people over and leaves that lawn and parking area empty when everyone's going over there and paying, just again, doesn't make sense. Part and parcel with this is if you're going to have a fee structure and basically unsupervised use of it, the honor system, then you best have some enforcement, especially when you have people from out of town that, they're not going to come back and fight a ticket. And it just won't be worth it for us. So we need to make sure that this is structured well. What my question is with Mr. Campbell, is one of these students actually going to be in a little hut or something, making sure that people pay for their launches in and out? Or are they just going to be scanning plates, making sure that a ticket was paid for their parking, and we may be losing the in out on the ramp?
Through you, your worship, we haven't got to that level of detail of analysis. One, there is a debate on whether we'll have students at all to begin with. So that's the first thing. But yes, we'll have to figure out, is there someone like an attendant, or just, as the bylaw officer on the new bikes that council did, as they make their pass through Pete Peterson Park, they check out the vehicles and the boaters that are there. Those details. This is a new program. It's novel to some extent. So I'll be honest. We have quite a bit of work to do if council agrees with this.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Just in follow-up, if I could, I think the expectation by everybody will be is that, hey, if you're paying a fee now to do something that's been historically free, then we better not have garbage docks down there and one boat launch broken for half the year, and it just, looks like just a dumpy mess. And I know that's not our choice as a municipality, but
The question on the table here is, are we going to approve $90,000? Because by the sounds of it, there's going to be a lot.
well, this is germane to it, because the expectation is if by approving this, we need to make sure we follow through and deliver excellent service as a result, which means enforcement, because nothing bugs people more than seeing people getting away with things, right? And the second,
we have an enforcement issue coming up very shortly.
Yeah, sorry, I won't talk about enforcement. It's about the quality of the service then, which means the quality of the ramps, the wobbly dock that's half sinking and everything. We need to make that a priority with the funds we collect from this, just as the promise is to do that with the parking money. So I'm wholeheartedly supportive of this. I put the request in. I see that staff have suggested a way to implement it, and I'm hoping that council will embrace this and not see it as some kind of punishment. It is change, but it's valuable income that we need to reduce our operating costs.
Thank you. Councillor Downer, you had a comment.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I, for one, won't support charging people to use that ramp, especially local people. There are a lot of young families in this town I see using that ramp that can't afford to pay a fee. They've got little tin boats. They want to take their kids fishing after a day's work. I don't think we should be charging them to have access to Georgian Bay. It's been free for a lot of years. I don't have any problem with people coming in from other areas paying a fee, but certainly not the residents of the town of Midland. I will not support any fees for this boat ramp. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Other comments or questions from Councillor Main?
Thank you. Yeah, this is the worry that we don't want to follow is the race to the bottom. And if you deliver something for free, people are going to flock to the free services. In North Simcoe, so there's Penetanguishene as boat launch. Midland, we have the one. And is there also one in Tay at Wabashine? Is there the Wabashine one free as well? Okay, so we basically want to establish a consistent rate. And if we do establish a rate, we want it to be fair and consistent with our neighbors. So I think I would support the boat launch fees. And then we just have to make sure that we harmonize our rates so that one municipality isn't providing the same service for a different price. Thank you.
Just a question, I guess. Are we charging one fee to park and launch, or are we charging a fee to park and a fee to launch, Mr. Campbell?
The proposal, you can, if it's on that chart, the last column, daily use, including parking, vehicle and trailer. So that's, would be $25 on a daily basis for a resident and $50 for out of towners. If it was just parking, $2 an hour. And if you just want to launch your boat and not park, it would be $10. And then, of course, there's the annual pass if you're a frequent user. So the suggestion of the fee structures are in that table, trying to match up with Penetanguishene's.
Thank you very much. So, Council, the question is, the motion would be to support the boat launch paid parking and ramp fee. I hope you heard that. My head in the amount of $90,000. So I'll call the question. All those in favor? Against? That's 2 against, the remainder 4. So Madam Clerk, we have that carries, so that we'll move on to, I think what I'll do now right at this point juncture, we deferred or moved the item that required for 2 students for parking from the base budget to service service level change. The amount of that change is $26,000 for 2 students. I think it's for 4 months. Jeremy will correct me if I'm wrong. So I'd like to put at this juncture right in here that since we've passed the $90,000 for parking, that we now come back to this item, which is a $26,000 item for 2 students for by law enforcement for 2022. Comments or questions? Councilor Gordon. Deputy Mayor.
And this is a hand and glove issue. You know, you don't buy a glove unless you got a hand to put it in. If we're going to increase fees on what's largely an honor system without enforcement, I think we're just idiots. So I mean, quite frankly, if we're going to create something new, like we did with the restrictions on the bike path, we need to have enforcement. One of the concerns by the BIA is that we're going to hire more enforcement people to come and hammer the heck out of the parking folks downtown and kill downtown more than they believe we have already. I would like to quell that fear and suggest that these 2 students are going to more than make up their salaries in other bylaw enforcement beyond just parking. And you just have to look to Tiny to see how absolutely effective and hated, I must say, and loathed, but effective the bylaw enforcement students are in Tiny for making sure that there's enforcement and revenues coming in. So
You're in support of this?
Yeah, that's the bottom line. I just want to understand why, because I'm trying to cut money where I can, but this is important. If we're going to do one, we can't do the other. You know, it's suck and blow time.
Thank you. Good comment, Deputy Mayor.
Sorry, I apologize. What's the cost? Is it $60,268?
$26,000 for 2 students. This
Sorry,
is
how much?
$26,000 for 2 students. It's not on your sheet.
Okay, I apologize.
We moved, you may recall, it was in the base budget. It was deemed to be a service level increase. And so it's just bringing it in here because, as Councillor Gordon points out, if we're going to do the parking, we need additional staff to deal with it. You still there? Councillor Prost.
Just a quick question. Can we participate in any of the government funding for hiring students for the summer?
Mr. Jeremy, do you have an answer to
that? Councillor Prost, through your worship, there is a summer grants program which the town has applied for a number of students, funding for a number of students, as we do every year. We're not always successful in those applications, but I can tell you that we did apply again this year. So we do participate to the extent that the town can.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy. If there are no further comments, then I will call the question. All those in favor of adding 2 summer students in the amount of $26,000 to the bylaw? Thank you. Madam Clerk, that carried unanimously. We're now at, sorry, put my screen back up to page.
Your worship, sorry to interrupt. I got the Rogers tech here. I'm just going to move locations. So if I go all weird and whatever, it's because I'm switching to my cell phone and going upstairs. So I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry for the interruption, but Councillor Downer had no up. He was not in support.
Thank you, Councillor. I apologize.
Unanimous. It was not.
I apologize. Madam Clerk, it was an error. There was one dissenting vote, I believe. But thank you for the correction. Now we're going back to page 19. We'll give Councillor Gordon a chance to move location. Page 18, actually. Is it the Super Bowl this weekend? No,
NFL playoffs.
thank you. You're back. Okay. So the next item on the agenda is a bylaw additional enforcement, municipal law enforcement officer. It's one position, and the request is for $60,268 plus $3,500 out of capital. So I believe Mr. Farr spoke to this, but if Mr. Farr, if you'd like to speak to this, please do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I indicated in the summary of the bylaw division's budget, there is an increasing trend, I'd say, North American wide, of bylaw complaints and pressure on enforcement officials. We've seen a 300 complaint increase year over year in the bylaw division. We've also, I believe, seen kind of increasing demands from the public that the town more proactively enforce and monitor its bylaw standards. Currently, there is a supervisor and one municipal law enforcement officer. What's proposed here is one additional municipal law enforcement officer. Relative to populations of other municipalities, the team with 3 staff on it would still be small in comparison to other communities. We anticipate that as the pandemic settles and stabilizes, that there will be a further increased demand on bylaw staff. This is an important part of maintaining and ensuring a kind of community balance in a growing community, with new residents joining existing residents and working to establish a positive community that has a focus on well-being and common values. And that's why this item is being put forward.
Thank you, Mr. Farr. Comments or questions for Mr. Farr from council? Gordon.
Thanks. So this is similar to my other comments today. I'd like to see this deferred for a year, where, especially with the addition of 2 students, summer is a really busy time for us, and we're going to work those students. Absolutely. As far as the bylaw department now, I realize we were asking a little more of your people. It just may mean that the manager is going to get out in the car and go write tickets and not just be a manager, and be out on doing more proactive patrols. It is a bit of a sacrifice, but again, we're trying to keep the budget down. Try and make some revenues where it makes sense. The low-hanging fruit and unenforced bylaw in the past. And I think we can do that without adding another body this year. We're asking the same of HR. And I think it's only fair to put you to the same standard for this year. And let's revisit it next year and we see how successful the students are and the workload comes from all the new bylaw enforcement activities. So my motion would be, or my support for this would be, that we defer this year and revisit it next year, and let's look at some metrics.
Thank you, Councillor. Is there a seconder for that? Sorry, Mr. Farr, would you like to speak to that before?
Yeah, I'd like to speak very briefly. I don't think at the town of Midland that there isn't a working manager. And certainly the new supervisor of bylaw will be expected to be in the field, and is in the field. There's a companion argument to this that I neglected to make, and that is with the enforcement of bylaw and with the implementation of bylaw, there are some revenue components. And our bylaw group is also responsible for licensing. Additional capacity means that you have an additional ability to backstop revenues. So I don't think it's simply a question of money out the door, and it's certainly not a question of staff being activated or not activated. I think every single member of the town of Midland staff team is active. It's about the ability to complete and have the capacity to meet the community needs.
Thank you, Mr. Farr. So I believe we have a motion proposed and we have a seconder, I believe, in Councillor Prost. Am I correct? Yes. So moved by Councillor Gordon, seconded by Councillor Prost, that we defer this position, or In fact, I would say that we're not approving the position in 2022 budget for a additional bylaw enforcement officer. That's the motion on the floor. Comments or questions from council with respect to the motion? Councillor Olszewski.
Thank you, Worship. I appreciate it, and I appreciate Mr. Farr's interpretation and explanation. I certainly will. I will be supporting this today. I understand that Mr. Reicheld has moved sideways out of this department, but I understand he has some great experience in this field, and I'd really love to hear his input today, and more so his haircut.
So, Mr. Reicheld, love the do.
Thank you, Your Worship. I completely concur with Mr. Farr. We're at a point now that an additional set of boots on the ground is going to help us greatly. It'll get our proactive numbers up. We can be out there looking for these properties that need some attention. Parking aside, like our students will help with that. However, it is our full-time staff that maintain, enforce, collect, and deal with the parking system 12 months a year. So definitely a third set of boots on the ground is going to help the community and that department greatly.
Mr. Reicheld, any other commentary from or questions from council? So I have, I'd ask this, we currently have an individual off. We also have had enjoyed the services of what I understand to be a very capable individual subbing in under contract while that individual has been away. Is there any way that we can continue under a contract to support the bylaw enforcement or the bylaw function within the town? I understand that. Also, if I heard correctly, at some point, the bylaw requirements tend to peak during the summertime as we have students to help with that. But I also think I heard, and it was just reinforced, I believe, by Mr. Reicheld, that a number of these things, whether it's property standards, and that's something in the last election I heard over and over and over again, people with issues around property standards. That's a year-round function. We also, if we're looking for an improvement in that, that requires individuals to sit down and actually craft the bylaws. That's a desk function. You don't do it while you're walking from meter to meter. So I think there is room for a that position, even I'm recognizing that we have to somehow pare back this budget, but I do believe there is room for that position. So with that, I'll call the question. Sorry, I guess the amended motion is to not approve the position for the MLEO at an amount of $60,268 to the levy and $3,500 from capital. Who supports the motion? Sorry, who's in favor of the motion to remove this from this budget? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That carries. So again, sorry, against removal. Thank you. So it carries. I'm sorry, Mr. Farr, but perhaps we can look at a way of using other means to contract or whatever. So that brings us to I'm going to skip this one and move to the last one, and we'll come back to this one because I think we might have a conversation here for a while. So I would like to move to the last item showing on this list, which is a stormwater position in the amount, one person in the amount of $62,000. I believe Mr. Campbell will be looking at this one. Mr. Campbell, sorry to shift gears on you, but here we
are. Yes, Your Worship. The Ministry of the Environment is changing the regulatory regime for stormwater management and sanitary sewers, the linear works. They've changed the regulation. Last week was our deadline to apply for our new operating license for wastewater and for stormwater. Wastewater is in the user rate budget. Stormwater, though, is in the taxation budget. And what the ministry is doing in this change, there is a couple things. One, they're downloading the approvals portion of the ECAs to the municipality. So we will be approving the ECAs going forward, which in the intent of that is hopefully it'll speed up some of the applications from the developers. So when a new storm pond or a new linear works, new storm pipes have to be put in, there won't be an application to the Ministry of the Environment. It will be an application to the town. The town will have to review those applications and approve. So that's the one thing that this new change is happening. We don't have the in-house capabilities to review stormwater ponds. We'll likely have to contract that out and have consultants review those, and we'll have to develop a new fee for that for the developers likely. We've got to see what the final wording is from the ministry here. On the maintenance side of the linear works for stormwater, though, they're increasing the maintenance requirements and record keeping, and really bringing the quality of management of stormwater linear works up to the same level as the quality and maintenance of sanitary sewers. That's a game changer. In the past, the town, all this winter, or not all the winter sand, a lot of the winter sand we put on the roads goes into our storm sewers, and we should be cleaning that out annually, semi-annually, but I'll say we haven't been doing it. And our storm ponds, we talked in the capital budget about the stormwater budget, cleaning out ponds. So with the ministry changing the rules, we need to change our operating procedures. The first thing we're doing is the roads crew has been responsible for stormwater management. That is being removed from them and putting into Andre Pepin and the wastewater crew's responsibilities, because a lot of the practices that we will have to implement are very similar to what we're doing on the wastewater side. So although that responsibility moves over to wastewater, it does not become part of the wastewater budget because it's not part of the rate budget. It stays on the tax levy side. But we are moving and assigning funds out of the roads operating budget for this. And with that, we're moving half an FTE of staff time out of the roads budget. We typically have about 1 FTE in the roads area looking after catch basin cleaning and doing some other things. So we're going to take half an FTE out of the roads budget because it's just depending on the timing of the work. And what this recommendation is doing is adding the other half of that person into the budget. So the 62,000 is half an FTE, so that we have a whole FTE that will need to be licensed with the ministry on linear works and trained accordingly. And then we'll work with the other wastewater operators to perform the new standard that we'll be getting. As I said, we've applied, we had to make our submission to the ministry last week. We expect to get the new license in likely by the end of February. And this summer we'll have to operate under the new regulatory regime. And that will have some cost. We did talk about some increases in the roads operating budget, because that's where the stormwater money sits. We talked earlier about a $70,000 increase for flusher truck renting. And we'll have to see how this goes, but this is going to take additional effort, and we're assigning half a person out of our existing crew, and we have to which is basically one of our part-time staff. So we need to make it a full-time, so we need another half a person. I'll take any questions.
Mr. Campbell. Councillor Gordon.
Necessary evil, unfortunately. Gotta do it.
Anybody else from council with respect to this position? Okey-doke. So all in favor of creating a full-time FTE for stormwater? Against? Okay, so Madam Clerk, the position support about $62,000 for a stormwater FTE, creation of a stormwater FTE is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we're back to the subject du jour. Everybody's has got an opinion on this, I'm sure. Recreational user fee restructuring. Did I see a card up there somewhere? It's got a flash of yellow. No. Okay. Does anybody want to have a conversation from staff just to introduce the subject to everybody present? Would that be Mr. Campbell or would that be Mr. Yep, you're back again. Mr. Deneau. Who wants to go first?
I'll let David go.
Mr.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Worship. Yes, we've obviously heard from many of our residents on the rec fee service level change form that is in front of them. Certainly can appreciate the significance of the total amount that would be considered by council. What it was intended to do was certainly represent, when you look at the operating deficit of the rec center, this fee adjustment only accounts for a portion of making a dent in that operating portion. And there is some market analysis that is provided, and certainly it's debatable on whether you should use that or not. But we did think it was relevant, again, in terms of our responsibility to share the facts with council and to give them some data to consider that this is where our rate is. We've got certainly a historical analysis on what has been adjusted with those rates. There's no question that rec centers probably across this province are subsidized to a degree, for sure. They are expensive facilities to run, and there are economic benefits to the broader community from some of the programs that run through it. However, it is incumbent upon us to acknowledge what that operating deficit is, what the capital needs are for a facility like that, and what those user rates are in the facility. The other part that I think we've had some discussion about, and again, this context is important, is that operating deficit is borne by the residents and taxpayers of Midland. And certainly those facilities are used by people other than Midland. And again, we heard arguments from people saying, although I'm not a resident of Midland, I do spend a lot of my tax dollars in Midland. So there are arguments all over this. This is not an easy consideration at all, and we certainly appreciate that. But again, we did want to demonstrate that when there is pressure on the town, as there is financially, and there is pressure on many of the things that we have to deliver, one of the ways that we can take the pressure off the general levy is to make sure our user rates are close to market rates, or at least progressing to where the market rates are. So I think that's really the consideration for council is to what degree do you want to consider any user fee adjustment, if you want to consider any at all. But at the very least, you have the facts in front of you of what that facility costs to operate and where our user fees stand in providing those services. So with that, and again, with your permission, your worship, I'll ask Andy to make any additional comments.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell.
Thank you. Dylan did all the analysis on this, and I can turn it over to him, or just we get into the questions and Dylan can field all those questions.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. I guess at this juncture, we'll turn it over to council for questions. Welcome, Mr. Flannery. So I have Deputy Mayor Ross, then I have Councillor Gordon. Any other questions for, well, we'll see as the conversation unfolds. Deputy Mayor. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Worship. Appreciate it. And this is always a tough conversation. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Am I frozen?
Well,
all right, thank you. I know this is always a tough conversation for everybody, and it's never easy. Rec centers and harbors and things cost communities a lot of money, but I think it's important that we have some type of increase. And moving forward, I would like to see us come up with a plan with a 10 or 5 or 10 year, what the rates are how they're gonna increase. So these fee, it's not a surprise every year. Oh, we're going up, So if we could lay that out, it may be something to work on for the remainder of this council. Now, I still stand behind my rate of inflation plus 2% for the rec center and the harbor, but I feel it's important that we raise something. It's a lot of money per household. I want to say it's $200+ per household to operate that the rec center, and every member of our community is paying. So the people that use it, I'm a firm believer, need to step up. Now, do I think we can go to the other municipalities and ask for some money? I don't think they will, but it's worth an ask. And then if we can't go from there, maybe we'll have to implement some type of user fee for non-residents.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Gordon.
Thanks. I'm just cut to the chase. I won't be supporting this increase right now, not because it was ill thought out or anything like that. I do agree with a lot of the complaints that Barrie should not be our primary comparator. We are a very different community than Barrie with vastly different tax base. However, I know where you were going with it, Mr. Flannery, so don't take it as a personal slight. You were doing the best you could, and you did go out to the source and do this. But my concern is that, much like the deputy mayors, there are about 50% of the users, for example, of Midland Minor Hockey, an organization that is near and dear to me. I spent many years in it with my kids, and also rollers or figure skating and whatnot too. There are like 50% of the users that don't pay taxes in Midland, and we subsidize that. So what I've been looking for, and was a little bummed, I've already said it a few times, I'm sure you heard me, I'd like to see something for non-resident fees, nothing punitive, nothing meant to drive people away. But we already know people come to our community and use our stuff because we don't have them. They left Aurelia or other centers that did impose a minor non-resident fee, and they flocked to us. Well, why wouldn't they? It's like our boat launch, it's free, right? So the key here is I think we need to find a measured increase. A cost of living one, I think, would be reasonable. We're always going to be subsidizing the rec center to some degree. The mental health benefits, I don't have to sell you on the benefits of sports and recreation with our kids, especially coming out of a pandemic. But I think the rate that's baked in our budget, that's I think we approved, is reasonable and measured for this year. I would like to see our staff get together with the key stakeholders who spend the most of our rental time in our facilities, get together and hash out what kind of increases would be reasonable. How would a non-resident fee be dealt with? Would they collect on behalf of the municipality? Would people have to pay the municipality and then present a chit saying they had paid? All of those kind of things. Let's spend the rest of the year working out the details rather than a wholesale 33% increase now. And then let's come back next year with a strategic plan on how we're going to manage the ongoing climbing expenses to offset the capital that we have to deal with, and enjoy the fact that we will no longer have that debenture to pay. So there's a lot of moving parts, which is why, and it came very quickly with not a lot of consultation at all this year, which is why I'd like to see it skipped this year, other than the normal increase. And let's revisit it and all agree collectively as a municipality, not just this council, in case we're out here again, to have a good conversation with the stakeholders and look at the raise for next year in some capacity. Just, it's too much too soon. That's my summary, and that's why I can't support it this time, but I totally get where you're coming from.
You, Councilor Gordon. I have Councilor Sesquicentennial.
Oh, thank you, Worship. I certainly agree with Councilor Gordon on the rate of inflation being a fair increase. Inflation is extremely high this year. I think inflation plus 2%. I believe inflation's at like 6.7% right now. So I think to add 2% to that would be a bit harsh for a 1 year increase. So I would support an increase at the rate of inflation. I think it's a tough year for everybody. I would also love to see us connect with the groups like We Are the Villagers and Jumpstart to make sure that we support them any way we can, and they have everything they need to support the kids that can't afford hockey. Some hockey and other sports. Hockey stands out to me because I couldn't play because we couldn't afford it. But just know that these charities are well supported and that they still have everything they need to help support the kids that can't afford to play. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Donner, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I agree with the last two councilors. 33% is just too big of a hike, especially in a pandemic situation. We should be encouraging people to use and play hockey and get their kids out and that. But I've never received more calls on any topic since I've been on council over 20 years. So we've hit a sore spot here. So I can't support. I would support the inflation by all means, but that said, I can't go 33%. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Donner. Councilor Prost, please. Sorry, I didn't see your hand there.
I think Councillor Cunningham was first.
Okay, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I can't support the 33%. I would like to propose 2.5%, but it looks like the will of council is looking at the rate of inflation, and in comparison to the 33%, it's a lot better. We can't do that to our youth and our families. So 33% I won't vote for that.
Thank you. I have Councilor Cunningham and Councilor McGinn.
Thank you. I'll mostly agree with what's being said here. But again, going back to, I think it was yesterday, it's getting to be a blur. I think there needs to be a health and wellness, compassion, and commercial element applied to all of this. So when we see, for instance, the community hall full daily special event rate being identical as the proposition for youth, adult, and private commercial, I think that lacks a granular level of examination, because often we will find that what the youth would want to use that community hall for would be a community element that adds and enhances their health and wellness, their involvement in the community, their activity. Whereas while our commercial enterprises are not less valuable, they have a different standard, a different budget, a different way of showing up. And I'd really like to see what we can do to promote and pursue more commercial involvement in the rec center. But of course, I'd be willing to go to the length of selling the rec center. So, but somewhere in between there of saying, how do we get commercial enterprises more involved at a higher rate? It's a great location, amazing parking, lighting, facilities that we have there. So again, I would support rate of inflation across the board. However, I would really rather see us increasing our rates for commercial and luxury usage to match those of other communities, rather than just saying a blanket 5% either.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor McGinn.
Okay, Councillor Cunningham, that was beautiful. That's you brought up something that I was hoping to bring up. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Can people hear me? Huh. Okay. The noise canceling, I can't hear me. Sorry. So Councillor Cunningham, what you brought up was something that I wanted to bring up. So thank you very much for that. And as for 33% increase, that's just no thank you. The only thing I ever want a 32% increase on is the amount of cheese in a homemade grilled cheese sandwich. That's it. I refuse to do that to our community. And everybody on the screen is frozen.
I can hear you still.
And
There you are.
I was frozen too for a minute. That's great.
You're now on mute. You're on mute. Mute.
If we read her lips, she's finished her comments, I believe.
Okay, so I understand that going back to the comments around non-resident usage or usage by residents, non-residents. I believe Mr. Flannery has some numbers in that regard. Mr. Flannery.
Thank you, Your Worship. Sorry, just to make sure I heard that correctly, you're looking for non-resident user rates?
The non-resident participation in the rec center versus resident and non-resident participation.
Sure. Yeah, Your Worship. The data we do have there is somewhat limited, so it's we don't necessarily have data to speak to what those numbers would look like in the gym or some of the various other rooms or hall rentals, for example. The data we do have is specific to hockey, but I believe it was 2019 was the most recent time we had reached out to some of the user groups for their resident versus non-resident membership rates, and that was averaged roughly between those groups around 59% non-resident.
Thank you. And I understand from Mr. Jeremy that the notion put forward by Deputy Mayor Ross for a inflation plus 2%. So the numbers, the impact of that would be on the harbor $7,000, and on the at the NSSRC $20,000. And when you consider that there's a $1.2 million difference between operating that on that goes to the levy to operate that facility. One of the suggestions that was made too was that we actually hours are driven by the users as opposed to the facility operator. And I would suggest that if we were to, or I would ask the question, if we were to close the facility for 1 day a week, what the impact would be. Does anybody have that idea of what that might be? Sorry to dump that on you like that, but I should have asked it before.
Your Worship, I'm afraid I don't know what that would be.
Would it be fair to say it would be 1/7 of the cost?
No, I wouldn't think so.
Okay.
Your Worship, if I may, I'm not sure there would be a huge cost savings, to be honest. I think you'd probably hurt from the revenue loss. Whatever revenue you do bring in, you'd probably hurt. Because a lot of those facilities need to run. You can't lay off staff. You still have all of those sunk costs in that facility.
Thank you.
Your Worship, if I may, like, you're bringing up some good brainstorming ideas that, you know, those are kind of things I get in trouble for introducing on the fly at these events. I think we should, if assuming this is defeated, I think we should spend what's left in our term with some staff reports and time and come up with some ideas, floating things like what you're suggesting, and find some ways to make this more sustainable rather than trying to do it on the fly here with the staff.
I don't disagree. I would agree with that wholeheartedly. I think that it's clear that the groups, particularly the sports groups, and probably Ascanonia, were interested in participating in some sort of a dialogue. I think it's important that they understand. I would put the question to them when we get into these discussions. Okay, you're running a rec center. What are you going to do? So in managing that on behalf of the 19,000 now residents of the town of Midlands, so we see that we've grown by 2,000. So I would suggest to you that rather that I would, Deputy Mayor, do you want to put that motion on, where do you go? Deputy Mayor, do you want, I see you've got your hand up. Do you want to put a motion on the floor? See what happens with it. You're on mute.
Sure, I'd love to. I don't know if I can put the same motion I put last time.
It's a different item. It's a different item. So yes, you can.
All right. So I guess I would be happy to put the same motion I had last time up. I can read it. Hold on. That the 2022 base budget be adjusted to reflect the user fees adjustment at the NSSRC and Harbor for an increase of inflation plus 2%, and that staff be directed to analyze market rates for user fees at the Harbor NSRC and bring forward any further adjustments that would be considered over the next 5 years. Now, I guess I'm hearing that we don't want to put that 2% in. So if somebody wants to make a friendly amendment.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I've got Councillor Olszewski and Councillor Prost.
Thank you. I'll certainly make a friendly amendment to remove the 2%, but I would like to know if anybody has the number available. What is the current rate of inflation? I believe it's 6.7, but I might be mistaken.
I just go at 7%.
Jeremy.
So the last rate of inflation that I heard for Ontario that was reported was 5.2. Is the 7 the United States?
There is 7% is the rate of inflation for food.
For
Yeah,
food.
that.
We're
Yeah,
looking
my
at CPI.
my bad.
5.2 is what it is.
Is it duck shoot or what's going on? Your ducks in the background. Councillor Prost, you had a comment or a question, please.
I was just going to do the friendly amendment. 5.2 is better than 7.6 or whatever it was. It's still quite high. I'm not sure where even the 33% even came from originally. It's just crazy, but 5.2 is I'll go with that if that's what we get.
So just so you're just on the basis of the 5.2 inflation plus the
Not plus 2%.
No, just let me finish. The figures for 5.2 plus 2% was $22,000 additional to the rec center and $7,000 additional to the harbor. Now, I don't have, Mr. Jeremy, do you have the numbers for inflation only?
Yes, I do, Your Worship. For NSSRC, it would be $12,000. For the harbor, it would be $4,000.
Thank you. So who would like to second Deputy Mayor's, to get that, we'll get that on the floor. We're going to second that. Thank you, Councillor McGinn. So it's on the floor. Comments or questions? I expect we're going to get out a notice of amending. Councillor Olszewski, then we'll go to Councillor Main.
Sorry, was there a friendly amendment attached to this, or are we still talking about the +2?
Well, we were talking about inflation +2, I believe, in the original motion. Is that correct, Deputy Mayor Ross?
That was the original, but
Okay.
I believe there was no appetite for plus 2%. So,
So is the motion 5% then, or 5.2%?
And I believe the numbers that Mr. Jeremy gave us is just the rate of inflation. Is that correct, Mr. Jeremy?
Yes.
Yes, it is.
So we can put the motion on without the 2%.
Your Worship, I do have the wording if you wanted me to read it.
Yes, please.
I'm sorry, did you get a seconder, Deputy Mayor?
Councillor McGinn.
Thank you. The motion will read user rate increase of inflation for NSSRC user fees excluding drop-ins and miscellaneous, resulting in a $12,000 increase in user fee revenue at the NSSRC and a corresponding reduction to the tax levy, and user rate increase of inflation for harbor user fees, resulting in a $4,000 increase in user fee revenue at the harbor and a corresponding reduction to the tax levy.
Thank you very much. I just want to be clear here that we understand there's already a base rate established under the base budget. So that was a 3% increase. And we're now adding the inflation to that. So, Mr. Jeremy.
Yes, I think I should clarify on this, Your Worship. The 5.2% increase would stand in place of the base increase. So what we're looking at when I'm calculating those numbers for you, it is taking into account that you already have within the base a 3.5% increase at NSSRC, and I believe it's a 2% increase at the harbor. So when all is said and done, it is a 5.2% increase at both, not not adding on top of the base.
So for the purposes of this particular item, you're going to remove the base load that was already in there.
Yes, that's what we're doing. It's taken out. So if we had
so we approved that. Are we going back to revisit that now as a reconsideration? Or can you just say that we're going to, it'd be the rate of inflation minus the approved base load? That gives you the same result.
Sure. We had interpreted this as you wanted to replace the base with this new increase.
Okay, well then,
there may have been some misunderstanding. I apologize for that.
I just want to be clear for everybody, including especially myself, what I'm voting on. So it is that we would this would be in place of the base rate.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Cunningham, Deputy Mayor.
Just wondering if this precludes the re-examination of the rates and changing those rates before the next budget next year, because I did freeze for a little while there and had to come back in. And I do think that a re-evaluation of some of those rates between now and then would be wise. Does this change that ability?
Sure, Jeremy.
Councillor Cunningham, through your worship, you could not change the budget at a later date during the year. Could you change the rates? You could amend your rates bylaw at some point, but you can't change the budget. Once that's done, it's done until the next go round in 2023.
Thanks, Jeremy. Another hand up there. No, so Councillor Main.
Thank you. Yeah, obviously the 33% all across the board, people didn't appreciate that. There is some rhyme to the reason to kind of selectively increase some of the prices without, not percentage based wise, when you look at some of the things. Obviously, we want to keep the youth rates lower and the adult rates, increase, or as Councillor Cunningham was saying, private, you can increase that. What we're moving towards is what other municipalities have done is a pricing study or a pricing strategy. I was just flipping through online. It's a common thing. There's
we have a motion on the proceeding to the motion. I appreciate the input, and I think that being engaging in the conversation about tiered cost structure within the rec center is a good one. But we're rapidly running out of time, and I would really like to focus on the issue at hand.
Certainly. Can I make a final?
Very much for that. So that the motion's on the floor. I'm calling the question.
Okay.
So, all in favor? Against? Thank you, Deputy Mayor. That's yes, Councillor Cunningham.
I wonder if this would be an appropriate time to add an additional motion that the budget, the tax levy, be reduced by $100,000 from that study that we intend to do to recoup future changes in these. These would have come into play in September anyway, but rather than saying that we are going to not reduce the budget, I don't know. I'm getting tired, so I'm not sure how that wording would happen, but I believe we need to recoup some of this money this year, and that a study and some negotiations will reduce the amount required from our tax levy as we bring in new rates in September. And I think that's a legitimate thing to consider at this time.
I bring it forward as a notice of motion and for a review of the rates, fee structure, I beg your pardon, and perhaps laying out some terms of reference to do that. But at this point, I'd like to continue on with what we have before us, or we're never getting out of here. We'll be back here just right when the Super Bowl happens. So
I understand your desire for expediency, but I also want to balance that with some due diligence and consideration that this does impact the budget.
I don't say that it has to happen today. I understand, so I would ask you to bring it forward as opposed to motion. Can you hear me?
No, most of what you're saying I cannot hear.
I say, bring it forward as a notice of motion. I get that it's not a matter of expediency. I think the appropriate place is a notice of motion for a full review of the fee structure based on consultation with the appropriate user groups.
And a corresponding reduction to the tax levy?
When? You know,
Well,
you can't touch the tax levy once we approve this budget.
That's why I'm wondering whether this is the appropriate time to bring this up.
So what are you asking a $100,000 reduction in levy from?
So we have, this is going to be kind of imaginary numbers, but we have the idea that rather than reducing the levy by the 300,000 through user rate changes that are in this existing document, we request that we reduce them by 100,000 and that study lead to a finding of $100,000 of fees and increases.
What are you going to cut to achieve that?
That would be what the study would talk about. It wouldn't be.
Then you can't touch the tax rate once we approve the budget.
I understand that.
So this would be a reduction in 2023's budget.
My question is whether it could be, and maybe it's Mr. Jeremy that I'm asking this question of, can we, saying that the taxes and the rates and fees come into effect in September, can we task staff with re-examining these and not finding 300,000 for us, but finding 100,000, and that then affect this tax levy this year?
Jeremy.
Okay, I'll take a shot at this. I think Mr. Campbell may have more to add after I say this, perhaps correcting me, but it sounds like what we're talking about is an arbitrary $100,000, go figure out where it's going to come from through discussions with your user groups. Is that the gist of it?
It's more a matter of, we've had Councillor Gordon mention that our docking rates, our harbor fees are lower than they should be. And rather than postponing, I was curious whether this could be done. Everybody's looking at me like I just sprouted a unicorn horn, but it's a question that I think doesn't have another time to be asked.
As Deputy Mayor, by the way, taking shots at the harbor, but still. Point taken. We definitely need to revisit this, and I'd love to hear this as a notice of motion at one of our council meetings, and let's really beat the heck out of this.
Just getting out of hand, I'm afraid. This is something for outside of this budget. I really don't see the logic in this. I can see, unless I don't know where you're going to find the money from, and to just surreptitiously say, well, we'll just pull $100,000 off the levy, and you've got between now and the end of the year to find it. It's going to go on user fees.
Exactly, that's my point. It would go on user fees.
So we can increase the user fees, but we need to set the budget now and to moving forward. And I see Mr. Deneau's got his hand up there, so maybe you can add some.
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. I think you're correct. I mean, we need to have specific numbers assigned in the budget so we know what we can plan for and track to and commit to, certainly in the levy for our residents. I understand the sentiment. I do understand what Councillor Cunningham's trying to get. I know she is trying to reduce the levy. I understand that. And I know she feels that we can probably come up with a plan to reduce or increase some user fees and reduce that levy. I understand that. However, in the budgeting process, we do have to assign the number somewhere. We need a source to get that funding to reduce that levy. So I certainly appreciate the sentiment, but we would have to assign it somewhere in that budget. We need a source for those savings. And if I could make one other comment, and again, I think, we're talking about a significant issue here. Obviously, we've heard from the public on this one. there are many stakeholders and there's many issues in this town that we keep trying to deal with financially. I think we all appreciate, and this is, I think, a really real benefit of this exercise in this budget is how much participation we've heard from the public, and council has heard that square and center has staff. And that's why when we look at whatever financial means we have at our disposal, whether it's user fees at the rec center, whether it's parking, whether it's disposition of assets, whether it's increasing at the harbor rates, whether it's acknowledging that we do not receive as much revenue and grants from the government, that all needs to be understood when we look at our tax levy and the historical consequences of it. And we're making steps to improve it. We're saving here and there, we're putting money away, we're being very responsible as council, I feel, in making those decisions and not pushing it out to another council. But they are extremely difficult, as I think everyone appreciates now. We do not want to burden our user groups and people who are appealing from it. But the facts are, there's a substantial amount of things we have to support in this town. There's a lot of subsidization for community services that are required, no question, but you need a tax levy to pay for it. And that's where we're left. That's where we're left with this. So I do appreciate how difficult it is. Again, we've tried to open every book we have and with almost 500 pages of detail to let you know these are the numbers. And I think everyone's appreciating that, but it's not an easy situation to come up with. So I think certainly you're tabling a motion that I think is reasonable, and council can consider that, and we'll deal with the rest of the budget accordingly. But specifically to this motion, we need to understand what is in our budget. So if we are going to identify savings, we have to identify where the savings are coming from.
Thank you, Mr. Donnell. Madam Clerk, did I actually get a vote on that motion? I believe
Yes,
I
you did, and it was carried.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the thinking, creative thinking, if not creative accounting, and let's next possibility next meeting. Let's get a notice of motion on the table and move this forward formally. I think we are through the service level change forms. I believe, though, that we have an addition, Mr. Jeremy.
Yes, that's correct, Your Worship. Mr. Sobel has requested that that council consider a motion to increase the budget for the Bomb Beach project. He's just recently received his tenders and come in over what we had budgeted.
Thank you, Mr. Sobel. Any comment around that?
Sure. Thank you, Worship, through to council. So we throughout since late December, before Christmas break, we went out for tender for the Bomb Beach Road Surfacing Project, which was part of the capital budget that was approved just 2 days ago. The tendering process closed yesterday at 2 p.m. and our lowest compliant bidder was unfortunately just above our budget. We took all the precautions we could, knowing the market, the volatility with COVID and the unexpected stuff. We added some extra percentages and contingency to the budget, but we're continuing to see, like Ms. Cruson talked about earlier, material rates coming in much higher than expected. So that budget came in. We do believe that we have it's a reasonable bid. Bid 1 and 2 were within $51,000 of each other. So then the next highest bidder was a couple $100,000 above that. So we don't believe we have an inflated, outrageous price. It's market rate. Like say, they're within 1.8% of each other. And so we in order to proceed with that project, we need an additional $250,000 in order to incorporate the contractor fee plus the town portion of the tax that's non-reimbursable.
And this is going to be drawn from reserves and DC. This is going to be drawn from DC reserves.
Yes, Your Worship. This is a debt finance project, which is will then be made up through an area-specific rated DC for this corridor. So eventually, development will pay for this project fully.
Thank you, Mr. Sobel. Madam Clerk, can you put some sort of a motion together around this? I'll entertain questions. meantime?
Yes, I have the wording.
Okay, so would you just read out what the motion would be?
Okay, if someone could, we just need a mover and a seconder.
Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Cunningham, seconder.
Councillor Downer.
Councillor Downer.
The motion will read that the capital budget for project 505-3516- Bomb Beach Road servicing and increase the construction budget by $250,000 to accommodate to lowest compliant bid that was received through the tendering process of RFT ENG 2021-039 Bomb Beach Road Phase 1, which closed on January 27th, 2022 at 2 p.m.
Thank you very much. So council, you've heard that motion. I have Councillor Main, Councillor Shesky, then Councillor Gordon.
Thank you. Just a quick question on the Young's Bomb Beach extension. If we're looking at from a complete streets perspective, obviously we're talking about 93 trails running all the way from 12 into Penetanguishene, eventually bike lanes on Yonge Street. You're talking about an urban cross section. Would that include cycling infrastructure west as a heading towards Bomb Beach and Tiny Township?
Councillor Main, through your worship. So this project does not include any bicycle lanes. We're not changing it from a rural to an urban cross section because it is the county road right of way. However, we are including a sidewalk connection to connect to the county road trail at the northwest corner of the Yonge and 93 intersection. And that sidewalk will extend all the way to the booster station at the Sundowner Road entrance. So almost the entire length of the phase 1 of the project will have a new sidewalk on the north side of Bomb Beach Road.
But I guess to follow up then, are we locking this cross section in? Then we won't ever be able to put in active transportation infrastructure, or will we still have the ability, if the county wanted to run active transportation infrastructure all the way the west into Tiny Township? Because I think this is a critical corridor, and I would hate for us to lock in a design now that would not work in the future. Thank you.
Councillor Main, through your worship, there, in order to go to an urban cross section, there would have to be storm sewers put in. That could always be arranged. Now we will have a lot of underground infrastructure in this north side of the right of way. One of the county's requests has been for us to stay out of the asphalt. So we are forced to move our water and sewer into that north ditch and boulevard space. One of the advantages with this being a county right of way, it's slightly wider. There could always be potential in some areas to potentially have a multi-use trail instead of a sidewalk if that was to be a connecting link. There's some tight areas as we get closer to a 93 where we have some grading challenges and some retaining walls that may or may not have to go in if that was to be the case. But there could be future options, kind of like what they did from the hospital out to Penetang, right, where they have that trail in the right of way. But it's not always a full urban cross section. So I would say to answer the question, it doesn't take away the ability for it, but there will be some challenges depending on the desired type of active transportation facility.
Thank you, Mr. Spool.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, it's a $250,000 as a bit of a shot in the gut on the third day of budget, 20 minutes before the meeting scheduled to end, but it is what it is, and we didn't sign up for easy meetings. So, again, it is what it is. How much? I understand we're 250,000 over the budgeted amount that we thought that this project would cost. How much of this money is contingent? How much of it is it contingency in case something goes wrong? And what's the guarantee that the project doesn't have overruns?
Councillor Shefsey, through your worship. So typically what we like to do with the large project like this is we run around a 10% contingency value in the contracts. So, we're running at around that $250,000 to $270,000 contingency. We've had a pretty good track record in the last few large capital projects we've done of not having overruns. We're confident that our tenders are fairly conservative, and we'll commit to doing everything we can to keeping those costs as low as possible throughout the project.
Councillor Gordon, did I have you next?
Yeah, thanks. this is always the way it works, right? The longer you wait for things, the prices go up. Do we have any ability in the way our development charges work, that if somebody thought they had to pay so much money when they, when we approved the, whatever the development charge was applied to in this case, that we have the ability to go back and go, sorry, it's now a bit more, or do we just need to eat that and wait for more development? I'm just not 100% clear on how this works. We can go back to the people that are paying for this.
Mr. Jeremy, take that on.
Councillor Gordon, through your worship, the way the development charges would work is initially when you set your DC rates, it's based on a background study that would have accumulated all of the anticipated costs for the things that you're intending to build to support growth. Naturally, they will come in at different numbers, which is where the development charge self-correcting mechanism of resetting your DC rates at least every 5 years kicks in. So if you end up spending more than anticipated, it gets picked up when you update your DC rates in the future. If you ended up spending less, the same thing would happen. So yeah, it will self-correct as we do the next DC background study.
Thank you, Jeremy.
Okay, thanks. Just a quick follow-up. Just to refresh everybody's memory about this, we're doing this to extend services up the Bomb Beach corridor, which was part of our secondary plan, because we bought some property up there that we're hoping to make shovel ready for the county to do affordable housing on. And also because there's those new, like whatever the little shopping business center that's going in on the north side, it's to service these new developments primarily, and of course whatever businesses happen to be along there can hook up to. Is that why we're doing this again? It's been a while since we talked about it.
Mr. Campbell, either. Mr. Campbell.
Yes, through you, your worship. Yeah, Bomb Beach Road is one of the corridors that is identified as our gateway streets in the future. So yes, the town did buy some property along that. The servicing design is all the way out to Wilson Road, and we're just building half of it right now. But there are developers who own the property west of Sundowner going up the hill that are planning to bring forth some planning zoning changes for residential and other uses out all the way out to Wilson Road. So, there are plans that from Wilson Road all the way to 93 will be redeveloped, and the businesses that are there today might not be the businesses that are there tomorrow. And the reason that because they don't have water and sanitary sewer, they can't expand and change that form. So that's, as is Highway 12. Not Bomb Beach is the other corridor that we're really hoping we'll get some good development on.
Councillor Prost, please.
I'm just wondering if we're eligible for any grants for any of this.
Councillor Prost, your worship, is ultimately funded from development charges, so it doesn't affect the town directly in that respect. Yeah, there's no savings for the town's reserves to be had there.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy. Does that, Councillor Prost, are you satisfied with that? Thank you. I'm going to call the question on this. We are, as Councillor Olszewski pointed out, coming up to the appointed hour of 4 o'clock when we're supposed to end. I'm going to ask for a 5-minute bio break. I need to fill my water bottle as well. And then we'll come back. Perhaps we can get an update on numbers where we are.
Got a break in like 30 seconds, guys. Then I can get quickly filled in.
So we'll take a recess here now for, sorry. I'll call the question on this particular item. All those in favor? Against? It carries. So Madam Clerk, the Bomb Beach Road piece carries.
Thank you. I will
5,
pause the recording now.
thank you. We'll take a 10-minute break actually, and I'll ask for an update on where we're at with. So, thank you, Madam Clerk. So we're all back, and I'm going to ask Mr. Jeremy to give us an update where we're at. Mr. Jeremy?
My apologies, Your Worship. I do need just a moment. I need a moment if I can.
No problem. So while we're waiting for Mr. Jeremy, I'll put a question to council. We are at a natural break here, which would be that we're finished with service level change. What remains is the council and committee request summary. So we can decide to continue past, say, to 5 o'clock or whenever. And thank you, Deputy Clerk, and get ourselves to a place where we're complete. We don't have to set up any more time, or we'll end up having to set an additional date. So it is council's wish to go past until we complete this next section, and then we're done.
What's the alternative, Your Worship?
We'd have to, we'll go into recess and come back at a later date, have clerk either poll council. I know people have work obligations that they have to consider. So, so that's the alternative. Any opinions? I mean, so
I'm good to go till 5 o'clock.
Yeah, let's let her rip.
Good to 5. Everybody good to 5. Everybody.
I may have to switch to my cell phone.
Okay.
It depends. It doesn't seem that anybody else is staying here after 4:30. They're being very considerate. Obviously, like my boss is Jerry Marshall, but he's not here right now. So being a politician, he would have. So if there's a glitch, I'll say if I have to switch and when I have to switch. If you would please indulge me. And if I get logged off, just let me log back on. I have to get out to my van.
Okay. Thank you, Council. Mr. Jeremy.
All right, Your Worship. So just a state of where things stand currently. So as it stands right now, we are at a 4.07% blended plus a 0.75% sustainable capital levy blended for a total of 4.82. What you're going into now is a discussion on the council and committee requests. Those requests are worth about $390,000, and they are included in the percentages that I just recited. Those council and committee requests are driving a 1.15% tax rate increase on a blended basis. So to give you some context of where things would be if you declined all of the council and committee requests, that would take you down to a 3.6% increase, which includes the sustainable capital. So if you took the sustainable capital out of that, you would be down to 2.85% for your base plus 0.75 for your sustainable capital. That's the 3.6.
That's the blended rate.
As the blended rate. Clear as mud?
Yeah, no, I think we all got that.
Okay.
So,
we're at 3.6 blended right now?
No, 4.82 blended, including a 0.75% sustainable capital.
So we're back to where we were when we first really started this.
Yes.
Oh, God.
If I may, Your Worship.
Please.
Yes, that and again, that includes the council and committee request as they stand today. So you still have not considered those. However, you have kept your winter maintenance. You have kept the NSSRCs pretty much intact, except for the inflationary adjustment that you've made. And you have made, the accordion cuts gives and balances in some of those service level change requests. You've also committed the 0.75 blended to helping reinforce our sustainable reserves, which, is, I think, a very important long-term strategic plan. So if you take that 0.75 outside of it, you're really comparing that that increase on a relatively nominal basis. So now with council's consideration of what their additional requests are of 1.15, you have the option to potentially lower the levy more.
Thank you, Mr. Donnell. Councilor Olszewski.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. I've already said publicly I would be withdrawing my motion, the sole one that I have in there. So there's 20 that remain. I'm not sure how everybody else feels. I would be happy to put a motion to turn them all down, but we could talk for a day about them all if that's the appetite of council. It would bring us down to 3.67, I believe, if I'm correct, and we would lose some friends. But
somebody want to put that on the floor? Councilor, do you want to put that on the floor as a motion? Olszewski?
I'd like to hear some conversation before I do. It's a bold move.
So it's been suggested by Councilor Olszewski that we just eliminate all the requests from the levy, requests of the levy from the council and committees. Mr. Jeremy, are you going to confuse me now?
I hope not to. I want to be sure that we make a distinction between the council and committee requests that are affecting your operating budget versus council and committee requests that just have a capital impact. Yeah. Because some of those are funded from grants, yeah, and you don't want to wipe those out in this conversation. So just be sure that you zero in on the ones that are affecting the tax levy directly.
That's, I think, what I said, but thank you for the clarification. It's clear that wasn't clear. So, council, the suggestion is that in the interest of getting the levy down, we remove everything from the tax side of the council and committee requests. I get some feedback on that. Councilor McGinn.
I agree that it is an extremely bold move, but I think it's one that we really have to do. We've been quite proactive, very communicative with each other. We've done a lot. So I would like to see that happen. But yes, we have to be very careful about our wording and ensure that we're not putting ourselves in a situation, as Mr. Jeremy said, where we're getting rid of the ones that are grant supported. I'd also like to see, long-term savings. I think it's absolutely fantastic, but you can't put money in the piggy bank when you don't have much money. So I would also like to see us reconsider that, the long-term savings, say, no, not this year. That's it for now.
We're based fundamentally in agreement with
Councilor Olszewski.
Levy portion.
Correct.
Thank you. Councilor Gordon.
Maybe for the benefit of the people following along, because this may be ambiguous, perhaps someone could read down the list of things we're looking at basically just removing.
So the first item would be advanced splash pad project at $170,000. This crypto integration, NFT exploration, VR tourism, $25,000. The 0.75% annual levy for attainable housing at $180,000. The Heritage Committee at $12,000. And I don't know about, somebody please clarify for me, the Accessible Little Lake MAAC at $1,000. I take it that's levy only. There's no grant or capital consideration in there. Mr. Jeremy, could you help me with that?
Your worship, yes, that's all we had identified as $1,000 for operating on that.
Thank you. So then that too would be removed. We have a park bench for $700 and we have a seniors council annual luncheon for $1,500. Card up there somewhere. Councilor Downer.
Yeah, your worship, the way I see it, we don't have any choice. We're stuck between a rock and a hard place. We certainly can't go to the public with an increase of that amount, and any move to reduce it would show that we acted in good faith, and I will support reducing it.
Eliminating the levy portion of the council and committee.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Cunningham.
Thank you. I wouldn't support, again, a blanket approach to this. I'd like to get a little more granular, such as continuing support for our seniors council. While we may not give them an additional park bench, I'd like to maintain their funds for their annual luncheon. There's a lot of goodwill created by that organization, and that's growing all the time. So giving them that support. Last year's annual budget probably wasn't even spent because we've been on hold. So seniors have not been a drain on our budget. I would like to see that kept in. Realistically, I guess that's just an amendment then to that motion. The other question I have is our attainable housing. Is this separate from the monies that are there to support the efforts by our affordable housing committee, or is that taking the teeth out of that committee as well?
Basically, the CIP process is a formalization. It's a formalism for the Affordable Housing Committee. So this is a way of taking their efforts, embedding it into a public engagement process, financial analysis of the tools that have been put forward by the committee and so on. So I would say, no, it's not. Certainly we can't be, I would say no. What it's doing is that reserve, that $180,000 was to start to build a reserve so that we weren't dependent on general reserves to deal with DC offsets and so on. So that's what that's about. So as far as the committee goes, their activities will continue. Councilor Cunningham.
Well, just to follow up on that then, there's this mysterious council discretionary fund that I've heard of in the past. Does that still exist? And are there ways to use that rather than the levy to fund projects that we care about?
I'm not aware of one. If there was one, I wish I'd known about it sooner.
It came up a couple of years ago as a tool that we had forgotten existed.
Mr. Jeremy, is there some secret fund somewhere we're not aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, but we have gone through the budgets line by line, and over the last couple of years, we've actually made efforts to eliminate those sorts of things where we can't substantiate why it's there. And for instance, we had $4,000 this year where we looked at it and said, does anybody know what this is for? I don't see any spending having been applied against it. No answer, out it goes. It's possible that was taken out in previous budgets. I'm not familiar with it.
I know when I worked for the civil service, there was deputy minister's appropriations, but at the end of the year, you either use or lose the deputy minister's funds. So that was sometimes considered a source of different funding. But no, there's no, as you can see, there's no separate funds. Discretionary for council. Councillor Prost, I believe you had your hand up. Am I correct? Or was it Councillor McGinn? No, neither one of you. Thank you. So we have Councillor Gordon then, please.
Thank you. I knew that we were going to come to this point. I hadn't gotten anybody's hopes up about the splash pad this year, even though having, injected it's our last year in office. We approved it our first year in office. A lot of bad luck has come along our way. The community still needs and wants it, I think, more than ever. Outdoor recreation, access to water when we're stinking hot summers and stuff. No beaches, thanks to our good neighbors and their policies, and to some degree COVID. I can't throw it entirely on that without mentioning that. But the bottom line is a splash pad in the Little Lake Park or someplace would be well received. But I can't in good faith, considering we've made arguably very little big dent in this, what people are going to pay for taxes this year. I can't possibly champion this, even though in my soul I want to. So this will be the first thing I do if I'm at the table for the next budget, is get this thing advanced somehow, but I can't in good faith support it this year. I had a whole litany. I think I've probably given most of it away on Facebook about why I disagreed with the 0.75% attainable housing. I don't have to argue any of that right now because it's about to circle down the drain. Nobody in their right mind could argue against helping any way we could for affordable or attainable housing in our community. But I just said I wasn't gonna argue it, so I'm not going to. Anyway, it looks like this thing's gonna fizzle out. I agree with you. You need to cut these things right down to the seniors luncheon and the park bench. As petty as that seems, if we start picking this apart, then we need to argue the merits of each one of these things. And I think at this late hour and when we're just looking to make some material impact, let's just turn this thing off. Nope, and let's get a tax rate, and then have to take our lumps from the public when it gets announced, knowing we've done what we can.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Shesky, back to you.
Councillor McGinn was actually ahead of me.
I'm sorry, beg your pardon? Oh, yes, I
Councillor-
beg your pardon. Yes,
Councillor McGinn was ahead of me.
Thank you, Councillor. Getting punch drunk here. Councillor McGinn.
That was very kind of you, Councillor Olszewski. Thank you. I was really happy, Councillor Cunningham, to hear that that the Seniors Council probably didn't spend their money last year. So that means that they might be able to do their luncheon this year, and that would be fantastic if they could find a way to still do it. Maybe they're not allowed to do it that way. I don't know, but it was a comment that you had made that they probably hadn't, because of restrictions. I'm finding a little bit of solace. Not that I ever want to say that I'm finding comfort knowing that we still have restrictions at this current time, but knowing that everything is not yet back to normal. So I don't feel as horrible. I don't feel good, but I don't feel as terrible. As for the splash pad, yes, that was on my mind too. Certain costs have gone up as well right now. We still have, I know from my job that we still have shipment issues, product issues. So moving forward or committing to something in that regard, it would be a little foolish of us right now. We have to do a sweeping no. We have to do a sweeping no. But I have a direct question. Is there anything else that we are not talking about right now that we can say, hey, wait a minute, I want to reconsider, to try to lower it, even 0.5? If there's anything that is there anything else? Is there anything more that we can do before we say the final vote? I'm not asking people to spend forever here. I'm putting it to my peers, and I'm putting it to Mr. Jeremy.
You have a suggestion?
Pardon me?
You have a suggestion? Not that I want to open this up again, but do you have a suggestion?
I know. It's just, this is tough. This is really tough. One of the suggestions would be the snow.
No, okay.
The snow.
I understand the sentiment.
This year.
We've been through this pretty thoroughly.
Yes.
We've had a real good opportunity to air their views on this, I think. We've made some choices where we've taken stuff out, but at the same time, we've put stuff back in, and this is where we're at. So with that, I'll go to Councilor.
So you're unilaterally deciding that we cannot revisit? Like, do I have to table something to ask my peers?
I'm not unilaterally deciding anything, but I'm asking you whether you have a suggestion.
I did.
What was it?
Snow. that we go back and relook at that again and ask.
I didn't hear you say that. So.
Oh, okay, I know Zoom has been glitchy for all of us.
Yeah, so
Yes.
let me just pose that question to council. Council, by show of cards, do you want to go back and revisit some of these things through reconsideration? Or do you want to just move forward? So, so to go back for a reconsideration for Councillor McGinn's question, show of favor, sorry, a show of yes, for those who wish to do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those who don't.
Okay.
Those who don't. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. So before, okay, so let's Deputy Mayor Ross.
Your Worship, I know we're all exhausted. It's been 3 crazy long days. I don't know what, but I think we need to defer this meeting and give us all time to think. And if we have an idea that we want to bring forward, then we have to bring it forward at a later date. I think to try to figure it out in the next hour or 45 minutes, it's almost 4:30 on a Friday night, I don't think we can do it. I am concerned with the budget. Last year we got completely destroyed with a 2.5, and we're now at a 4.8, if I understand correctly. I don't know where to cut, but I think we have to come up with some type of plan to do that. And I know we have a meeting on the 9th of February. We've gone this far. I'd be fine to come back at 4 o'clock on the 9th of February when we have the meeting and spend the first 2 hours to hash it out. But it's just a suggestion. But I just really feel to try to figure it out in the next 25 minutes is going to be really tough.
So am I to understand then that the will of council is to recess, come back at a subsequent date and finish this process, which would likely, I'm guessing, be at least a half-day motion. Sorry. I've got council. Let me just see a show of hands on that, or a yes.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So I have Councillor Cunningham wishes to speak, and I have Councillor Gordon, and then I'm going to call a recess. And then Mr. Deneau.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of points. If we are going to take some opportunity to look at a sober second thought on a couple of these things, I would love it if that gives staff the time to relook at fees that could be increased along some of those lines and actually have a look at that before we come back to our budget again. Because in the absence of that, we have 100, 200,000 being on the levy that may not need to be there. And to bring back the seniors luncheon with that money, or figure out how I can just out of pocket hand the seniors $1,500. I think it's completely inappropriate to take that away.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Gordon and I have Councillor.
Okay, just so I'm clear, I mean, I'm all fine with sharpening the pencil yet again. I'll grind it right down to the eraser. But does this mean we're like basically starting over again from the beginning and potentially reversing decisions we've already made? Like, I just don't understand what's the purpose of us coming back at this. Do we have to each have a submission, or what are we doing here?
That is the road you're traveling down. That you're reopening the entire budget.
We are shrinking it.
No, you're reopening the entire budget, and we'll be looking at a significant amount of time.
Yes.
I'm concerned with. That's what I don't want to start over from the beginning, have to re-argue everything and potentially reverse our already made decisions to save money because someone comes with a more passionate sales pitch from round 2.
Councillor Downer, you wish to speak? Sorry, you're on mute, sir. You're muted.
I think we owe it to our ratepayers to go back and take a look at some things. I don't think we have to open up the entire budget. I think we have to go away and come back with a fresh look at 3 or 4 items that we may have to defer. We can't go to the taxpayer with a rate this high. It's just not going to happen. My books.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Your Worship. I emailed the question on day one and I asked it publicly on day two. Is there an opportunity to draw from the MPUC Legacy Fund? I do understand we have to change the rules a bit and change the wording around the MPUC Legacy Fund to come up with a more satisfying tax rate. Instead of going back and redoing the whole budget process, I'll have to book next week off too. These are my holidays. I've got physically nowhere. It's sounding like so. Just like some assurance that we've got a plan to go forward.
I don't believe that it would be. I think it would be ill-advised or anywhere. It would be ill-advised to go anywhere near the MPUC funds. That's the slippery slope. The next council goes, oh, we've got the MPUC funds. No, I think we need to make some hard decisions here. I personally think that we have still some debate. Sorry, go ahead, Councilor. I don't mean to cut you off.
No, you're not cutting me off. It was just a follow-up. I was just going to say, you know, when we sold the MPUC, we talked about somebody comes to us with a great idea. It would be great to have the money in the bank. Alternatively, we've had a pandemic and it's an extremely troubling time. And this is the most unique of circumstances and situations I've seen in my 34 years on this planet. You guys may say differently, but if there's not a rainier day in Midland and there's not a better opportunity to take money out of that fund, we're sitting on money and you know, we're bleeding. So it's my suggestion, and you can call it inappropriate if you choose. I'm making a suggestion, and I would appreciate to know, is it an opportunity? Can we do it? Is all I want to know.
You would have to have council put a motion forward to modify the entire thing. Okay. So I just would like to say, Mr. Deneau, I'm going to let you speak, and I got some comments.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship, and whether you adjourn or not, I think it's important that I think we understand the context of what I think is significant progress that was made over almost 3 days. Some very important decisions were made, some very passionate debates and analysis were presented. And I think certainly council, and I hope the public has a full perspective on how complex the situation is and what our needs are down the road. I think this council has been very good at making sure that they don't put the next council in a difficult position. And in fact, in this budget, are even considering investing some money to reinforce our capital reserves, which we know are in desperate need. So that's included in that levy. If you haven't even considered the council portion of the request yet, and you're at 3.67%.
Yeah.
If you take the sustainable cap levy portion off, okay, because that is an investment. You can choose to not do that, but that is an investment, and I think it's a wise decision for your infrastructure. You're really increasing the tax levy by 2.92%. Okay, 2.92%. Now, everyone likes to compare us with who is around us, you know, and that's human nature to do that. But again, if you're going to do that, you have to look at the revenue sources of the other municipalities. I know it doesn't matter for our taxpayer in the end, but it has been a consequence for Midland for well over 12 years, and it is one of the reasons why our reserves are in this state. So if you take that 2.92% and you just take the average that the other municipalities get for their OMPF funding, you reduce that by 1.66%. So you, in fact, today, right now, at this point, are looking at a 1.26% increase. A 1.26% increase by this council. Is that reasonable? And I would say absolutely, given the circumstance. Yes, you are going to put an additional 0.75 away for sustainable capital, but that is wise. That is wise. And yes, we do not get as much grant funding and have not for over 12 years. That has resulted in some very, very difficult financial circumstances, but we need to continue moving forward. We need to continue supporting growth. We need to look at our assets. We need to make smart decisions on user fees as you've done through the last 3 days, but it does result in a tax levy that is accordingly proportionate. You know, comparative wise, you know, I told you it's about 1.26% if you do some of that analysis, but in the end, it's about 3.67, but there's a sustainable cap levy portion in it. And so I think you've done a very responsible job I think you've made some very difficult decisions. I think you've supported and listened to your community as you should. You know, I think we'll manage the budget, and it won't be easy, but we do that every year. And I'd encourage you to, you know, take that into consideration, whether you adjourn or not. I don't want to be lost that I think some very important consideration's been given.
I'd just like to say at this point that I don't think it would be prudent to not close out the budget today, because if we have to come back and we are doing reconsiderations, as Councillor McGinn has suggested, that's opening the entire budget. Whether you think it is or isn't, that is the potential. And as Councillor, I appreciate that Councillor Olszewski will have to budget more of his vacation, and I hope he doesn't have to do that. That's really not a consideration here. It's more about, it is a consideration certainly from Councillor Olszewski's perspective, and it's certainly, I empathize with that completely. We have a proposal here to eliminate and to the levy portion of council and committee requests. I think that's prudent. I get the lunch thing. I think there are ways that we can accommodate the lunch without holding up the rest of this budget. I am supremely confident of that, even if I have to go and book it as education, and it comes out of my education budget. So you can take some out of yours too, if you wish, Councillor, and you get an education. So I would really, really urge you to consider taking this to completion, not because it's a matter of expediency, but because it will really create a mess going back in, because everybody, just like the luncheon, has their, I mean, I really, really breaks my heart to see that affordable housing reserve not happen this year, as it breaks Councillor Gordon's heart not to do the splash pad, and a lot of other people. A lot of people in both situations are affected. I would ask you to have some grit here and finish this as is. And I think you are making an investment in rebuilding your reserves that is outside of the actual operating levy. So give that a moment's thought, because I have two motions here, or a number of motions here I would like to read in. I'd like to know council's will on the council committee. Councillor Olszewski, you had indicated that you put a motion on the floor to move that forward as a complete en masse. That comes out of the budget, and then we'll see where we're at after that. Can we do that? Can we then put that motion on the floor? Okay. So if you'll, Councillor Olszewski, if you would put the motion on the floor, we'll get a seconder and then have a vote. Sorry, Councillor Donner, did you? No. So Councillor Olszewski, over to you.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to turn down all council and committee requests that impact the tax levy.
Thank you. Seconder, please. Councillor McGinn, thank you. So we'll just get right to the meat of the matter. I'll call the question. All those in favor of the motion? All those against? There's 3 against. It carries. So now we're back to Mr. Jeremy. Will you please tell us where we're at with respect to the levy?
It's just going to take us a moment to recalculate on that, but I believe we should be somewhere around 3.67. Sorry, I'm getting pinged with all the responses. So I'm being told 3.6% blended. That includes the 0.75% for the sustainable capital levy. So on a base amount, you're at 2.85.
So you're 2.85 with the sustainable capital removed, which is basically the investment into our reserves, which is the way I think we should view this. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
It is a separate levy. Yeah.
I have Councillor Olszewski, Councillor Main. Councillor Olszewski.
Just wanted to make the comment, thank you, that my first few years of council, I remember budget times and I didn't want to have any increases at all. And I remember the goal always seemed to be to keep it below the rate of inflation. So the pandemic has, kicked all our butts, and this budget is no exception to that. So the rate of inflation is over 5, and we've kept it to 3.67. It's something that we're all going to have to answer to, but it's something that I'm willing to put my name on.
Thank you. Sorry, I had Councillor May and then Councillor Cunningham. I think you had your hand up, Councillor Cunningham.
Yes, thank you. Are we going to be considering the capital request right now after the we just voted on the tax council committee request? Are we going to discuss the capital request?
We can't go. Sorry, Mr. Jeremy. I'm getting tired now.
No problem. I would request that you do, as we need to get through those motions. The one oddity that we have in here, most of the lists in the council and committee requests that are capital are clean standalone capital items. There's one exception, that is the splash pad. Now you just declined the 170,000 operating for the splash pad. I would suggest that the first amendment to this needs to be to motion 3, that the advancing of the capital works for the splash pad be declined. What that will do is it will prevent the splash pad capital project from being advanced to 2022 and approved at a new budget of 500,000. It will stay in as a forecast in 2023. So you will see it again the next go round.
You've heard Mr. Jeremy's suggestion in response to Councillor Main's question. You wanted to follow up, Councillor Main?
I just wanted to make I feel sorry for the Heritage Committee. They put a great application to the grant committee, and we said, well, this isn't really grant committee. This should go through the budget. And here it is, and it got declined. And this is a project that they've been working on for a couple of years. So I apologize to them. It's a great little project. Hopefully it comes back. And also to the Accessibility Committee, they, instead of paying for a big Moby mat to create accessible access to water, they were going to try to patch together with some fire hoses and some logs and stuff. I really do hope that they package that application back together, because I think a Moby mat for accessibility access to water in Little Lake Park would be great. And if it needs 30-some thousand, then let's talk about that and work on that and put that together. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. It may well be that with the other projects that are going on, we may have enough savings that could be embodied in it. So where am I here?
Thanks, Councillor Cunningham.
Yes, thank you.
I would just like, I know we love to hear the blended rate, or we say we love to hear the blended rate, but I'd like to actually know the Midland rate outside of that.
Mr. Jeremy.
Okay, so the Midland rate, if I can have just a moment, 4.58, which includes 1.05 of your sustainable capital reserve contribution. So it's 3.53 without your sustainable capital.
1.53, which was the limit set by council.
Pretty much exactly, yes.
Somebody said to me that, I think it was Councillor Cunningham maybe, that if you set a goal of 2%, then invariably you're going to hit 2%. Somebody said that. So we've hit the goal. Whether it was the one we should hit, I think probably it is, given all the pressures from downloading by the province, stormwater being a classic example of that. So I guess I need a motion to remove from the capital side the 500,000 for splash pad. Somebody wish to do that? Councillor Gordon, thank you very much. I know how much that hurts. And Councillor Prost. So I have a motion to do that. I'll just put the question directly without conversation. Those in favor? Thank you. That carries. I think it's unanimous. If I'm wrong, please correct me. Looks like it's unanimous. And I believe, Mr. Jeremy, your recommendation was to leave the rest of that alone. I am going to enjoy that glass of wine tonight, Mr. Jeremy.
Your worship, yes. So where it stands right now, you've got a motion 3 is saying council and committee requests the 390,000 is out. So that will be the first amendment to it. The second amendment to motion 3 would be that the 500,000 for the splash pad capital is out. That leaves you with the remaining capital items that are detailed in the analysis section of the report, and as they are funded from reserves and federal gas tax. The second or the fourth motion is dealing exclusively with capital items that are funded from grants that are subject to contingent upon the success of those grants, and that's how that is worded. It's all contingent upon the success of the grants.
And that, I believe, is intact.
I'm sorry?
That motion remains intact.
Yes, it does.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, Mr. Campbell, you had something to say before I give some instructions.
Yes, Your Worship, the sidewalk, the new sidewalks, that isn't in the capital budget right now. So I think I need to talk to Mr. Jeremy about some of those other projects. We did get some, if it's not referred to as a project number in the comments, it's not in the budget and would have to be removed unless council is adding these capital items.
Which capital items are those, please?
The 302,000 for new sidewalks.
Where did that come from?
That's a committee request, MATAC.
Oh, I agree, but it's not in our budget. And so if you only took out the splash pad, you have to take these other ones out. But maybe we need to just converse offline for a second here, make sure we got our story correct.
Well, I have a couple of motions here I can read in while I'm waiting for that to occur. So I have, we'll do that. And I see, Councillor Main, you have a comment around sidewalks, I guess.
Yeah, as somebody helped draft the letter from the Accessibility Transit Committee, that sidewalk was suggested. Talking to Ms. Sobel, there's issues with that section. You'd have to move away from ditches, put in culverts and stuff like that. So we're hitting more than just a $ barrier. There's actually additional engineering work that would have to be done. So the sidewalk, as Mr. Campbell said, we're going to replace for the next 3 years, replace old broken sidewalks before we get to new sidewalk segments. But the other little mini projects I believe have been packaged up for application under a community grant. So I just wanted to make a quick comment on that. Thank you.
So the $300,000 is not, we're going to pull that as well. Mr. Campbell, so I need to put a motion forward, please, Councillor Main, and get a seconder. So the motion would read that the capital item, new sidewalk construction, Dominion Street, 8th Penetanguishene Road, would be removed from the capital portion of the budget because of logistical issues around implementation. Can I have a seconder for that, please? Thank you, Councillor Gordon. So then that's the motion. So I'll just ask the question. All in favor? Thank you. That seems to make a lot of sense. Thank you for that, Councillor Main, explanation. So Mr. Campbell and Mr. Jeremy, you can factor that into motion, whichever motion. I'm going to go back just a step here. So I've got the entire motion number 2, which is service level change requests. So I will read the motion again, and then I'll call the vote. Moved by Councillor Cunningham, seconded by Councillor Downer, that service level change requests as outlined on page 18 of the 2022 draft budget with a net tax levy reduction of $205,000 $15, and capital costs totaling $13,500, funded as shown in the analysis section of staff report CSR-2022-8, be approved with the following amendments. A, remove the Sesquicentennial, boy, there's a mouthful, Sesquicentennial Reserve Culture/Tourism in the amount of $20,000. B, remove the Talent and Development Coordinator position in the amount of $99,149,000. C, remove the Sustainable Capital Reserve 5-year plan finance in the amount of $180,000. That the community safety grant component of the general community grant program be removed and the overall budget for the general program be reduced by $70,000 to a total of $40,000 of funding available for 2022. Remove the additional municipal law enforcement MLEO position in the amount of $60,268. F, user rate increase of inflation for NSSRC user fees, excluding drop-ins and miscellaneous, resulting in a $12,000 increase in user fee revenues at the NSSRC and a corresponding reduction to the tax levy. User rate increase of inflation for harbor user fees, resulting in a $4,000 increase in user fee revenue at the harbor and a corresponding reduction to the tax levy. So council, you've heard the motion. I'll just call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Those against? Seeing none, that carries unanimously. I am getting tired, so if I miss something here, just please call it out.
Your worship, while you're digging for the next papers there, that fire hose contraption, accessible MTAC, whatever ramp into the lake.
Yes.
I got it all wrong. I'm sure our between Penetang and Midland Fire, they're always taking hoses out of circulation that, you know, aren't safe anymore, and I don't know what they do with them, but I'm suggesting if they were to approach Midland Fire, I'm sure they might be able to find a source of some fire hoses and probably some good welded wood and hammers, etc.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm sure that will find its way to the appropriate ear. I have here recommendation number 15, moved by Councillor Cunningham, seconded by Councillor Downer, that the capital budget for project 505-3516 Palm Beach Road servicing increased the construction budget by $250,000 to accommodate the lowest compliant bid that was received through the tendering process of RFT number ENG 2021-03 Palm Beach Road Phase 1, which closed on January 27th, 2022 at 2 p.m. You will recall this is the additional cost associated with building a Palm Beach Road. So we're all familiar with that. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any against? I see none. Therefore, that is unanimous again. Thank you, Council. So I think now we're waiting for some amendments to motion 3 and 4, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, Your Worship, I'm just working on the getting some wording, so it'll just take me a minute.
Thank you, Clerk. Looks like we might have 5 o'clock, not that I'm counting. Are people still having trouble hearing me? Yes, I don't understand that because, no. I know what happens if I'm at home. Councillor Gordon.
It's intermittent. It just sometimes you fade in, you fade out. I don't know. It's just weird. I just thought while we're waiting on the Madam Clerk to adjust her wording, because we're crazily changing everything. I just wanted to have a couple seconds, you know, because you know how much I love to talk, and just acknowledge my peers on this. My first budget, when I just after election, I counted that as being my best budget, like where I felt the best about it. And then the second one, well, definitely last year's was horrible. You know, I didn't support it and everything. But I'm going to tell you guys right now, this was like I was dreading this because of the numbers. And I want to congratulate all of you. I know some of us have had personality differences in the past and maybe still do, but as horrible as even where we're at now is, I think first of all, I'm going to vote for this budget, even though it hurts, because I'm proud of what we've done and the decisions we've come together to make. And I didn't think I was going to have a little speech like that for this one. I thought this was going to be a symbolic no again, but I'm willing to take my lumps because I know the pains that everyone has gone through and how researched and much work you guys put into these decisions. So just so you know, there's no protest vote going into an election year from this guy. I know we give it our level best, to quote the old mayor. So just for what it's worth, throwing it out there in the dead space, I want to thank you guys for the labors that we've gone through the past 3 days.
Thank you, Councillor. I certainly would echo that. I think it's been a very collegial process, a very engaging one, clearly. And I think it's one where everybody's had an opportunity to support those things that they wish to support, and then support each other in those things that we weren't able to get through. So well done, everybody. Councillor Main, you'd like to comment?
It was actually a question about the committee and council's requests. Did we finalize all of reviewing all of the capital items? Because I very much wanted to support the additional 150,000 for playground equipment and the CIP funding.
As far as I know, that's still in there.
Okay, thank you.
Am I correct, Mr. Chairman?
Your worship, yes, you're correct. The default position is to accept as presented. It's only when you wish to make a change, such as decline something or change something, that we need to make that amendment. So by virtue of not taking it out, it is in.
And sorry, just because I got my math wrong yesterday with the park stuff, it wasn't 300 plus 300. We're getting 300 for parks coming from gas tax, and now we're going to increase that by 150 to 450,000. Is that right, or am I getting it a little mixed up?
Councillor Main, through your worship, we are adding $150,000 of additional playground equipment through this change.
That's great. Thank you.
If you're speaking to somebody from Seniors, Councillor Cunningham, just consider that they're putting on an education event, please.
I will let them know that we will get that to them one way or the other.
Thank you very much.
I think we all have some funds in there. We could probably funnel to some of these little pet projects if we wanted to. It's appropriation.
We can all show up for lunch and learn a bunch of stuff from our seniors and what they're up to, and particularly the Seniors Council. I would just say the Seniors Council has been very engaged with the county, and I believe there's a ongoing conversation with the health team. Yeah, health team for some rather interesting things that the Ontario Health Team is looking to support, as well as other communities within North Simcoe with regards to seniors development. So I'm looking forward to that coming forward. Councillor Cunningham has been very much involved in that. So
it could significantly increase our capacity as an age-friendly community.
Excellent. Councillor.
Yeah, thank you. And I agree with the seniors committee. I'd be happy to make a donation to make sure their luncheon happens. Same goes to the Heritage Committee. If they have to do a GoFundMe or something, I'd be happy to help them push it out. If they can raise $7 million for Freedom Rally to Ottawa, we can certainly raise $12,000. So happy to help.
Thank you, Councillor. So I see Madam Clerk was here. Apparently not. Yes, we're back.
I'm here. I had
Okay.
sent you the motion, but did you want me to read it, or do you want to?
Would you mind reading it rather
Sure.
than me try to do it from my cell phone, because otherwise I've got to do some stuff here with my computer.
Sure, no problem. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Prost, seconded by Deputy Mayor Ross, that council and committee requests as outlined on page 19 of the 2022 draft budget, with a net tax funded cost of $390,200 and capital costs totaling $1,074,000 funded as shown in the analysis section of staff report CSR 2022-8, be approved with the following amendments. Council and committee requests in the amount of $390,200 funded from the tax levy be declined. Capital request to advance the splash pad to 2022 in the amount of $500,000 be declined. Capital request for new sidewalk construction, Dominion Street, 8th to Penetanguishene in the amount of $302,000 be declined.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I will presume that that captures the changes. Thank you very much. So Council, you've heard the motion as read by the clerk. All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, I'll sign that after. I then have a motion moved by Councillor Main, seconded by Councillor McGinn. The council request as outlined on page 19 of the 2022 draft budget with capital cost totaling $127,000 funded as shown in the analysis section of staff report CSR 2022-8 be approved contingent upon the successive applications for grant funding. Did I get that right, Mr. Jeremy, from your perspective?
No, no, I'm still here. And my apologies. You just read motion 4 as written in the staff report?
Yes.
Yes, that would be correct.
I just read motion 4 as presented to me at the beginning of the process.
Then yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And then would you just sort of give us a sense of what that is, please, so that we're not just voting blind?
Certainly. So motion 4, this is the components of council and committee requests that it's a capital component, I should mention, for one's a crushed limestone trail, courthouse to Little Lake improvements, new paved ramp connection to road, Little Lake Park improvements, regrading ramp. These are all funded from a grant. The town has submitted a grant application to the Canada Community Revitalization Fund, and staff are, through this motion, we're recommending that these projects be approved contingent on the success of the grant application.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jeremy. So I think everybody has a solid understanding of what you're voting on. The motion's been read into the record. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. That too carries unanimously. So we are now at moved by Councilor McGinn, second by Deputy Mayor Ross, that bylaw 2022-9 being a bylaw to adopt the proceedings of the special meeting of council regarding the 2022 budget held January 26, 27, and 28, 2022 be passed and enacted. So this is the big one, Councilor Gordon.
Perhaps it'd be a good time, if not for a drum roll, just to re-announce what the core Midland rate is versus the blended rate. Let's just make that wording well known in this last motion, where we're at.
Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying.
Well, we're doing a wrap-up adoption. I just wanted to reiterate what the actual rate is tentatively set at right now. And I'd like both numbers, the real one and the blended one. If Mr. Jeremy could share that with people.
Jeremy, please. Thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Gordon, through your worship, the town of Midland rate, we'll start with that. 4.58%, including 1.05% for the sustainable capital levy.
3.05%, the sustainable capital levy adds the difference. Your investment in, so can we just start with what the rate is without sustainable capital? Add the
Certainly.
Capital summit.
Okay. All right. So it's 3.53 plus 1.05 for the sustainable capital. Okay. For a total of 4.58.
Thank you.
Blended, the estimated blended is 2.85 plus 0.75 sustainable capital for a total of 3.6.
Thank you, Mr. Jeremy. So with that, I'll call the question on the bylaw. Those in favor, please. Councillor McGinn, are you in favor or no? Sorry, the floor. It's on the floor now. Show of cards, please. So it's no from Councillor McGinn. It is carried by the looks of it's no by Councillor. So there's 2 no's. It's carried. Thank you. And finally, we have moved by Councillor Downer, seconded by Councillor Main.
When did we not reconsider the 0.75? We talked about that before, but we never got to the point of saying, yes, take out the additional 0.75.
Done.
Before I put up my request to speak, and it was on the floor.
No, it's done. There was, I don't know. So just with respect to the sustainable capital reserve in the base, when we were considering base budget, there's $240,000. Okay.
Yeah, there's 2.
$240,000. In the service level change request, there was a request for an additional 180,000, beg your pardon, which represented 0.75.
Mm-hmm.
It was declined.
It was declined, so it's not.
It's gone.
Then,
It's gone.
so then, Mr. CFO, when you talk about the 2.85 plus 0.75.
It's a quirk of the numbers.
Okay, thank goodness. Thank you.
There
Okay.
would have been an additional on top of the 0.75 that you just voted on. There would have been an additional 0.75. Sorry. So you
Okay.
declined that. The service change request to accelerate that contribution was declined.
Okay, thank you. So thank you. Yes, everybody's tired. It's just, it was the exact same number. And I went, whoa.
Exactly.
And the glitching of everything, I was worried that I missed something.
No, you didn't miss anything. It caught me by surprise too.
Okay, thank you.
Again, thank you, Councillor. I have moved by Councillor Downer, second by Councillor Main, that this special meeting of council regarding the 2022 budget adjourn at 4:59 p.m. Friday. Enjoy the weekend. All in favor?
Happy Friday, everyone. That was a big 3 days, man.